You are nothing. Just an ex-convict who has just been released from prison. You have no family, no money, no future. And even your former fiancée didn't come to welcome you, she came to break off the engagement, right in front of your face. Li Yiqing contemptuously threw the torn paper at him. Standing next to someone like you is embarrassing. Oh, right, here, 1 million yuan, for your life. No, actually, this isn't compensation, it's a handout. I don't want my ex-fiancé to end up as a homeless beggar. She laughed. It was over. But she didn't know that this beggar was no longer someone who could be erased from her life without a second thought. That her laughter would soon get caught in her throat. That when she realized her mistake, it would be too late. He was nothing. But now. Yifeng, this is the dragon ring. One word from you, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers will carry out your every command. Yifeng, this is the seal of 1,000 colors. Its influence spans the entire country, and thousands of women await your call. Yifeng, these are the 9 life needles. They can decide people's fates, grant life, or take it away. Today, I pass them on to you. Yifeng, and this is the black gold card. Spend as much as you want. 1/3 of the world's wealth is now in your hands. Kid, I had nothing better to do, so I founded a heavenly corporation for you in Luqing. You can take it now. 5 old men. Worn-out clothes, scruffy beards. But in their eyes, there was something that made one's heart tighten. Yifeng looked at them. 3 years ago, he lost everything. He was thrown into prison. He was broken. But, to his own surprise, that was when fate brought him to these people. 5 mentors. They passed on everything they knew to him. Their power, their knowledge, their experience. And now, standing before them, he felt only one thing. Teachers. I will never forget my debt to you. Once my business is settled, I will return for you. He knelt, struck his forehead against the ground 5 times. Then he stood up, took a deep breath, and stepped through the gates. Freedom. Sunlight, a cool breeze. And then, the roar of an engine. A black BMW sped toward him at high speed. The tires screeched as it braked sharply, leaving black marks on the asphalt. The door opened. Yifeng. I never thought you'd be out so soon. A woman's voice. Gentle, but cold. She stepped out of the car. High heels, an elegant dress. The perfect image. Yiqing. Yifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. 3 years. Everything had changed. He had lost everything. But she remained the same. She must have found out he was getting out. Maybe she wanted to show her support. But, before he could speak, Li Yiqing stepped forward and shoved a folded piece of paper into his hands. Yifeng, this is our marriage contract. I came to tell you that I am breaking off the engagement. She didn't give him time to process her words. Right before his eyes, she tore the paper to shreds. The torn pieces scattered in the air, like a cruel joke. From the day you were imprisoned, we no longer exist for each other. Be smart, stay out of my life. From this day on, we have nothing in common. Yifeng froze. He understood. She didn't come to welcome him. She came to trample him. All right, he nodded. Just one word. Li Yiqing frowned. She expected anger, rage, begging. But, nothing. As if he had just heard something insignificant. She pressed her lips together and added. I hope you truly understand. Don't expect anything from me. I'm getting married soon. I don't want anyone ruining my life. She tossed an envelope toward him. There's 1 million yuan in here, just in case. No, not compensation. Just a handout. I don't want my ex-fiancée to end up as a homeless beggar. Imagine if people saw you on the street, they'd laugh at me, wouldn't they? At that moment, a cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. 3 years ago. He was the heir of the Yi family, the most respected man in Luqing. He had Li Yiqing, the perfect fiancée. The perfect life. And then, in one night, his family was destroyed. He survived. But he ended up in prison. And now, the woman he once loved stood before him, throwing money at him like trash. No more masks. I don't need your money. His voice was cold. He took the envelope and threw it back into her car. Better save it. For your next divorce. Li Yiqing's face turned red with rage. You dare mock me? Yifeng slowly raised his gaze. Li Yiqing, do you remember who your family was before you met me? No one. If not for the Yi family, you would still be living in poverty. Your father would still be working on a factory floor. But what did I do? I raised your family to the second echelon. And now, when I'm at my lowest, you trample me? Why? You could have just left. Without this spectacle. Without this money. Without the humiliation. Li Yiqing's eyes flashed. You're talking nonsense. My family achieved everything on their own. You're nothing. Just an ex-con. You should be grateful I even bothered to speak to you. She turned abruptly, got into her car, and slammed the gas pedal. The BMW sped off, disappearing into the distance. Yi Feng stood still. An empty street. A light breeze. He lowered his gaze and clenched the torn pieces of paper in his fingers. I won't make the same mistakes again. The paper in his hands turned to dust. Master Yi. At that moment, another car smoothly pulled up. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. His face radiated respect and politeness. Yi Feng frowned. Master Yi, I am Zhao Fu, the general manager of Tianjun Group. I have come to take you home and transfer control of the company to you. If anyone had seen this, they would hardly have believed their eyes. Tianjun Group, the corporation that took over Luqing's business sector. And its top representative, Zhao Fu, was known as a major figure. But now, standing before Yi Feng, he was acting with the utmost reverence. I understand. Yi Feng nodded. For now, you remain in charge. Don't reveal any information about me. Also, find out who was behind the destruction of my clan. Yes, Master Yi. Zhao Fu bowed his head. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then said, First, take me to the Sun family. I haven't seen my godmother in a long time. His godmother, Chen Xini, was the biological sister of his late mother. When the Yi family was destroyed, it was only thanks to her that he survived. Now that he was free, he couldn't help but visit her. Master Yi, I happen to have a pack of Heishan tea. We can bring it as a gift. Good. Yi Feng nodded approvingly. He had been in such a hurry to see his godmother that he had forgotten to buy a gift. Going empty-handed would be rude. Gingyuan Residential Complex. After some time, the car came to a stop in front of a high-rise building. Gingyuan? Yi Feng nodded slightly. This residential complex was considered an elite district of Luqing. It seemed that over the years, his godmother had been living quite well. But suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed something strange in the air. Then his fingers involuntarily clenched. A Yuan-Yang geomagnetic point? Once, his body had suffered severe injuries. Although he appeared healthy on the surface, deep wounds had yet to heal. But this place, this land could completely restore his body. It seems I was meant to return here. Yi Feng smirked and stepped into the building. At the same time, inside a spacious apartment, an elegant middle-aged woman, dressed in a long gown, sat at her desk, engrossed in documents. She looked up and saw a man leisurely sipping tea on the couch. Unable to hold back, she irritably said, Zhonghai, are you still sitting here? Shouldn't you have gone to pick up Feng already? What's the rush? It's only 10. He's not going to run away. Sun Zhonghai took another sip of tea, speaking calmly. There was a trace of displeasure in his voice. Feng has nowhere to go now. If he gets out and no one meets him, what will he do? Chen Xini frowned anxiously. If it weren't for an urgent contract, she would have gone herself a long time ago. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go myself. Fine, let this contract fail. Let others take the money. After all, we're not struggling financially. Sun Zhonghai sarcastically retorted. Don't say foolish things, husband. Chen Xini gave him a stern look. In truth, Sun Zhonghai did not want to go. But arguing with his wife was pointless. Fine. I'll go, if that's what you want. He let out a heavy sigh, stood up from the couch, reluctantly grabbed his keys, and headed for the door. And one more thing, Sun Zhonghai. Chen Xini narrowed her eyes at the last moment. Feng is like a son to me. Even closer. If you dare treat him poorly, prepare for the consequences. Sun Zhonghai rolled his eyes. He already regretted marrying this woman. But arguing was futile. He let out another deep sigh and then set off to find Yi Feng. Ding dong! The doorbell rang at just the right moment. Who is it? Sun Zhonghai was startled and opened the door. When he saw the person standing outside, he was stunned again. You are Godfather, long time no see. Yi Feng grinned. I'm Yi Feng. You're Yi Feng? Sun Zhonghai was a little surprised. In his memory, Yi Feng had always been a clean, fair-skinned young man. But now, he looked so different that Sun Zhonghai almost didn't recognize him. Feng. Hearing the commotion, Chen Sini hurried over and pulled Yi Feng into a tight hug. Feng, it's really you. It's so good that you're back. Do you know how much I've worried about you these past 3 years? Godmother, I missed you too. Yi Feng felt a wave of emotion. In this world, besides his deceased family, perhaps only his godmother truly cared for him. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Chen Sini wiped the tears from her eyes. Don't just stand at the door, come inside and sit. Well, I guess I don't have to go pick him up now. Sun Zhonghai shrugged and tossed his car keys aside. Feng, you've gotten darker and thinner. But you do look much stronger than before. Chen Sini ignored him and continued to fuss over Yi Feng. Sun Zhonghai couldn't help but comment, how could prison life be as comfortable as being a rich young master? He must have suffered a lot. If you don't have anything nice to say, just keep quiet. Chen Sini shot him a glare. Go calm Muqing down. If she knows her brother is back, she'll be overjoyed. Just as she finished speaking, a girl in a dress stepped out of her room. Dad, Mom, who's here? Why is it so noisy? She rubbed her eyes, looking groggy as if she had just woken up. But her delicate features and stunning figure radiated undeniable charm. Silly girl, take a look for yourself, Chen Sini said with a smile. Sun Muqing glanced over curiously. Then, her eyes widened. You? Yi Feng? Muqing, long time no see. Yi Feng greeted with a smile. Sun Muqing stared at him for several seconds before letting out a flat O. Girl, what kind of attitude is that? Chen Sini frowned. Didn't you adore your brother when you were little? Now you won't even greet him properly? Sun Muqing pursed her lips. She had indeed liked Yi Feng a lot as a child, always clinging to him. But after not seeing him for years, and especially after he went to prison, she felt a bit uncomfortable about it. That was just childish play back then. Things are different now, Sun Zhonghai interjected to defend his daughter, then quickly changed the subject. Yi Feng, what's that in your hand? Godfather, Godmother, I brought you some tea as a gift, Yi Feng said. Really? I do enjoy tea, let's take a look. Sun Zhonghai opened the package, and his face instantly darkened. What the hell? It's pitch black. Sun Muqing wrinkled her nose in disgust. That's not moldy tea, is it? He just got out of prison, what kind of good tea could he possibly bring? Sun Zhonghai snorted and casually placed it on the table, already thinking about throwing it away later. Yi Feng was about to explain when Chen Sini interrupted, watch your words. It's the thought that counts. Feng still remembered to bring us a gift, and that's what matters. Feng, I've already prepared a room for you. You can stay here from now on. What? Both Sun Zhonghai and Sun Muqing widened their eyes in shock. Wife, why didn't you discuss this with us first? Sun Zhonghai panicked. Yi Feng used to be the young master of Longqing's Yi family, but times had changed. Now, he had nothing, and on top of that, he had just been released from prison. Who knew what kind of people he had been mixing with? He might not even be the same person anymore. Having him live with them didn't sit well with Sun Zhonghai. I don't agree. Sun Muqing objected as well, clearly displeased. Mom, I don't want to live with an outsider. What do you mean, outsider? Feng is family, Chen Sini said firmly. This is his home too. If you two have a problem with that, then I'll move out with Feng. Sun Zhonghai and Sun Muqing were instantly silenced. When Chen Sini made up her mind, there was no changing it. Yi Feng, how about this? I have 2 other properties that are vacant. You can stay in one of them, alright? Sun Zhonghai's eyes darted around as he tried to persuade him. It's not that we have an issue, we're just worried you might not feel comfortable here. It's fine, Godfather. No need for trouble, I'll just stay here, Yi Feng grinned, his smile bright as the sun. When he entered the neighborhood earlier, he had sensed a yuan yang earth vein beneath the area, which could help heal his hidden injuries. Now that his godmother had invited him to stay, he gladly accepted. Sun Zhonghai's face twitched, speechless. Sun Muqing shot him a glare and stormed back to her room. That's great, Feng. You should rest for now. Today, I'll cook a big meal myself so we can have a proper family dinner. Chen Sini beamed and started preparing lunch. Just then, Sun Muqing came out of her room again. She had changed into a light yellow floral dress with a thin knitted cardigan, accentuating her curves and figure even more. You guys enjoy your meal, I'm eating out. We agreed to have a family dinner. Why are you going out? No way. Chen Sini scolded. Ugh, Mom. Be reasonable. I already made plans with Qianqian to eat at the club. You knew that. Sun Muqing stomped her foot in frustration. That's right, Muqing has plans today. I heard that the rising star Chen Sanyuan will also be there. These are the kind of circles she needs to be seen in. Sun Zhanghai chimed in before scoffing, better than sitting at home eating with some irrelevant person. Chen Sini completely ignored his remark and suddenly brightened up. Oh, there's a dinner gathering? Perfect. Take Fenger with you. Mom. If you don't take Fenger, don't bother coming home. Fine. I'll take him, okay? Sun Muqing felt like crying. She knew her mother ruled the household, and she couldn't afford to cross her. So, she reluctantly led Yi Feng outside and got into a red Audi. As she drove, she was visibly irritated. She wanted to throw Yi Feng out halfway, but then she thought if he tattled when he got back, she'd be in even more trouble. Yi Feng, I'm warning you. Don't think just because my mom favors you, you can act recklessly. And don't even think about scheming against our family. She shot him a sharp glare. Yi Feng simply shrugged, indifferent. 3 years had passed, and this little sister clearly had a lot of misunderstandings about him. But it didn't matter, time would reveal everything. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a club. Muqing, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you forever. At that moment, a tall, strikingly beautiful girl quickly walked over. Ha! And this is... Wow, Muqing, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Ah, Qianqian, stop talking nonsense. Sun Muqing's cheeks turned slightly red. She pulled Su Qianqian aside and said to Yi Feng, we're going to the restroom. You can just grab something to eat. All right. Yi Feng nodded. He actually knew Su Qianqian and had wanted to greet her, but since Sun Muqing seemed reluctant, he decided to stay silent. The club was lavishly decorated, with top-tier facilities, offering all kinds of entertainment, food, and drinks. Clearly, it was an upscale venue. Many well-dressed men and women gathered in small groups, casting curious glances at Yi Feng. But he didn't care. In fact, he was quite hungry. So, he grabbed a plate at the buffet and started eating by himself. In the restroom, Su Qianqian chuckled, Muqing, you didn't even tell me about something this big. Your boyfriend is quite handsome, and he looks familiar. Have I seen him before? What does his family do? Qianqian, I already told you, he's not my boyfriend. Sun Muqing said, annoyed. He's Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Feng Ji? Su Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then her face filled with shock. It's really him? He actually got out? Muqing, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't even greet him, that was so rude. What's there to greet him for? Sun Muqing scoffed. That's strange. You used to adore Feng Ji. I think he's still pretty good. Why don't you seem happy that he's back? Su Qianqian asked, puzzled. How could I be happy? Sun Muqing sighed and briefly explained the situation. Su Qianqian nodded. True. He has nothing now, and he spent 3 years in prison. He's probably changed a lot. Who knows what kind of person he is now? Exactly. I don't get why my mom values him so much, forcing him into my life. If people see us together, there will be misunderstandings, and that's just bad. Sun Muqing said, frustrated. Qianqian, help me figure out a way to deal with this. Su Qianqian's eyes flickered with an idea. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Everyone at this club is either rich or powerful. Once Yi Feng realizes the huge gap between himself and others here, he'll back off on his own. Plus, young Master Ian is here today. He's been chasing you like crazy. If he sees you with Yi Feng, he'll be furious. That makes sense. Sun Muqing suddenly understood. But, isn't that a bit too mean? He was my brother once, after all. Muqing, this is the modern world who still cares about sentimental ties? Benefits come first. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had almost finished eating. Noticing that Sun Muqing and Su Qianqian were still in the restroom, he couldn't help but think, how long does it take to use the restroom? Yi Feng? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yi Feng turned his head, and his face instantly darkened. What a small world, he actually ran into her here. The person standing in front of him was none other than his former fiancée, Li Yaqing, who had just broken off their engagement outside the prison gates. Li Yacheng was clearly dressed up, looking glamorous. So it really is you? What are you doing here? And why can't I be here? Yi Feng asked in return. What a joke. You're just a convict, what right do you have to be eating here? Li Yacheng sneered. What exactly are you trying to do? Ha, what else? He must have been following you and snuck in, the young man beside her mocked while holding her close. I never thought the once proud young master Yi would stoop to such a disgusting level. Yi Feng, you're so shameless. You actually followed me here? Li Yacheng acted as if she had suddenly realized something, her face full of disgust. Let me tell you one more time, you and I are impossible. I belong to Brother Tao now. Yi Feng was speechless. This woman really thought the whole world revolved around her? Yi Feng, you're nothing now. Stop dreaming about things that are out of your reach. I took your fiancée, and damn, she's amazing. The young man smirked provocatively. His name was Zhang Tao. He used to be one of Yi Feng's lackeys. But in recent years, he got lucky in business, making a fortune and climbing the social ranks. Now, he was among the top of the second-tier families. Seeing Yi Feng now, he naturally wanted to step on him a little more. Oh? You're this excited about picking up someone else's leftovers? How desperate are you for a woman? Yi Feng sneered. What did you just say? Zhang Tao's face twitched. Li Yacheng almost jumped. Yi Feng, who are you calling leftovers? We only had an engagement, we never got married. Besides, the engagement is cancelled, we have nothing to do with each other. If I remember correctly, you have a birthmark on the left side of your butt, Yi Feng said, smirking. You? Li Yacheng, didn't you say you were still a virgin? That he never touched you? Zhang Tao's face turned green. Tao Ji, he's just talking nonsense. He's trying to mess with us. I really am a virgin, we're about to get married. Li Yacheng hurriedly explained. You bastard, Yi Feng. How dare you slander my fiancée? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Tao pointed at Yi Feng and shouted, someone, throw this convict out. Yi Feng remained indifferent. This pair of scumbags were nothing more than clowns. Since they insisted on provoking him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Yi Feng. What are you doing here? What's going on? At that moment, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian walked out of the restroom. Seeing the scene, they immediately stepped forward to ask. The two girls were high society elites, known for their beauty and status. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention. Few people dared to offend them. As a result, both Li Yacheng and Zhang Tao's expressions changed instantly. Especially Li Yacheng, her face turned ugly. From the looks of it, Yi Feng wasn't here because he was following her. He had come with these two socialites. Still unwilling to give up, she carefully asked, Miss Sun, Miss Su, you two and Yi Feng? We're not close, Sun Muqing replied coldly. During their restroom chat, she had already agreed with Su Chanxian to make Yi Feng feel the difference in their social status. He's just tagging along. Li Yacheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So, in the end, everyone was the same. The moment Yi Feng lost his power, no one truly cared about him anymore. No matter how close they once were, time and personal interests always won in the end. Yi Feng didn't understand why Sun Muqing was so eager to distance herself from him. But it didn't matter. As long as she was happy. Muqing dear, Shanshan dear, people like him aren't worth associating with, it's beneath your status. Li Yacheng eagerly tried to cozy up to them. In 2 days, Zhang Tao and I will be having our wedding. I hope you two can honor us with your presence. Oh, and Yi Feng, if you want to come, you're welcome too. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Sun Muqing glanced at him, and a sudden wave of pity rose in her heart. The once high-spirited young master had fallen so low. Not only did his fiancée break off their engagement, but she was now inviting him to her wedding. Even sadder, he didn't even have the courage to refuse. 3 years in prison must have worn down his will. He was no longer the Yi Feng of the past. Sun Muqing wanted to say something in his defense but held back. Instead, she simply said, all right, if I'm free, Shanshan and I will come. If Yi Feng wants to come, I don't mind bringing him along again. Ha, no need for that. Bringing him along would just be embarrassing. Zhang Tao laughed. Exactly. Yi Feng, I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Li Yacheng sneered. I don't want a convict ruining my wedding. Yi Feng was speechless. He was already ignoring them, yet these two clowns kept trying to provoke him. Just as he was about to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A tall, slender young man in a suit walked in, surrounded by admirers. "Mooching, if I'd known you were coming, I would have picked you up." Tianchi greeted her with a gentlemanly smile, his eyes burning with passion. "Young Master you're too kind." "That's not necessary," Sun Mooching replied politely. "Oh, I heard you brought a friend. May I meet him?" Tianchi suddenly shifted the conversation. Clearly, he had already heard about the man accompanying Sun Mooching. As her suitor, how could he let another man steal the spotlight? "It's him, the once glorious young Master Yifeng." Su Chanqian spoke up first. Young Master Yifeng and Mooching used to be very close. She was deliberately stirring the pot. As expected, Tianchi's expression darkened as he looked at Yifeng. "So, it's young Master Yi. My apologies. I wonder, compared to prison food, do our club's meals suit your taste?" "Ha ha ha ha." Smack! A loud slap suddenly echoed through the room. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone turned in shock to look at Tianchi, their faces filled with disbelief. Tianchi clutched his cheek, eyes wide with fury. "You? Yifeng, how dare you hit me? I hit you, so what? Bark at me again, and I'll make sure you're crippled." Yifeng said coldly. He had already wanted to deal with Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing, but now this Tianchi had jumped into the mix. And the way Tianchi looked at Sun Mooching was filled with bad intentions. So, Yifeng simply smacked him across the face. A warning to everyone else. "Yifeng, you must have a death wish. How dare you hit young Master Yin?" Zhang Tao shouted. "Do you really think you're still the untouchable young Master Yi? You're asking for it. Yifeng, you're finished." Li Yaqing gasped, delighted by his misfortune. "Young Master Yin, this kind of person hasn't suffered enough. You need to teach him a lesson." "Good. Very good, Yifeng." Tianchi's face was filled with rage. "In Lanchang, there are few people who dare to threaten me. Men, take him down. Let him understand the price of slapping me." Clatter! A dozen bodyguards instantly surrounded Yifeng. At that moment, Sun Mooching and Su Chanqian finally snapped out of their shock. What the hell is wrong with Yifeng? How could he just hit someone? Sun Mooching bit her lip, feeling uneasy. If he got beaten up badly, how would she explain it to her mother? She was about to intervene when Su Chanqian stopped her. "Mooching, what are you doing? He hit young Master Yin first. It's only fair if Yin hits him back." "I know, but if he gets seriously hurt, my mom will never forgive me." Sun Mooching worried. "Relax, it's just a beating. If it gets too bad, we can step in later." "Fine." Sun Mooching sighed, glancing at Yifeng, a hint of pity in her eyes. "Well, he brought this on himself. Yifeng, if you kneel down and apologize, maybe I'll forgive you," Tianchi sneered. "You?" Yifeng scoffed. "A dozen bodyguards? They couldn't even stop one of my fingers. Ha 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 ha. Yifeng, you're unbelievably arrogant. Alright, then, beat him." Tianchi laughed and waved his hand. "What's going on here? A club like this, and you're acting like street thugs? Such a disgrace." A commanding voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, making everyone instinctively look up. "President Chen. It's President Chen. Oh, Brother Chen." Tianchi's expression changed instantly, switching from arrogance to flattery. He quickly rushed forward. "Brother Chen, it's me." The newcomer was a well-dressed man in his 30s, exuding the aura of a powerful figure. The moment he arrived, the entire club's atmosphere shifted toward him. "So, it's you, Tianchi." The man smiled faintly. "Who made you so angry?" "President Chen, it's not that I wanted to cause trouble, but Yifeng here has gone too far. He actually dared to hit me." Tianchi pointed at Yifeng and shouted. The Yi family was wiped out, and he spent 3 years in prison. But now that he's out, he still thinks he owns this city. "Look at my face, it's swollen. You have to stand up for me." "Yifeng?" Hearing the name, President Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. But only for a moment. His expression quickly returned to normal. Some people are still stuck in the past, unable to move on. They don't realize they're nothing more than small insects now. Such trash isn't worth making a big deal over. Just throw him out and cripple him. "You're absolutely right, Brother Chen. I'll have him thrown out right away. No need to let him ruin your evening." Tianchi grinned. "What are you all waiting for? Get rid of him." Sun Muqing's expression changed. If Yi Feng had just been beaten up earlier, she could have ignored it. But now, with President Chen personally ordering him to be crippled, things were about to get serious. She was just about to step forward and plead for mercy when Yi Feng's voice suddenly rang out. "And who do you think you are, giving orders about me?" The room fell silent. A deathly silence. Everyone stared at Yi Feng with wide eyes, looking at him as if he were some kind of monster. It was one thing to hit Yin Tianqi, but now he even dared to speak rudely to President Chen? "What did you just say?" President Chen was momentarily stunned, then he laughed. His smile was full of arrogance, but his anger was still boiling beneath the surface. "Tell me, what do I, Chen Sanyuan, count as? Yi Feng, you bastard. Do you even know who Brother Chen is now? He's already among the top elites of Longcheng, no one dares to talk to him like that." Yin Tianqi raged, spitting as he spoke. "Forget that your Yi family was wiped out and you're nothing now. Even if you were still young Master Yi, you'd have to bow your head before President Chen." Zheng Tao added. "Yi Feng, you're so full of yourself, always looking for trouble. Do you even realize that not long ago, President Chen reached a partnership agreement with Tianjun Group? Once the contract is signed, he'll rise to the very top of Longqing's elite circle." Li Yaqing said excitedly, as if she were the one making the deal. Tianjun Group? Yi Feng was momentarily confused, wasn't that his company? Before he could speak, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were already panicking. They had been worried about Yi Feng, but with just one sentence, he had dragged them into this mess. Especially Sun Muqing. If Chen Sanyuan found out she had brought Yi Feng, her family's business would also be affected. She couldn't understand it. When Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing mocked Yi Feng earlier, he didn't even have the courage to speak up. But now, when facing Yin Tianqi and especially Chen Sanyuan, why was he suddenly so brave and reckless with his words? But no matter what, the situation had already happened, and damage control was necessary. Otherwise, if Yi Feng said something even crazier, things would get even worse. "President Chen, I sincerely apologize. I apologize on Yi Feng's behalf." Sun Muqing stepped forward, forcing herself to remain calm. "He just got out of prison and isn't thinking straight. Please be generous and don't take his words seriously." Su Chanxian couldn't let her best friend take all the blame alone, so she quickly added, "President Chen, Yi Feng is here with us. The fault is ours. Please do us a favor and let this go." "Oh, it's Miss Sun and Miss Su." Chen Sanyuan's gaze swept over Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian, a flicker of something unreadable flashing in his eyes. "It's been a while. You two ladies are getting more and more beautiful. I've reserved a private room upstairs, why don't you join me for a drink?" "Thank you, President Chen. We would be honored to accompany you." Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian secretly breathed sighs of relief. It seemed President Chen was being magnanimous and not holding a grudge against them. They were about to follow him to the private room when Yi Feng suddenly raised a hand, blocking their way. "You want my sister to drink with you? Do you even deserve it?" As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Was Yi Feng out of his mind? President Chen had already let him go, yet he still didn't know when to stop. "Yi Feng, what are you saying? Yi Feng, shut up!" Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian shouted at the same time, wishing they could kick him out right then and there. "Muqing, don't worry, he's just a nobody," Yi Feng said dismissively. "Chen Sanyuan, I heard you reached a preliminary agreement with Tianjun Group. Well, I'm telling you now, Tianjun Group has reconsidered. We will never work with you." "What a joke! Who do you think you are?" Yin Tianqi sneered. "You think you have the power to decide a major business partnership? Who do you think you are? What, is Tianjun Group yours or something? And what if I said it is?" Yi Feng said indifferently. "What?" Yin Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Yi Feng, do you even know what Tianjun Group represents? Assets worth hundreds of billions, with subsidiaries across hundreds of industries, spanning over 100 countries and unrivaled presence in Longcheng. If Tianjun Group so much as stomps its foot, Longcheng will shake. Yi Feng, I think prison has fried your brain. You must be delusional. Why don't you just say all of Longcheng belongs to you?" Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing mocked. Everyone else in the room chuckled as well. Who would believe that the mighty Tianjun Group was owned by an ex-convict? What they didn't know was Yi Feng was telling the truth. "Yi Feng, if you want to act crazy, go do it somewhere else. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Sun Muqing snapped, frustrated beyond belief. Yifeng, you're completely delusional. Su Chanqian shook her head. Chen Sanyuan also smirked, narrowing his eyes. I thought you were someone impressive, but it turns out you're just a lunatic. Miss Sun, Miss Su, I've already given you both face once. Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian's heart sank. Damn it! Would Yifeng not stop until he got them all killed? Chen Sanyuan had already let him go once, and yet Yifeng kept pushing his luck. Now, even if they begged for mercy, it probably wouldn't help. Yifeng sighed. The world really has changed, no one believes the truth anymore. Chen Sanyuan, I didn't want to argue with you, so I simply chose not to work with you. But if you push me further, I'll make sure the entire Chen family disappears from Longcheng. Yifeng couldn't be bothered to explain any further. If Chen Sanyuan kept running his mouth, he wouldn't mind shutting him up with his fists. But his words landed like a bombshell in the room, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. My God! Did Yifeng really think he owned Tianjun Group? Did he think he could just disregard President Chen? This wasn't just delusion, this was insanity. Yifeng, you're dead. You're dead. Yin Tianqi and Li Yaqing kept repeating, convinced that Yifeng had sealed his fate. Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian's faces turned pale. This time, they had no idea how to salvage the situation. Who could possibly withstand President Chen's fury? Ha 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 ha. Chen Sanyuan suddenly burst into laughter. Yifeng, you pathetic fool. You really have a big mouth. You think you can make my Chen family disappear from Longcheng? I'd like to see if you can even walk out of this club today. Shoo! Dozens of bodyguards instantly surrounded the club's entrance, sealing it shut. The air was thick with hostility. It was over. Completely over. Sun Muqing's mind went blank. Yifeng was doomed. Move. Get out of the way. Just then, a loud command echoed from outside. Chen Sanyuan's face darkened, who dared to barge into his territory. Everyone else also looked puzzled. Telling President Chen's men to move aside? That was a blatant slap to President Chen's face. It was probably some clueless rich kid who had come to the club without knowing the situation. He was about to have the worst luck of his life. Just as everyone was still processing the situation, the crisp sound of high heels echoed through the club, growing closer with each step. The next second, a cold and imposing woman in a sleek outfit stepped through the entrance, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards dressed in black. President Chen, seems like quite the lively scene here. Her lips barely moved as she spoke, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Wait. Wasn't this? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's President Zhao of Tianjun Group. The moment Chen Sanyuan recognized her, his expression changed in an instant, switching to a fawning smile as he rushed forward. President Zhao, why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have arranged a proper welcome for you. At his words, the entire room erupted in murmurs of shock. No one expected that a simple club gathering would bring them face to face with a major business tycoon of Longcheng. President Chen, since such an important guest has arrived, we won't disturb you any further. That's right. Entertaining President Zhao is far more important. Someone like Yifeng isn't even worth your attention. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was on Zhao Yu, Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian tried to discreetly lead Yifeng away. But how could Yin Tianqi let them succeed so easily? Muqing, of course, welcoming President Zhao is important, but President Chen is also a major figure in Longcheng. Since he's about to collaborate with Tianjun Group, he represents their face as well. Just now, Yifeng openly defied President Chen. Doesn't that mean he's showing disrespect to Tianjun Group? There was no denying it. Yin Tianqi, as the young master of a second-tier family, knew how to manipulate words. In just a few sentences, he managed to drag Tianjun Group into the situation. Exactly. Yifeng is reckless and offended someone he shouldn't have. How can he just walk away so easily? Yifeng, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to both President Zhao and President Chen. Maybe if they're in a good mood, they'll let you live. Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing sneered, feeling emboldened. Kneel and apologize? Yifeng showed no fear. He simply gave them a cold, mocking look and said, President Zhao, do you think you can bear the weight of me kneeling before you? Thud. Hearing those words, Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. What a joke. The young man standing before her was her direct superior, the true owner of Tianjun Group. Even if she had nerves of steel, she wouldn't dare let her own boss kneel before her. Outrageous. Before Zhao Yu could respond, Chen Sanyuan roared, Yifeng, how dare you? You have the audacity to speak to President Zhao like that in public? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll forget your place. Yifeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Yifeng, this is President Zhao of Tianjun Group. You can't afford to offend her, apologize now. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were on the verge of tears. At first, they just wanted Yifeng to recognize his social standing. But this guy seemed completely out of touch with reality, he just kept offending powerful people over and over again. Meanwhile, Zheng Tao and Li Yaqing were practically giddy with excitement. They had seen people dig their own graves before, but never this enthusiastically. Yin Tianqi raised his chin arrogantly and commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear what President Chen said? Take this fool down." "Yes, sir." At his order, the surrounding bodyguards wasted no time and charged toward Yifeng. "I dare you!" Zhao Yu's sharp voice rang out, cold and commanding. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, thrown into confusion. Wait. Yin Tianqi was baffled. "President Zhao, this loser just disrespected you in Tianjun Group. Why are you protecting him? And who do you think you are to question me?" Zhao Yu's icy gaze locked onto him. Yin Tianqi instantly fell silent, unable to speak. Then, Zhao Yu took a few steps forward and respectfully addressed Yifeng, "Young Master Yi, I apologize for letting you be startled." This dramatic twist sent the entire room into stunned silence. Chen Sanyuan's face shifted rapidly, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Zhao Yu knew Yifeng? This little scene is hardly enough to startle me." Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. "But I have to say, Tianjun Group's standards for selecting business partners could use some improvement." His words carried an undeniable weight of authority. Even someone as experienced as Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a chill. After steadying herself, she turned to Chen Sanyuan and spoke coldly, "President Chen, I think we need to reconsider our collaboration. We'll discuss this later." "What?" Chen Sanyuan was dumbfounded. "President Zhao, we've been negotiating for a long time. You know the strength of the Chen family. Ending our partnership over a mere convict, isn't that a bit extreme?" "Convict?" Zhao Yu let out a cold chuckle. "Do you have any idea that young Master Yi is?" Cough. Cough. Just then, Yifeng let out a few deliberate coughs. Zhao Yu, sharp as ever, immediately understood. Young Master Yi didn't want his identity as Tianjun Group's chairman revealed. She quickly adjusted her words and smoothly continued, "Young Master Yi is my brother's lifesaver, which makes him my benefactor. So tell me, should I listen to him or not?" Zheng Tao and Li Yaqing exchanged horrified glances. Even Chen Sanyuan was stunned. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, "President Zhao, there must be some mistake. Yifeng was locked up for 3 years and just got out of prison. How could he possibly be your brother's lifesaver?" "Exactly. This has to be a misunderstanding." Yin Tianqi hurriedly chimed in, eager to back up Chen Sanyuan. "This guy is useless, he has no skills, no influence, and he's just a filthy convict." "Someone like him saving a life? Impossible. Filthy convict? Useless?" Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing within them. "What? Are you doubting me now?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Chen Sanyuan. "President Chen, is this how your people treat my Zhao family's benefactor?" Hiss. The moment those words fell, Chen Sanyuan trembled all over. What a terrifying misstep! Zhao Yu wasn't just anyone. She was Tianjun Group's general manager. Offending her was the same as offending the business giant of Longchang. Not only would their partnership be dead, but the entire Chen family could face ruin. "President Zhao, you're right. I was blind and let myself be deceived by petty words. I nearly made a terrible mistake." At this point, he had no choice but to throw someone under the bus. "Yin Tianqi. If President Zhao hadn't been here, I might have fallen for your nonsense and offended her benefactor. From this moment on, all partnerships between the Chen family and the Yin family are cancelled. Get lost." "What?" Yin Tianqi felt like his brain had exploded. The Yin family's stability in Longcheng largely depended on their business ties with the Chen family. If that connection was severed, it would cripple them. "President Chen, you can't do this. Please, just one more chance." But Chen Sanyuan was unmoved. "Why are you all standing around? Throw him out." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards obeyed, dragging a panicked Yin Tianqi out of the club. Seeing this, Zheng Tao and Li Yaqing exchanged another glance and quickly snuck away before trouble reached them. Meanwhile, outside the club, Yin Tianqi clenched his teeth in rage. Yi Feng, Sun Mooching. Just wait. I won't let you get away with this. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Old Joe, get me some men. Inside Plu Club. President Zhao, are you and young Master Yi satisfied with how I handled this? Chen Sanyuan rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery. Zhao Yu, however, didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned her head slightly and looked at Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, what do you think? Yi Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. It wasn't a big deal. As long as they've learned their lesson, it's fine. All right. Zhao Yu understood and said calmly, since young Master Yi is satisfied, then let's consider this matter settled. One more thing, President Chen, be careful who you associate with in the future. Otherwise, losing a business deal might be the least of your problems. Chen Sanyuan was an experienced businessman, how could he not understand Zhao Yu's hidden warning? Simply put, after tonight's incident, his deal with Tianjun Group was as good as dead. The only relief was that his Chen family was still safe. Yes, President Zhao is absolutely right. I'll be more cautious in the future. I hope President Zhao will continue to look after me. Seeing that he was smart enough to back down, Zhao Yu was satisfied. With the matter resolved, Yi Feng had no interest in staying at the club any longer. He left Plu Club early, taking the still-shaken Sun Mooching and Su Chanxian with him. It wasn't until they reached the underground parking lot that Sun Mooching finally snapped out of it. She couldn't help but complain, Yi Feng, can you stop being so reckless? Can you think before you speak? Exactly. Su Chanxian pouted. If President Zhao hadn't been there and if you hadn't saved her brother, Chen Sanyuan would have killed you on the spot. The two of them kept scolding him non-stop, leaving Yi Feng feeling a little helpless. I wasn't being reckless. They couldn't do anything to me anyway. There you go again. Yi Feng, will you die if you stop bragging? Yi Feng, President Zhao's power is hers, not yours. Have some self-awareness, will you? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a large group of men dressed in black poured out from the elevator. In an instant, they surrounded the three of them. A young man in a white suit walked out slowly, his eyes filled with malice. Yi Feng, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It was none other than Yin Tianqi. Seeing him, Yi Feng simply stood with his hands behind his back and smirked. Oh? So the lesson I gave you earlier wasn't enough? You came back just to get yourself killed? You! Yin Tianqi's face darkened with rage. Yi, don't think that just because Zhao Yu backed you up, you can do whatever you want in Longcheng. She's not here now, let's see who's going to save you this time. At this point, even Sun Mooching and Su Chanxian, who weren't the most experienced in such matters, realized the danger of the situation. Yin Tianqi, what are you trying to do? Don't do anything stupid. Sun Mooching frowned. Beside her, Su Chanxian placed her hands on her hips and said, yeah. Even President Chen didn't dare mess with Yi Feng earlier. If you go after him now, aren't you afraid that President Chen and President Zhao will find out and come after you? Besides, Mooching is still here. Aren't you afraid of scaring her with this big scene? She had a point. After all, everyone in Longcheng knew that Yin Tianqi had been pursuing Sun Mooching for years. Even if he no longer cared about Yi Feng's connection to Zhao Yu, he surely wouldn't want to upset the girl he liked, right? But instead of calming down, Yin Tianqi grew even more furious. Chapter 7, A Filthy Convict? Afraid? Yin Tianqi let out a cold snort. If it weren't for this bastard, would my Yin family have lost our deal with the Chun family? Chen Sanyuan has already cut ties with us. What do I have to be afraid of? As for you. He turned his gaze to Sun Mooching. I've chased after you for years, but you've never given me a straight answer. You just keep stringing me along. Well, what if I just take what I want? Then you won't have a choice anymore. Thump! Sun Mooching's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed drastically. Yin Tianqi, are you insane? My Sun family may not be as strong as the Yin family, but we're still a top-tier second-class family. If you dare do anything to me, aren't you afraid my mother will come after you? Even Su Chanxian was stunned by his words. She quickly steadied herself and tried to negotiate. Young Master Yin, I know you're upset about what happened at the club tonight. But we're all important people in Longcheng, why tear each other apart? Wouldn't it be better to find a way to recover from your losses? I remember the Yin family has a home customization business. My Su family is in real estate, why don't we work together? That could help your family regain some of its standing. Under normal circumstances, Yin Tianqi might have considered this offer. But tonight? He had lost face in front of everyone and watched his biggest business ally walk away. How could he just let that go? Yi Feng, you sure are lucky. First, Jia Yu backed you up. Now, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian are trying to protect you too. Yin Tianqi smirked and mocked. Tell you what, if you kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and break one of your own arms, maybe I'll let you go. Kneeling was one thing, but breaking an arm? Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian exchanged glances. After a brief moment of thought, they came to a conclusion. Yi Feng, they outnumber us. Just swallow your pride for now, your life is more important. Yi Feng, don't be reckless. If you provoke Yin Tianqi now, he'll never let you go. They kept urging him, afraid he'd say something reckless again. But the more they feared it, the more likely it was to happen. Yi Feng glanced around at the thugs surrounding him and smirked. Yin Tianqi, do you really think these nobodies you brought with you are enough to take my arm? Naive. His tone was arrogant and domineering. Yin Tianqi's face twisted with rage, the veins in his neck bulging. Good, very good. Yi Feng, you really don't know when to quit. Men, kill him. At his command, the gangsters pulled out iron rods and closed in on Yi Feng. The tension in the air was suffocating. Sun Muqing was completely panicked now. If anything happened to Yi Feng, how would she explain it to her mother? Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and made a desperate decision. Yin Tianqi, don't you like me? If you let Yi Feng go, I'll be with you. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected that Sun Muqing would go this far for him. Muqing, these weaklings aren't even enough to warm me up. Don't worry, I can handle them. But instead of relief, the two women only felt frustration. Yi Feng, can you stop talking big? Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? You're one guy against 20. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were both furious and anxious. With no other choice, they pinned their hopes on Yin Tianqi. Yin Tianqi, ignore whatever nonsense Yi Feng is saying. Since I made a promise, I'll keep my word. Sun Muqing reaffirmed her stance. She had hoped to use this as a way to defuse the crisis. But who would have thought? Yin Tianqi simply sneered. Sun Muqing, you think too highly of yourself. Once I'm done with this piece of trash, do you think you'll still be able to escape? What? Sun Muqing felt a chill down her spine. It was only now that she realized her predicament. To Yin Tianqi, she was nothing more than a caged prey. She had no bargaining power at all. Yin Tianqi. At that moment, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. If you had just left the club, this would have been over. But since you insist on digging your own grave, don't blame me for what happens next. Still trying to scare him? Yin Tianqi laughed coldly. Oh really? Then let's see who teaches who a lesson tonight. Get him. As soon as he gave the order, the thugs charged forward. This idiot doesn't even know his place and dares to go against young Master Yin. Exactly. You're just a filthy ex-convict, what are you acting all arrogant for? Brothers, take him down. With loud shouts, the gangsters swung their iron rods and rushed at Yi Feng. Anyone else would have been terrified by this scene. But unfortunately for them, the young man standing before them was Yi Feng, a master of both medicine and martial arts. A bunch of weaklings. Yi Feng's face remained indifferent. Not only did he not run, but his figure flashed like a ghost, weaving between the dozens of attackers. Boom! 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 In an instant, bodies flew through the air like scraps of paper. Each punch landed with crushing force. Wherever he passed, not a single person remained standing. Though it sounds like a long sequence of events, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The once arrogant gang of 20 men was now lying sprawled across the ground. The underground parking lot echoed with their agonized groans. How was this possible? Yin Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were also completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that Yi Feng was this strong, handling 20 men at once with ease. I told you, the small fries you brought aren't even enough for a warm-up. Yi Feng cracked his knuckles. The sound sent chills down the spines of those still conscious. What do you want? As Yi Feng took slow steps toward him, Yin Tianqi's legs started trembling, his face turning pale. Seeing this, Yi Feng smirked coldly, his disdain evident. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? What, scared now? Too bad, it's too late. With that, he suddenly grabbed Yin Tianqi's wrist and tightened his grip. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping echoed. Yin Tianqi's screams followed immediately. Ah! My hand! My hand! Yi Feng, you lunatic! How dare you do this to me? I'm the only heir of the Yin family, the future successor of Yin Corporation. If you do this to me, my family will never forgive you. That threat might have worked on others. But to Yi Feng, it was nothing but a joke. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. His eyes turned even colder. Then, he raised his leg and kicked straight at Yin Tianqi's kneecap. Crack! Another crisp bone-breaking sound. Ah! Yin Tianqi let out a shriek so painful it nearly knocked him unconscious. Faced with absolute power, his arrogance crumbled entirely. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he sobbed. Yi Feng, no, young Master Yi. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan finally snapped out of their shock. There was no time to be amazed. They quickly stepped in to stop Yi Feng. Yi Feng, that's enough. Stop hitting him. Yi Feng, he's still the eldest son of the Yin family. If you cripple him, how will we explain this to the Yin family? Even though Yi Feng wasn't afraid at all. But to keep his sister from worrying, he decided to let it go. Yin Tianqi, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare mess with Muqing or the Sun family again, I promise, there will be no more Yin family in Longcheng. With that, he ignored the injured man and left the parking lot with the two women. Watching their car disappear into the distance, Yin Tianqi gritted his teeth in hatred. Yi Feng! Yi Feng! I swear, I will make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Yi Feng and Sun Muqing arrived at the Sun family estate. As soon as they walked in, Chen Sini greeted them with concern. Fenger, how was your evening? Did you have fun at the club? Seeing her mother only concerned about Yi Feng, Sun Muqing, who had just gone through such a terrifying ordeal, felt even more frustrated. Of course, he had fun. He spent the whole night showing off and nearly got me and Shanshan killed. Hearing this, Sun Zhanghai, who had been sitting on the couch, immediately stood up. What happened? Yi Feng caused trouble at the club? Sun Muqing pouted and explained the whole situation. After hearing everything, Sun Zhanghai's expression immediately darkened. His tone carried a hidden meaning as he said, If I had known, I would have just let Muqing go to the club alone tonight. Now look, you've caused such a mess. What if the Yin family comes looking for trouble later? I'm telling you, it's because of those 3 years in prison, he has no self-control anymore. He acts without thinking about the consequences. Chen Sini, being a smart woman, instantly picked up on the meaning behind her husband's words. She glared at Sun Zhanghai and retorted. It was Yin Tianqi who started this whole mess. He deliberately targeted Fenger at the club. Why are you blaming Fenger? Besides, if Fenger hadn't been there tonight, our daughter would have been ruined by that scumbag. So what if Fenger crippled him? He deserved it. Fine, keep defending him. Let's see what you do when the Yin family comes knocking. Sun Zhanghai was both frustrated and helpless. If they come, we'll deal with it, Chen Sini said firmly. Then, she patted Yi Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Fenger, don't worry. You stood up for Muqing and offended Yin Tianqi. I won't let anyone lay a hand on you. Tisk. Sun Zhanghai scoffed. Not wanting to watch this motherly love unfold any longer, he picked up his teacup and went into the bedroom, sparing himself the headache. Mom! Sun Muqing frowned in frustration. Even if you're biased toward Yi Feng, you still have to be reasonable. This wouldn't have been a big deal if he had just apologized instead of making things worse with his arrogant remarks. Besides, he's not young Master Yi anymore. What's wrong with being a little humble? What's so bad about backing down for once? The way you always take his side, who knows what kind of disaster he'll cause in the future? Muqing, do you really think Yin Tianqi was targeting Fenger? Chen Sini sighed. You've refused Yin Tianqi's advances for so long, it was only a matter of time before he snapped. Did you really think he wouldn't resort to force one day? Fenger's lesson to him tonight stopped him from trying to hurt you again. I'd rather face the wrath of the Yin family with Fenger than see you forced to marry into their family and suffer for the rest of your life. Her words were like a wake-up call to Sun Muqing. She finally realized the gravity of the situation. Back in the parking lot, Yin Tianqi had already revealed his true colors. If he had actually gotten his hands on her, her future would have been nothing but darkness. Thinking about it now, Sun Muqing shuddered, still feeling a lingering fear. But because of her pride, she couldn't bring herself to admit she was wrong. Instead, she said awkwardly, All right, I get it, Mom. I'll buy him a few sets of clothes tomorrow, okay? You. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Before her mother could say more, Sun Mooching dashed off to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Sini shook her head helplessly. This child is so spoiled. Fenger, don't take it to heart. Of course not, godmother, Yifeng smiled calmly. Mooching just has some misunderstandings about me. But she still defended me today, she does care about me. That's good. Hearing this, Chen Sini was relieved. After a brief pause, she suddenly asked, Fenger, tell me the truth, what's the real story between you and President Zhao of Tianjun Group? Tianjun Group only rose to prominence in the past 2 years. Logically, you and Zhao Yu shouldn't have any connection. When did you become her brother's lifesaver? As expected, this excuse might work on others, but fooling his godmother wouldn't be easy. But the problem was, he couldn't reveal the truth yet. It's actually quite simple. President Zhao's brother was my cellmate in prison. I took care of him while we were inside, so after I got out, he asked his sister to look out for me. Yifeng quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. It wasn't surprising that he wanted to hide the truth. The true culprit behind the Yi family's massacre had yet to be revealed. For now, he had to keep a low profile, hide his identity, and wait for the right moment to take revenge. More importantly, the force that wiped out the Yi family in a single night had to be unimaginably powerful. If he wasn't careful, he could drag his godmother's entire family into danger. No wonder. Chen Sini nodded in understanding. Alright then, get some rest. Don't stay up too late. I got it, godmother. Yifeng nodded, took a shower, and went to his room. Just as he closed the door, his phone rang. Seeing Zhao Yu's name on the screen, he answered immediately. Young Master Yi, we found something regarding your investigation. After the Yi family was wiped out, the Lu, Li, and Lin families immediately divided up the Yi family's assets. Thanks to those stolen assets, all 3 families successfully rose to second-tier status in Longcheng. After a brief pause, Zhao Yu asked, Young Master Yi, do you want Tianjun Group to take action? Chapter 9, Time to reveal the truth? Not yet. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. Let them enjoy their success for a little longer. I have my own plans. After giving the order, he hung up the phone and sat cross-legged on the bed. The night the Yi family was destroyed, he barely survived. Although he had recovered since then and gained incredible skills, the internal injuries from that night had kept his martial cultivation stuck at the peak of the Kaiyuan, opening origin, stage. He couldn't break through. In martial cultivation, there were 9 major realms, each separated by a vast chasm of power. If he could break through Kaiyuan and step into the Qi movement realm, then beneath Qi movement, all would be mere ants. The commonly known martial realms were body tempering, Kaiyuan, Qi movement, separation, true essence, divine travel, transcendent, and saint entry. But what most people didn't know was that beyond saint entry, there were 8 supreme divine realms: return to void, void king, Tao source, emperor sovereign, great emperor, beyond heaven and earth, and creation of the heavens. And the path Yifeng was walking was the path leading straight to the creation of the heavens. With the yang essence vein here to nourish my injuries, breaking through Kaiyuan is only a matter of time. His eyes flickered with excitement. He activated his cultivation technique and began absorbing the yang essence qi from the underground vein to heal his body. The next morning, after cultivating all night, Yifeng didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and energized. More importantly, the internal injuries in his body had significantly weakened. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Chen Sini's voice came from outside. Fenger, are you awake? I'm up. Yifeng got out of bed and opened the door. What's wrong, godmother? It's Mooching, Chen Sini chuckled, nodding toward the living room. She knows she was wrong but is too proud to admit it. So this morning, she got up early and made breakfast. She even told me to call you over to eat. Looks like I'm in for a treat. Yifeng's eyes lit up. After washing up, he sat at the table. He had expected a simple meal of porridge and fried dough sticks. But to his surprise, there were crystal shrimp dumplings and several refreshing side dishes. He picked up a dumpling and took a bite. The rich shrimp flavor burst into his mouth. It was delicious. Well, how's my cooking? Seeing him enjoy it, Sun Mooching lifted her chin proudly. Not to brag, but anyone who's tried my cooking has never said it wasn't good. That's true. I've never had shrimp dumplings this good before. Encouraged by Yifeng's praise, Sun Mooching became even more talkative. As they ate, she suddenly frowned at his outfit. Yifeng, what are you wearing? It's so ugly. Come on, I'm taking you shopping. Sure. Feeling warm inside, Yifeng didn't refuse. It wasn't every day his little sister took the initiative to be nice to him. Soon, they left the house and drove to a large shopping mall. Since all the parking spaces were full, Sun Muching had to pull over temporarily. Yifeng, go to LV on the second floor and wait for me. I'll park the car and meet you there. Got it. Yifeng nodded. But as soon as he entered the LV store, he ran into a familiar face. Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao were walking arm in arm, about to enter the store. Suddenly, Li Yaqing's eyes lit up as she spotted Yifeng approaching the entrance. Well, what a coincidence. Running into a filthy ex-convict like you here. What are you doing here? Li Yaqing glared at him. Back at the club, she had hoped to thoroughly humiliate Yifeng, but Xiaoyu had unexpectedly intervened, saving him. She still couldn't understand how a convict like Yifeng had any connection to Xiaoyu's brother from Tianjun Group. After thinking it over, she convinced herself that Yifeng had simply gotten lucky. But no matter what, luck wouldn't change the fact that he was now at the very bottom of society. Yifeng, don't think that just because you've clung onto President Zhao from Tianjun Group, you can act all high and mighty in Longcheng. You got lucky last time, but you've already offended young Master Yin and President Chen. Next time, you won't be able to walk away so easily. Li Yaqing was still under the naive impression that Yin Tianqi and Chen Sanyuan were planning to get revenge on Yifeng. She had no idea that Yin Tianqi was already crippled. Yifeng frowned slightly but couldn't be bothered to deal with these two nobodies. Ignoring them, he walked straight into the LV store. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Li Yaqing was furious. Yifeng, are you out of your mind? This is LV. If you want cheap knockoffs, take a right at the next street. Here, I've got some spare change for you, just take it. Consider it charity. She pulled out a thick stack of small bills from her bag and held it out toward Yifeng, intending to humiliate him. At the same time, she waved over a store employee. There's an ex-convict here. Hurry up and throw him out. This isn't a place for people like him. Her voice was sharp, dripping with mockery. Zhang Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter, snorting like a pig. Do you even know where you are? Any random outfit here costs more than you can spend in a year. You think you can afford anything here? He waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly, signaling the employee to kick Yifeng out. 3 years ago, Zhang Tao would never have dared to act like this. But now, in his eyes, the once privileged Yifeng wasn't even worth as much as a stray dog. His actions were a perfect example of human cruelty at its worst. Oh? So just because you can afford it, I can't? Yifeng pulled out a stack of red banknotes from his pocket and slapped them right into Li Yaqing's face. Consider this my wedding gift to you two dogs. After all, you used to be my lackey, and now you're marrying the woman I played with and discarded. Yifeng's voice was loud, booming across the entire mall. Immediately, every customer turned their heads to look at Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao. Li Yaqing felt like she had been slapped in the face. Her skin burned with embarrassment. His words enraged both of them. Her chest heaved with anger as she nearly jumped in fury. Who are you calling dogs? Darling, this ex-convict is getting out of line. Are you just going to let him insult me? She clung onto Zhang Tao's arm and pouted seductively. Zhang Tao, unable to hold back any longer, raised his hand to strike Yifeng. Stop. At that moment, Sun Muching, who had just arrived, rushed over. Yifeng's expression had already turned deadly. Had Zhang Tao actually dared to land that hit, he would have been crippled on the spot. Yifeng had ignored these two before, but if they dared provoke him, he wouldn't hold back. Li Yaqing, unaware that Sun Muching had saved Zhang Tao from disaster, quickly pretended to be friendly and grabbed Sun Muching's hand. Muching, what a coincidence. You're here too? Yifeng just insulted me in front of everyone, the staff here saw everything. I was going to teach him a lesson, but since you're here, I'll let it slide this time. Sun Muching shot Yifeng a glare but still shook off Li Yaqing's hand. I brought Yifeng here to buy some clothes. Are you guys shopping too? The moment Li Yaqing heard that Sun Muching was paying for Yifeng, she understood immediately. No wonder this ex-convict dared to walk into LV, he had someone paying for him. Humph. Just don't let me see you again. With that, Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao stepped into the LV store. Sun Muching sighed helplessly. Although her opinion of Yifeng had slightly improved, this guy was way too arrogant and always causing trouble. With his domineering attitude, she couldn't even relax when they went out. She was constantly on edge, afraid he'd stir up more trouble. Longchang is huge. Can't you just keep a low profile? One day, you're going to provoke the wrong person. She tried to reason with him. Is there anyone in Longchang I can't afford to provoke? Yi Feng chuckled. Although what he said was true, coming from his mouth, Sun Muching only felt like he was delusional. Would it kill you to stop bragging for once? She shot him a glare. Let's go. Inside the LV store, Sun Muching picked out 3 outfits for Yi Feng and paid for them without hesitation. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao were being treated like VIPs, enjoying personalized service. Before leaving, they couldn't resist mocking Yi Feng one last time. What, you plan to leech off women for the rest of your life? Just as Li Yaqing finished speaking, a store manager rushed over, looking flustered. Yes sir, I apologize for the delay. President Qin of the mall asked me to personally give you this VIP card. There's 1 million yuan loaded onto it, please feel free to use it anytime. With that, the manager bowed at a full 90 degrees and presented the card with both hands. Silence. Li Yaqing was completely stunned. Zhang Tao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Sun Muching's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Please thank President Qin for me, Yi Feng said calmly as he took the card. Then, he glanced at Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao, the corners of his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. The sight of that smirk hit Li Yaqing like a thunderbolt. What she didn't know was that this entire shopping mall was owned by Tianjun Group and Tianjun Group belonged to Yi Feng. Muching, let's go. With that, Yi Feng turned and walked out of the mall. Just as they stepped outside, Sun Muching's phone rang. It was Su Chanshan calling. Muching. There's a class reunion at Longcheng Grand Hotel tonight. Let's go together. I heard a lot of our old classmates will be there. Su Chanshan and Sun Muching had been university classmates. Sun Muching had already received the invitation but wasn't interested. She turned to glance at Yi Feng. She really didn't want to bring him along, fearing he'd cause a scene. I heard Chen Zifan will be there too. What, don't you want to see your old lover? What old lover? Chanshan, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Ha, then just come with me. It's not like you have anything better to do. Sun Muching didn't want to go, but she couldn't refuse Su Chanshan, her closest friend. Fine, fine. I'll go. After hanging up, she turned to Yi Feng. Listen up. If you're coming, you have to follow my lead. Otherwise, I'll tell my mom and never take you anywhere again. She glared at him with a stern expression. Yi Feng chuckled. All right. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Fu. Young Master Yi. We found something about your investigation. We've confirmed that several major families in Longcheng played a role in the Yi family massacre. But the one responsible for wiping out your family overnight was just one. Hearing this, a storm of hatred surged in Yi Feng's heart. His voice turned ice cold. Who? Yi Feng's voice was terrifyingly cold. Zhao Fu knew that this was the moment when young Master Yi was at his angriest. He trembled as he spoke. It's Zhang Longhu. Zhang Longhu was known as the Underground Emperor of Longcheng. He was originally a special forces soldier but was expelled from the military for disobeying orders. Later, he spent a few years as a mercenary, but he didn't make much money. Over a decade ago, he started frequenting the underground circles of Longcheng, participating in illegal boxing matches. With his strength, he carved out a bloody path for himself. In Longcheng, no major family dares to disrespect him. And the one who wiped out the Yi family overnight was Zhang Longhu. But, there may be hidden interests behind this that ordinary people don't know about. Young Master Yi. Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, Zhao Fu hesitated. At that moment, Yi Feng's fingers had already dug deep into his own flesh. He hadn't expected that, in just a few days, Zhao Fu would have uncovered so many leads. Veins bulged on Yi Feng's forehead, making him look like a vengeful god of death. This was a blood feud, one that could never be forgiven. If he hadn't been lucky enough to survive, he would have been buried along with his family long ago. Tell Zhang Longhu to wash his neck and wait. In 3 days, I will kill him. Yi Feng growled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart skipped a beat. That was Zhang Longhu, the underground emperor of Longcheng, the man who practically controlled half of the city. If anyone else had heard Yi Feng say this, they would have called him insane. But Zhao Fu knew young Master Yi wasn't joking. Even if Zhang Longhu ruled Longcheng, so what? If young Master Yi made a move, the entire city would tremble. Young Master Yi, should we take our time planning this? I'm afraid we might alert the enemy, And who knows, there could be other powerful forces involved. Let them come. Anyone who has the blood of the Yi family on their hands, I won't spare a single one. Yifeng closed his eyes briefly, forcing himself to suppress his raging fury. Killing Zhang Longhu wouldn't necessarily scare the real mastermind into hiding. On the contrary, it might draw them out. It was time to remind them the Yi family has returned. Understood, young Master Yi. With that, Yifeng swiftly hung up the phone. From a distance, Sun Muqing noticed that something was off about Yifeng's expression. She frowned slightly. Who called you? It's nothing. Yifeng smiled faintly. He wouldn't let anyone know about this. And he certainly wouldn't let his godmother's family get dragged into it. She had been so good to him, he would repay her in time. Then why are you standing there like an idiot? Get in the car already. It's getting dark. Rolling her eyes at him, Sun Muqing hopped into her Audi. Yifeng followed and got in as well. At the 5-star hotel. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel. Through the window, Yifeng saw a crowd of elegantly dressed men and women gathered at the entrance. Several luxury sports cars were parked outside. Even though the Sun family was wealthy, compared to Longqing's true elite, they were still far behind. Muqing. Ugh, I've been waiting for you forever. Why are you so late? As soon as Sun Muqing stepped out of the car, Su Chanxian hurried over. However, the moment she saw Yifeng, her smile instantly froze. She grabbed Sun Muqing's arm, her face full of disdain. Why did you bring him? After what had happened with Yin Tianqi, her impression of Yifeng had hit rock bottom. In Su Chanxian's eyes, Yifeng was nothing more than a brute. She thought he must have picked up some street fighting skills in prison, just enough to beat up Yin Tianqi. Fortunately, the Yin family hadn't retaliated. Otherwise, her family might have been forced to apologize. He just tagged along. My mom keeps forcing me to bring him everywhere. Listen, Su Chanxian whispered to Sun Muqing, there are a lot of rich second-generation heirs here today. You'd better keep a close eye on him. Yifeng simply smiled and shook his head. Was she really that afraid he would cause trouble? He was actually in a good mood today. After all, he had finally uncovered some leads about his family's massacre. Tonight, he was just here to accompany Sun Muqing and protect her. A familiar face appears. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd and strode toward them. Sun Muqing looked up, her expression changed slightly. Muqing. Long time no see. How have you been? The man completely ignored Yifeng, extending his hand toward Sun Muqing. Chen Zifeng. I'm fine. Sun Muqing refused to shake his hand and instead grabbed Su Chanxian's hand, intending to leave. But Chen Zifeng blocked her path with his tall frame. Muqing. It's been so many years, and you still won't forgive me? I told you back then it was just a misunderstanding. Chen Zifeng was still smiling. With his sharp eyebrows, defined features, and handsome face, he was undoubtedly good-looking. But in Sun Muqing's eyes, he was nothing but a scumbag. Back in university, Chen Zifeng pursued her relentlessly. After a long time, she finally gave in and agreed to date him. But one night, she caught him cheating, red-handed. She walked in and saw him in bed with another woman. Thankfully, their relationship hadn't lasted long. Chen Zifeng had tried to sleep with her multiple times, but she had always refused. Looking back, she felt so lucky that she had never given in to him. Chen Zifeng. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Sun Muqing's voice was filled with anger. Muqing, I've changed. I've been abroad for 3 years, and I've never stopped thinking about you. The moment he said this, the watching crowd erupted into whispers. Many beautiful women stared at Sun Muqing with jealousy. After all, the Chen family was one of Longqing's top-ranking noble families. Who wouldn't want young Master Chen to fall for them? But Sun Muqing had no interest in this scumbag. At that moment, Yifeng stepped forward, blocking Chen Zifeng. Didn't you hear her? Move. Yifeng's expression turned cold. Chen Zifeng finally noticed him. Yifeng was already handsome, but now that he was dressed head to toe in LV, he looked even more like an elite young master. Chen Zifeng's face darkened. This guy, is he your new boyfriend? As soon as he said this, the entire crowd froze in shock. Even Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing were stunned. After a brief hesitation, Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and blurted out. Yeah, so what? Yifeng was speechless. He was just here to attend a class reunion, and suddenly, he was her boyfriend? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Just then, a man in a black suit stepped forward, sneering. I know who he is. He's Yi Feng, the former young master of the Yi family. He just got out of prison, and not long ago, he even beat up young Master Yin. The speaker was Lu Wei, a lackey of Chen Zifeng. As soon as he spoke, the entire crowd erupted in laughter. So he's just an ex-con? Chen Zifeng suddenly felt even more superior. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's brows furrowed slightly. That young Master Yi. Could he be the same Yi family heir from back then, the one whose entire family was wiped out? If not him, then who else? How many people in Longcheng have the surname Yi? The crowd exchanged comments, bursts of laughter breaking out from time to time. Some even looked at Sun Muqing with a strange expression. Lu Wei leered at Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing, his gaze lingering on their curves before sneering. Miss Sun, of all the men you could choose, why did you pick this loser? A guy like him isn't even worthy of standing beside you. The Sun family is at least a well-respected household in Longcheng, but the Yi family? What are they now? Before he could finish speaking, a sharp gust of wind swept past. Slap! Yi Feng's palm struck Lu Wei's face, sending him staggering. The sudden blow left him dazed, unable to tell which way was up. Yi Feng stared coldly at Lu Wei, who had fallen to the ground. And who the hell do you think you are, to talk to me like that? Within moments, Lu Wei's face swelled up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. No one had expected Yi Feng to suddenly attack, not even Lu Wei himself. You could insult anyone you wanted. But you insult the Yi family, you die. Just as Yi Feng was about to strike again, a stern voice interrupted him. Stop! Sun Muqing quickly grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Chen Zifeng, he insulted Yi Feng first. He deserved to be hit. You piece of garbage, you ex-con. You actually dared to hit me? Lu Wei was livid. For years, no one had ever dared lay a finger on him, all because of Chen Zifeng's backing. Yet today, on his first day here, he was beaten up by a convict. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people, how could he possibly endure it? Through teary, bloodshot eyes, Lu Wei wailed pitifully. Chen! Brother Chen! You have to teach this criminal a lesson. I was standing up for you. Chen Zifeng stepped forward, shielding Lu Wei behind him. His sharp gaze locked onto Yi Feng, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. But Yi Feng remained unfazed, showing no sign of fear. Muqing, I told you this guy was just a reckless brute. Look at him, he's already causing trouble. Su Chanxian anxiously whispered in Sun Muqing's ear. Chen Zifeng wasn't Yin Tianqi. The Chen family's power far exceeded the Yin family's. Even she didn't understand how Yi Feng had suddenly become Sun Muqing's boyfriend. In reality, Sun Muqing had only used Yi Feng as a shield, hoping to make Chen Zifeng give up on her. She never expected Yi Feng to straight up beat up Chen Zifeng's lackey. Su Chanxian was about to explain the situation when Sun Muqing stepped forward first. Chen Zifeng, if you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to step over me first. The moment she said this, jealousy consumed Chen Zifeng. But he forced himself to stay calm. Now wasn't the time to lash out. This class reunion had been organized by him. How could he allow some lowly thug to ruin it? Chen Zifeng smirked coldly. Fine. Since it's for your sake, Muqing, I'll let him go this time. Lu Wei clenched his fists in frustration, but with Chen Zifeng's order, he had no choice but to swallow his anger for now. Humph. Just you wait. With that, he stormed into the hotel. Several classmates cast pitying glances at Yi Feng. Some even shook their heads. This guy is so screwed today. Messing with Chen Zifeng? He's as good as finished. Exactly. Chen Zifeng never lets things slide. If it weren't for Miss Sun, that guy would already be kneeling and begging for mercy. As the whispers grew louder, Sun Muqing's face turned red. Now everyone thought she was dating an ex-con. How humiliating. She glared at Yi Feng. About what I said just now. I know it wasn't real. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I didn't take it seriously. As if he cared about their opinions. If Chen Zifeng knew what was good for him, he'd stay out of Yi Feng's way. Otherwise, Yi Feng wouldn't hesitate to cripple him too. He whistled nonchalantly, looking completely unfazed. Sun Muqing, furious, clenched her teeth. She stomped away, dragging Su Chanxian with her into the hotel. Inside the hotel. Despite the earlier confrontation, the class reunion continued as planned. The rooftop banquet hall of Longcheng Grand Hotel was lavishly decorated. As a child of privilege, Sun Muqing had always attended elite schools. Most of the attendees here were heirs of Longcheng's top families. Yi Feng followed Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian to the top floor. The spacious rooftop was lined with champagne towers and exquisite hors d'oeuvres. As the banquet officially began, Su Chanxian greeted many classmates. Meanwhile, from afar, Chen Zifeng kept his eyes locked onto Sun Muqing. His gaze lingered on her body, his intentions unmistakable. When no one was looking, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Yi Feng and Sun Muqing wandered through the banquet hall. Many classmates clinked glasses with Sun Muqing. But not a single person approached Yi Feng. To them, he was nothing but a fallen heir, not worth their time. Sun Muqing could handle her alcohol well, downing 4 or 5 glasses in a row. You should go sit over there. She really didn't want to be seen with him. All right. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation. He grabbed a glass of wine and went to a corner, leisurely sipping and snacking. Just as he walked away, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a suit, his arm in a sling, his face still bruised. Yin Tianqi. Sun Muqing shuddered. Was he here for revenge? But, unexpectedly, Yin Tianqi smiled pleasantly. Muqing, I wanted to apologize. That day, I acted recklessly. I was just blinded by anger. I promise I won't cause trouble for you or Yi Feng anymore. And I just apologized to Su Chanxian as well. With that, he downed 3 glasses of alcohol in a row. Then, he bowed deeply to Sun Muqing. His expression was sincere, his attitude humble. Sun Muqing was shocked. It's okay. Even though he claimed he wouldn't hold a grudge, something about Yin Tianqi's demeanor seemed off. Muqing, since young Master Yin is being so sincere, we should toast to him as well. Su Chanxian, believing Yin Tianqi had truly changed, picked up a glass. Under the dim lighting, Yin Tianqi discreetly slipped white powder into 2 glasses of champagne. Miss Sun, let's drink together. If you don't, I'll take it as you haven't forgiven me. He handed them the drinks. Sun Muqing hesitated. All right then. The 3 of them clinked glasses and drank. No one knew what had just happened. But as the champagne slid down their throats, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Yin Tianqi's lips. 2 sluts. Tonight, I'm going to make you wish you were dead. His mind had already begun fantasizing about the scene of holding both women in his arms. Even though his hand had been crippled by Yi Feng, it didn't affect his lower half one bit. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was at the banquet, enjoying the food and wine, completely unbothered by the occasional disdainful glances thrown his way. Has this guy never been to a banquet before? He looks like a total country bumpkin. A group of young men beside Lu Wei chuckled mockingly. Lu Wei downed his drink in one gulp, then sneered. Just wait. Soon, this punk will be crawling out of here. Do you even know who owns Longcheng Grand Hotel? The Chen family. They hold a 1/3 stake in the hotel. One word from young Master Chen, and this punk will be kicked out immediately. A convict like him has probably never even seen a high society banquet before. Lu Wei grinned wickedly. Hearing his words, the group of well-dressed men and women around him burst into laughter. Sure enough. Just as he finished speaking, a group of towering security guards stormed in from outside. Their eyes swept across the room, finally locking onto Yi Feng. That's him. Make sure you teach him a lesson. Young Master Chen wants this convict's leg broken. The head of security held a baton, whispering to his men. Don't worry, boss. Tonight, we'll show this punk the dark side of society. Under the security captain's lead, the guards charged towards Yi Feng, quickly surrounding him. At that moment, Yi Feng was casually sipping his wine, completely unaware of the approaching situation. When he finally looked up, he saw a cold, vicious glare directed at him. The security captain pointed at him. You convict. This is young Master Chen's class reunion, and you dare to sneak in? Do you have a death wish? Men. Tie him up. With so many people around, the security captain figured it would be easier to drag Yi Feng outside before dealing with him. Hearing Chen Zifeng's name, Yi Feng immediately understood, so this was his doing. Yi Feng swirled his wineglass, not even sparing the guards a glance. I'm here with my girlfriend for the reunion. Is that a problem? Your girlfriend? A convict like you, still pretending? Get him. The security captain gave the order, and 7 or 8 guards lunged at Yi Feng. At that moment, Sun Muqing finally noticed the commotion. Stop. What are you doing? She shouted. What are we doing? This convict is eating and drinking for free, I'm kicking him out. The security captain didn't recognize Sun Muqing. He raised his baton and swung it straight at Yi Feng's head, planning to knock him out before tying him up. A bunch of pathetic insects. Yi Feng simply tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the blow. In the distance, Lu Wei and the others were already laughing hysterically. See? I told you this punk would crawl out of here. But just as Lu Wei finished speaking, Yi Feng moved like lightning. One punch. One kick. A flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 7 or 8 figures flew backward, crashing to the floor like broken kites. Agonized screams echoed throughout the banquet hall. The crowd stared in shock at Yi Feng. Chen Zifeng's expression turned incredibly ugly, like he had just swallowed a fly. Useless trash. He never expected his entire security team, a dozen men, to be beaten down in mere seconds by a convict. Yi Feng stood tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, his eyes sharp and domineering. The pressure alone made the remaining security guards tremble, their breathing ragged. Especially the security captain, his arm was completely broken. Why you? What? You still want to teach me a lesson? Yi Feng glared coldly at the security captain. He drank the last sip of his wine, not spilling a single drop, before turning his gaze to Chen Zifeng. If a fool was asking to die, Yi Feng didn't mind helping him along. But just then, the commotion attracted the hotel's upper management. A group of well-dressed men entered the banquet hall. At the lead was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. The moment he saw Chen Zifeng, he immediately bowed deeply. Young Master Chen. What's going on here? You should be asking him, not me. Chen Zifeng coldly pointed at Yi Feng. The group of suits followed his gaze and immediately noticed Yi Feng and the injured security guards. So someone's causing trouble here? The middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone arrogant. Kid. I'm Li Jinshan, the general manager of Longcheng Grand Hotel. Who are you? Li Jinshan swept his hair back, looking high and mighty. Yi Feng had no interest in wasting words. This all started with Chen Zifeng. Who I am, is none of your business. At those words, the entire hall fell silent. Moments later, the suits and onlookers burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I've seen arrogant people before, but never this arrogant. Do you even know who you're talking to? Do you even know where you are? Li Jinshan gritted his teeth, firing off 2 questions. I don't know, and I don't care. Yi Feng's expression remained ice-cold. But I do know one thing. If that Chen bastard doesn't stop bothering mooching, I won't hesitate to cripple him. His words boomed through the hall. His expression was terrifyingly cold. But to Li Jinshan and the others, Yi Feng looked like a complete lunatic. The crowd laughed even harder. Mr. Li, this punk is clearly delusional. Forget it, I feel generous today. One of Li Jinshan's subordinates tossed a thick wad of cash into the air. As bills rained down, the man smirked mockingly. This money? Use it to get your head checked. Now, kneel kowtow 3 times to young Master Chen and Mr. Li, and we'll let you leave. The spectators whispered among themselves. He's doomed. He pissed off the wrong people. Longcheng Grand Hotel belongs to Tianjun Group. Mr. Li was hand-picked by the chairman himself. Making trouble in his hotel? This fool has no idea what he's done. Only Sun Mooching was panicking. Things had escalated far beyond what she expected. She regretted ever bringing Yi Feng here. But Yi Feng remained calm. Oh? You said I should crawl out of here? He dialed a number. A moment later, a cold voice answered. Young Master Yi. Someone's trying to make me crawl out of Longcheng Grand Hotel. His name is Li Jinshan, and another one is Chen Zifeng. You have 3 minutes. Get here. After hanging up, Yi Feng sat back down. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu's face darkened. These blind fools. Daring to provoke young Master Yi? Prepare the car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom roared toward Longcheng Grand Hotel at full speed. Top floor of the Longcheng Grand Hotel, countless people watched Yi Feng, who was only seen making a phone call. Li Jinshan was so infuriated by this ex-convict that he almost laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? Daring to act recklessly in Longcheng? I'll make sure you die without a grave. This sentence was filled with murderous intent and threats. Sun Mooching knew that she could no longer stop today's disaster. At this point, the only option was to apologize quickly and let Chen Zifeng vent his anger. She took a step forward and said, Young Master Chen. Everything that happened today is because of me. Please, let him go. Yi Feng. Apologize to young Master Chen. Sun Muqing tugged hard on Yifeng's arm. Suddenly, she felt dizzy but managed to steady herself. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi was observing everything from behind. He never expected that this fool Yifeng would offend both Chen Zifeng and Li Jinshan. This made him even more excited. Once Chen Zifeng and President Li dealt with Yifeng, he would already be in bed with Sun Muqing. This fight would ultimately benefit him the most, and both of them would end up being played by him. Yin Tianqi almost burst out laughing. He glanced at his watch. The drug would take full effect in 30 minutes. Miss Sun, I think it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. Let them handle it themselves. Yin Tianqi held onto Sun Muqing's arm. Her skin was delicate, smooth like a baby's, and a deep greed flashed in Yin Tianqi's eyes. Li Jinshan and Chen Zifeng looked at Yifeng with utter disdain, just waiting to see who this ex-convict could call for help. At that moment, the roaring sound of engines echoed from outside the hotel, drawing everyone's attention. More than a dozen luxury cars screeched to a stop at the hotel entrance. Chen Zifeng also looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw a familiar figure quickly step out of a Rolls-Royce. When he took a closer look, he was stunned. Why is my dad here? Didn't he say he was meeting some important business partners today? But then, Chen Zifeng laughed. Ha ha ha. He must have come for the excitement. He's always wanted to meet my old classmates. After all, they were all second-generation rich kids from Longcheng, and many of them knew his father. This idiot won't just be crawling out of here today, he might not even be able to leave at all. One luxury car after another made the wealthy heirs nervous. Soon, another imposing figure stepped out of a vehicle. Wait, who do I see? Isn't that Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and everyone's gaze shifted away from Yifeng to look downstairs. A group of figures rushed inside hurriedly, as if possessed. Chen Zifeng never imagined that things had escalated to the point where even the head of Tianjun Group and his own father had shown up. For a moment, he even felt sorry for this ex-convict. He knew his father's temper. Whether or not he personally took action, if Yifeng had provoked him, his father wouldn't let him off easily. Just don't kill the guy later. Chen Zifeng smirked. Yifeng. Quickly. Apologize now. What are you waiting for? Sun Muqing was so anxious that she nearly stomped her feet. One was the head of the Chen family, and the other was the mysterious head of Tianjun Group, Zhao Fu. Either of them could kill Yifeng 100 times over. But Yifeng was as stubborn as ever. No matter what she said, he remained motionless, standing with his hands behind his back. Boom! The heavy double doors of the hotel's top floor were suddenly blasted open by an immense force. The sound startled everyone. Immediately after, they saw the Chen family patriarch, Chenin, striding in. Dad! Chen Zifeng was overjoyed, a victorious smile on his face as he stepped forward to greet his father. But just as they met, a fierce slap came flying at him. The force of the slap was so strong that Chen Zifeng had no chance to resist. His body was sent flying, crashing hard onto the floor. Glass shattered everywhere, and at that moment, everyone felt as if their hearts had exploded. You bastard! How did I raise someone like you? Dad! Why did you hit me? Chen Zifeng was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. In just a few moments, his face had swollen like a pig's head. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't think of anything he had done recently to anger his father. Why did I hit you? I hit you because you deserve it. You motherf. Chen Zifeng had never been beaten before in his life, but now, his own father had gone mad, thrashing him mercilessly without hesitation. He even used all his strength. What on earth had happened? I told you to keep a low profile. To behave yourself. You always bring me trouble. Dad! Please, stop. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Chen Zifeng wailed in agony. But Chenin showed no mercy. He immediately pulled out his leather belt. A relentless storm of whippings landed on Chen Zifeng, and in just moments, his body was covered in bruises. The onlookers in the distance were terrified. Lu Wei even staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this really Chen Zifeng's biological father? Meanwhile, Yifeng glanced at his watch and nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 3 minutes. Pretty fast. Chenin only stopped after he was drenched in sweat from beating his son. Mr. Yi. I apologize for disturbing you. Zhao Fu slightly bowed to Yifeng. Yifeng simply gave him a look, signaling him to handle the situation. He didn't want to make things too big, but today, someone had pushed too far and provoked him. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. By the time Chenin was exhausted, Chen Zifeng was already barely conscious, lying motionless on the floor. Then, he quickly turned around and deeply bowed to Zhao Fu and Yifeng. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi. This is all my fault for not teaching my son properly. A father is to blame when his son goes astray. Everything that happened today was entirely my responsibility. Please, for the sake of my late father's friendship with you, spare my son. Chenin pleaded with Zhao Fu, who then glanced at Yifeng, seeing that he seemed satisfied. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fu said, "Get lost. And don't let me see anything like this again." The crowd watched in horror. Lu Wei, seizing the opportunity, quietly slipped away. No one knew who Yifeng really was, but Zhao Fu and Chenin's attitudes had already explained everything. Chenin had his men drag his son away without looking back, leaving the others in a daze, as if waking from a dream. As Yifeng turned to look for Sun Mooching among the crowd, she had already disappeared. At that moment, in a spacious bedroom, Yin Tianqi held up both Sun Mooching and Su Chanqian, tossing them onto the bed. Chanqian, why do I feel so dizzy? So hot. Me too. Yin Tianqi's eyes flickered. Time wasn't up yet, and the drug hadn't taken full effect. But soon, once it did, they would both lose consciousness. And then, it would be his time to enjoy them. Yin Xiao. Where is this place? Su Chanqian covered her burning cheeks, her expression dazed. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi was secretly delighted. It seemed the drug was taking effect. Su Chanqian couldn't even remember how she got here. This is Longcheng Grand Hotel. You both drank too much. Young Master Chen asked me to arrange a room for you to rest. Su Chanqian glanced beside her and saw Sun Mooching. Only then did her doubts fade away. With Sun Mooching around, she felt that Chen Zifeng wouldn't dare act recklessly. Little did she know, this was all part of Yin Tianqi's scheme. Yin Tianqi sneered to himself. Then you two rest well here. I'll leave now. Meanwhile, on the hotel's top floor, all the wealthy heirs were trembling as they looked at the man standing not far away. Calm and reserved, yet exuding an imposing aura, it was clear that Yifeng was already acquainted with the chairman of Tianjun Group. Beside him, Li Jinshan's legs were trembling uncontrollably. He was merely a minor general manager of Longcheng Group. But standing opposite him was the chairman of Tianjun Group. Li Jinshan knew all too well how powerful Tianjun Group was. 90% of Longcheng's industries were controlled by Tianjun Group. In front of Zhao Fu, he was nothing more than a fly easily crushed. And even after being crushed, no one would care enough to clean up his remains. At this moment, Li Jinshan finally realized the young man in front of him was no ex-convict at all. He stammered, Zhao Chairman. Zhao Fu turned around, his sharp gaze filled with barely contained fury. The two bodyguards immediately understood. Slap! 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 A series of heavy slaps landed on Li Jinshan's face. Blood gushed from his nose. Thud! He fell to his knees. Within seconds, Li Jinshan was kowtowing repeatedly. Chairman Zhao. This really has nothing to do with me. It was all Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng? What kind of thing is he? He dares to disrespect my guest? You're in charge of Longcheng Grand Hotel. Such an incident happening under your watch means you're a disgrace of a manager. Now, get lost. Zhao Fu had trained in martial arts in his younger years, and his presence alone carried an air of dominance. That was precisely why he had been able to manage Tianjun Group so well. Li Jinshan was utterly devastated. He had worked half his life to become the general manager of Longcheng Grand Hotel. And now, after just 1 year in this position, he was being thrown out. With Tianjun Group's influence, he knew there would be no place for him in Longcheng anymore. All of this was because he had offended Yifeng. The banquet had lost all meaning at this point. Tonight, Yifeng had completely stolen the spotlight. Bang! 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 Li Jinshan, snot and tears streaming down his face, banged his head against the floor, pleading desperately. Please. Chairman Zhao. I know I was wrong. His pitiful appearance was all in the hope of keeping his job. Didn't you hear me? Get lost. Zhao Fu was irritated. The two bodyguards immediately grabbed Li Jinshan and dragged him out. After handling the matter, Zhao Fu nodded at Yifeng before turning to leave. Yifeng didn't want to reveal his identity, but tonight had been a bit too high profile. That wasn't his usual style, but sometimes he had to show strength. Otherwise, people would think he was an easy target. Soon, a new security team arrived and cleaned up the scene. Under the spotlight, the banquet resumed. The wealthy heirs of Longcheng, who had previously mocked Yi Feng, now raised their glasses, eager to toast him. But Yi Feng wasn't interested. He only wanted to find Su Qianxian and Sun Muqing. Scanning the crowd, he realized they weren't there. His brows furrowed. Are they avoiding me on purpose? After all, trouble had erupted again. Yi Feng hurriedly went downstairs. In the distance, Sun Muqing's red Audi was parked conspicuously. That meant they hadn't left yet. He pulled out his phone and called Sun Muqing, but there was no answer. At that moment, in a building 300 meters from Longcheng Grand Hotel, Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian were feeling dizzy and disoriented. They didn't even hear the phone ringing. Sun Muqing felt her body heating up, her vision blurring. Qianxian, wake up! Qianxian! But beside her, Su Qianxian had already passed out, completely unconscious. Realization struck Sun Muqing. She knew her own alcohol tolerance, she had only had 5 or 6 glasses of wine. There was no way she could be this drunk so quickly. Outside the door, Yin Tianqi, hearing the silence inside, revealed his true colors. Bitch! You refused to be my girlfriend for so long, and now you're messing around with that ex-convict? Let's see how I deal with you two filthy sluts tonight. After I'm done with you, I'll go take care of that ex-convict too. Just as Yin Tianqi was about to push the door open, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. He turned around and saw more than 10 men in black suits standing before him. Yin Tianqi, you've got some balls, pulling shit like this on my turf without even checking in. Seeing who it was, Yin Tianqi's expression changed dramatically, turning pale with panic. The young man before him, around 25 or 26, had a cigarette dangling from his lips. His Hermes belt hinted at extravagance, his gaze was sinister, and his entire presence reeked of the underworld. Zhang. Brother Zhang. What are you doing here? Yin Tianqi forced a smile, his face filled with unease. Hearing this, Zhang Tiegong's face darkened. What am I doing here? Fuck you. This is my turf, why the hell wouldn't I be here? Slap. A fierce slap sent Yin Tianqi spinning in place twice. If I hadn't come, these two girls would have been ruined by you already. The slap jolted Yin Tianqi awake. He never expected Zhang Taigang to find out about this. Zhang Taigang was the son of Zhang Longhu. And who was Zhang Longhu? He was the underground emperor of Longcheng, the man who controlled half the city. Everyone in this district knew Zhang Tiegong's name. Backed by his father, Zhang Taigang was arrogant and ruthless, fearing no one. And because of that, no one in Longcheng dared to provoke him. Yin Tianqi scrambled to his feet, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Brother Zhang. I swear, I didn't mean anything by it. They were just drunk, so I brought them here to rest. Yin Tianqi tried to explain, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. This entire street belonged to Zhang Taigang. Even the hotel was his. The moment Yin Tianqi arrived, the doorman had already reported everything to Zhang Taigang. Any beautiful woman who stepped into Zhang Tiegong's territory would never escape his grasp. Yin Tianqi felt a deep sense of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian here. These two chicks are mine now. Now get lost. Zhang Taigang waved him off. At those words, his men immediately started cracking their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with wicked intent. Because they knew, after Zhang Taigang was done, he always shared the leftovers with them. That was why his subordinates were so fiercely loyal to him. Yin Tianqi felt his guts twisting in regret. If only he had known, he would have never brought Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian here. Guard the door for me. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Bang! Zhang Taigang kicked open the door and walked in. The dozen or so underlings immediately lined up at the entrance, strictly guarding the door. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi could only hide nearby and observe everything happening. Sun Muqing was startled by the loud noise. When she regained her senses, she saw Zhang Taigang approaching her with a sinister smile. Who are you? What do you want? Sun Muqing tried to get up, but her vision blurred, and she almost collapsed. Who I am doesn't matter. Yin Tianqi has already been driven away. Tonight, just let me take good care of you. What a figure. TSK. Much better than the women I've played with before. Su Qianxian's curves were pronounced, and in terms of figure and beauty, she was no less than Sun Muqing. Sun Muqing, on the other hand, had an innocent, girl-next-door charm. Each had their own unique appeal, neither was lacking. Zhang Tiegang's eyes fixated on Sun Muqing's snow-white chest, nearly drooling. His gaze was like a predator eyeing its prey, sending shivers down Sun Muqing's spine. Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll scream for help. Sun Muqing grabbed a blanket and covered herself. Hearing this, Zhang Taigang laughed. Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I'll get. This is my territory. Let's see who dares to save you. The mention of Zhang Tiegang's name made Sun Muqing's face turn pale. How could she not have heard of him? Among the wealthy second-generation heirs of Longcheng, it was well known that Zhang Taigang had ruined at least 100 women. He was a full-fledged sex fiend. But Sun Muqing never expected that he would be bold enough to make a move on them. I'm telling you, I am Sun Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father won't let you off. In a panic, Sun Muqing tightly gripped her phone. Ha ha ha. The Sun family? Do you even know who my father is? Zhang Longvu. The Sun family is just a third-rate clan in Longcheng. If your father dares to mess with me, I'll make sure your whole family disappears. You stay away. Seeing Zhang Taigang getting even more excited instead of backing down, Sun Muqing quickly dialed Yin Tianqi's number. Don't bother calling. No one is coming to save you. As long as you behave and serve me well tonight, I'll treat you generously. In your dreams. Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and glared at Zhang Taigang. Hello? Yin Tianqi. Where are you? Hurry. Tell Yi Feng. Ask him to save me. Sun Muqing shouted in despair as the call connected, but there was no response. She never expected that at this moment, Yin Tianqi, like a coward, was standing right outside the door. Yin Tianqi felt a mix of emotions. The prize he had set his sights on was now being taken by someone else. But he didn't dare utter a word. If Zhang Taigang got upset, he might not live to see another day. Thinking of this, Yin Tianqi directly hung up the call. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was rushing toward the location. Moments ago, he had asked the security guards at the hotel entrance and learned that Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan had been taken away by Yin Tianqi. A bad feeling surged in Yi Feng's heart. Inside the room, Sun Muqing tried calling him next. Yi Feng. Save. Before she could finish her sentence, a chaotic noise interrupted the call. Let go of me, you bastard. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Sun Muqing had lived her whole life with dignity, she hadn't even had her first kiss. And now, she was about to be violated by this sex fiend. Summoning all her strength, she broke free from Zhang Tiegang's grip and slapped him across the face. The slap completely enraged Zhang Taigang. You bitch. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you wish you were dead tonight. Smack. Zhang Taigang slapped Sun Muqing hard across the face. Ah! Sun Muqing screamed as she collapsed onto the bed. Her body felt weak, completely drained of strength. Even worse, her dizziness intensified, and her consciousness started slipping away. Her vision blurred, and in her fading awareness, she still hoped that Yin Tianqi would come to save her. Moments later, she could no longer hold on and completely lost consciousness. Zhang Taigang was overjoyed. He reached out to touch Sun Muqing's fair skin with one hand while hurriedly undoing his belt with the other. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, a loud commotion erupted outside the door. Boom! The bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, and several of his underlings were sent flying inside, groaning in pain. A striking figure stormed into the room, it was Yi Feng. Seeing Su Chanshan and Sun Muqing unconscious on the bed, an icy murderous aura flashed across Yi Feng's face. Who the hell are you to interrupt my fun? Zhang Taigang roared, furious at the intrusion. Boss. We couldn't stop him. One of the underlings scrambled to his feet, staring at Yi Feng in terror. Zhang Tiegang's expression darkened. Who the hell are you? I'm warning you, don't touch her. Yi Feng's voice was cold and emotionless, sending chills through the room. Where the hell did this mutt come from? How dare you bark at me? I'm Zhang Taigang. You know who my father is? Zhang Longvu. I'll give you 3 seconds to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive tonight. His moment of pleasure being interrupted had sent Zhang Taigang into a fit of rage. This was the first time someone had dared to storm in on him while he was handling business. Hearing Zhang Longhu's name, Yi Feng's brows furrowed. What a small world, he hadn't gone looking for Zhang Longhu, yet he had run into his son. Zhang Taigang mistook Yi Feng's reaction for fear and grew even more arrogant. 3. Before he could finish, Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared like a phantom. The next second, a fist rapidly enlarged in Zhang Tiegang's vision. Boom! Zhang Tiegang's body was slammed into the wall, his nose gushing blood. Ah! Someone! Kill this bastard for me! At his command, within seconds, a group of underlings stormed into the room, wielding machetes and baseball bats. Yi Feng remained unfazed, his eyes locked solely on Zhang Taigang. What are you waiting for? Attack! The room was instantly filled with the sounds of fighting and shouting. Yi Feng clenched his fists, eyes slightly closing. A powerful aura erupted from him, pressing down on everyone in the room like a crushing force. His inner energy surged from his body uncontrollably. He stood there like a war god, letting his power flood out. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his strength. Crippling you only takes a single finger. The icy killing intent engulfed the entire room, making the air feel like it had dropped several degrees. Even Zhang Tiegan's top fighters were struggling to breathe under this pressure. You're a martial artist? Zhang Tiegan's face turned pale with shock. Whoever kills this guy, I'll give him 10 million. Zhang Taigang was completely panicked. He hurriedly tightened his belt. At this moment, his own life was more important than any woman. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who looked to be only around 20 years old, was actually a hidden martial artist. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of martial artists before, and his own father, Zhang Longhu, was a peak body-refining martial artist. At first, Zhang Tiegang's underlings were so intimidated by Yi Feng's aura that they could barely hold onto their knives. But as soon as they heard Zhang Taigang offering 10 million for Yi Feng's life, the fear in their eyes vanished. Money could make people lose their rationality, even their lives. And 10 million was a fortune they could never earn in a lifetime. As soon as Zhang Taigang finished speaking, the leading man in black raised his machete and swung it straight at Yi Feng's head. He didn't hold back at all. But just as the blade was about to strike Yi Feng's head, Yi Feng moved. With a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly dodged the incoming blade. Then, with just 2 fingers, he caught the back of the blade firmly. Crack! A surge of internal energy shattered the blade into pieces. With a flick of his wrist, the broken shard of the blade shot straight into the heart of the man in black. Bang! 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 The sound of fists tearing through the air was followed by screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen underlings were sent flying, their brains splattering across the floor. Yi Feng simply dusted off his clothes. Gulp! Zhang Taigang swallowed hard. Martial artists were the most powerful beings in this world. Even the weakest among them, a basic body-refining martial artist, could take on 100 men alone. You just said, you were going to skin me alive, didn't you? Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his icy killing intent piercing straight through Zhang Tiegang's skull. Spare me, sir. I was blind. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please, I beg you. Let me go. No matter how much money you want, I'll give it to you. Zhang Taigang repeatedly begged for mercy, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Hearing this, Yi Feng sneered and shook his head. Seeing Yi Feng's dissatisfaction, Zhang Taigang quickly added, I'll have you work under my father. From now on, you'll be able to walk freely across Longcheng. I'll give you 50 million. No, I'll give you 100 million. The offer was incredibly generous. Over the years, Zhang Longhu had recruited many martial artists to serve as his personal enforcers. With Zhang Longhu's power, those men had all risen to the top. Zhang Taigang was certain that Yi Feng wouldn't refuse such an offer. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Feng's foot suddenly struck his knee. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed in the room. Zhang Taigang howled in agony. Grandpa, please spare me. I really know I was wrong. You can have these 2 women. I don't want them anymore. Just let me go. Please. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Taigang wept bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. Let you go? If I let you go, who knows how many more innocent girls you'll harm in the future? Scum like you, even death is too good for you. But, it's not time for you to die just yet. Yi Feng stood over him like a god, looking down at him from above. Then, he delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Tiegang's chest. Thud! The immense force sent Zhang Taigang crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Yi Feng stomped down hard right onto Zhang Tiegang's groin. Ah! Blood poured from between his legs, staining the floor. The excruciating pain was too much. Zhang Taigang blacked out instantly. With that, Yi Feng finally turned his attention to Sun mooching on the bed. He quickly approached and placed his fingers on her lips to check her breathing. Fortunately, her breathing was steady. But her pale skin was flushed red, burning like magma. That bastard Yin Tanchi. What did he give her? Yi Feng picked up Sun mooching and rushed downstairs. After placing her in the car, he then carried Su Chanshan to Longcheng Grand Hotel. He personally instructed Zhao Fu to ensure Su Chanshan's safety. After that, Yi Feng drove Sun Muqing home. At home, Sun Zhenghai and Chen Sini were still awake. Seeing Yi Feng carrying their daughter, Sun Zhenghai nearly spit out his tea. Yi Feng, what happened? Feng what's going on? Chen Sini quickly stood up to make way. Godmother. Muqing just drank too much. Yi Feng casually made up an excuse. If his godmother knew what had really happened tonight, she would be worried sick. Oh, she just drank too much? I was wondering why she wasn't home so late. Alright. Quickly take her upstairs. Seeing this, Sun Zhenghai's temper flared. What are you doing? Put my daughter down right now. Can't you say a few less words for once? The girl drinks because of you. Fenger was kind enough to bring her home, and here you are yelling at him. Chen Sini glared at Sun Zhenghai. Seeing Yi Feng carrying her daughter, she actually felt a bit pleased. But Sun Zhenghai was not happy at all. Who knew how much this brat had made his daughter drink tonight? And now, carrying her upstairs, clearly, he had bad intentions. Yi Feng, however, ignored his godfather's suspicious gaze and quickly carried Sun Muqing upstairs. After laying her on the bed, he hurried to make her a cup of honey water. She's only unconscious. She should wake up by morning. Then, he gently closed the door. Ahem. Xiaofeng, I see you just got out of prison and don't have a job. How about this? I'll have Muqing find you a job tomorrow. Sun Zhenghai's words caught Yi Feng off guard. Of course, Sun Zhenghai had his own motives. He didn't want his daughter constantly hanging around Yi Feng. And he definitely didn't want her getting too involved with him. Yi Feng didn't refuse and simply nodded. All right. After agreeing, Yi Feng returned to his room and locked the door. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb the energy of the Yuan-Yang Earth vein. Over the past few days, he could feel that the hidden injuries in his body were nearly healed. Once they were fully recovered, he could absorb the entire Yuan-Yang Earth vein and break through to the Qi activation realm. The difference between realms was like night and day. Once he reached the Qi activation realm, there would be very few people who could stand against him. Time flew by. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi had already fled the hotel. The moment he saw Yi Feng's silhouette, he ran as fast as he could. He knew Yi Feng's strength. Those under Zhang Taigang weren't even close to being a match for him. But luckily for him, Yi Feng hadn't realized his involvement. Otherwise, he would have been the one in deep trouble. Damn it! Those two bastards ruined my plans again. But Yi Feng has offended Zhang Taigang, his days are numbered. Little did Yin Tianqi know that Zhang Taigang had already been completely crippled. For the rest of his life, he would never be a real man again. And Yin Tianqi himself had just narrowly escaped death. At dawn the next morning, Sun Muqing woke up with a splitting headache. She couldn't remember anything from last night. She only had a vague memory of Zhang Tiegang's lecherous face. After that, everything was a complete blur. How am I at home? Wait. Zhang Taigang. That bastard tried to violate me. Sun Muqing hurriedly checked her body and clothes, false alarm. She was fine, nothing had happened to her. She quickly grabbed her phone and called Su Chanshan. Chanshan, are you okay? Su Chanshan had already woken up and left the Longcheng Grand Hotel, but when asked about last night, she had no answers. Sun Muqing then called Yin Tianqi. When he saw her name on the screen, he felt a guilty panic but quickly steadied himself before answering. Hello? Miss Sun. What happened last night? Didn't you take us back to the hotel? Sun Muqing asked. Well, Muqing. Yin Tianqi's mind raced, and suddenly, he came up with an idea. Last night, Zhang Taigang tried to assault you too. I was the one who saved you. Hearing that Yin Tianqi had rescued her, Sun Muqing felt instantly grateful. He continued. Last night, you told me to find Yi Feng, but when that coward saw Zhang Tiegang's men, he ran away. I stood in front of you both, and that's the only reason Zhang Taigang backed off. But you know how bad his temper is, I even took a slap from him. Don't worry, if Zhang Taigang dares to trouble you again, I'll always stand by your side. Yin Tianqi spoke so emotionally, filled with concern, that even he almost believed his own lies. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's expression changed. So Yi Feng had run away first? If it weren't for Yin Tianqi protecting her and Su Chanshan, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Even now, she still felt terrified thinking about it. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, who knows what that bastard Zhang Taigang would have done to us. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi's mood instantly improved, as if all the frustration from last night had been swept away. He couldn't help but admire how quick-witted he was. It was nothing. Mooching, do you have time today? Let me treat you to a meal. Yin Tianqi seized the opportunity to invite her out. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Mooching agreed. Sure. Shan and I will come together. Let me treat you instead. I really should thank you properly. It's no big deal. Yin Tianqi was overjoyed when she agreed. This was the first time Sun Mooching had agreed to have a meal with him. Could it mean he actually had a chance? Maybe she'd even agree to be his girlfriend? Once she did, he could have his fun and dump her when he got bored. Sun Mooching had no idea what was going through Yin Tianqi's mind. But after agreeing, she suddenly became worried. Zhang Taigang is Zhang Longhu's son. Zhang Longhu is the infamous underground emperor of Longcheng. What if he comes after us? Without realizing it, Sun Mooching had already started seeing herself and Yin Tianqi as a team. Hearing her say us, Yin Tianqi immediately patted his chest confidently. Humph. The Yin family isn't to be messed with either. The Yin family, the Sun family, and the Su family, there's no way Zhang Longhu would dare to take on all three at once. The Yin family was one of the strongest second-tier families in Longcheng, while the Sun and Su families were slightly weaker. However, all three families had close ties with many powerful clans in the city. Yin Tianqi's words reassured Sun Mooching. Thinking back to last night's events, Yi Feng's image in her mind plummeted even further. That Yi Feng is useless at everything except running away. And after last night, he even offended Chen Zifeng. Idiot. Sun Mooching gritted her teeth in anger. Last night, she had been too dizzy to see what happened at the hotel, and since Yin Tianqi had taken her to the hotel, she naturally assumed he had saved her. She had no idea that if not for Yi Feng, she and Su Chanqian would have already been ruined. Sun Mooching changed into fresh clothes and hurried downstairs. Beside the bed, a cup of honey water sat there, something Yi Feng had thoughtfully prepared for her. But she didn't even notice it. As she stepped outside, the door opposite hers also opened. She and Yi Feng locked eyes. Sun Mooching shot him a vicious glare before heading downstairs. Yi Feng was stunned. What's with her this morning? Did she eat gunpowder for breakfast? Not thinking much of it, he followed her downstairs, where Chen Sinny had already prepared breakfast. Mom! Mooching! You're up? Did you have fun last night? Chen Sinny asked with a smile. Sun Mooching frowned, her expression immediately darkening. Fun? Ha! I had so much fun I almost died. She turned to Yi Feng and glared. You ran pretty fast last night, didn't you? Yi Feng was confused. What is she talking about? Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Ungrateful bastard. Sun Mooching muttered before angrily eating her breakfast. Yi Feng looked innocent. Was she talking about him? If it weren't for him, she would have been in a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. But seeing how mad she was, he decided not to argue. You little brat, you drank too much last night, and Feng kindly brought you home. How can you talk to him like that? Chen Sinny scolded. Your dad said to find Feng a job. He doesn't have one right now. Hearing that, Sun Mooching got even angrier. Why should I get him a job? Just do it. You know what your dad's company needs, don't you? Sun Zhanghai was usually busy with business, leaving most company matters to Sun Mooching. He only stepped in for big decisions. Hearing this, Sun Mooching's eyes lit up. I've got it. The company needs a security guard at the front entrance. I think Yi Feng is perfect for the job. After saying that, she continued eating, while Sun Zhanghai nearly burst out laughing. He had thought that maybe his daughter had warmed up to Yi Feng last night. Turns out, she was still holding a grudge. How can you assign him a security job? No way. I won't allow it. Chen Sinny protested. Yi Feng quickly stepped in. It's okay, godmother. I like this job. Nothing wrong with being a security guard. You see. He said it's fine. Sun Mooching finished her meal and walked out without looking back. Chen Sinny saw that Yi Feng had agreed and had nothing more to say. Her daughter was getting more and more unreasonable. Meanwhile, in Tianhu No. 1 Villa District, home to the most luxurious residences in Longcheng. Inside the Zhang family villa, a man was lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, barely alive. Blood still seeped from his lower body. Dad. I'm a cripple now. Ugh. Dad. You have to get revenge for me. Kill Yi Feng? No. I want to kill him myself. I'll torture him for 3 days and 3 nights until he begs to die. Zhang Taigang lay on the bed, tears streaming down his face. Dozens of guards stood in silence, and the whole hall was deathly quiet. On the central sofa, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair smoked a cigarette, his face dark as a storm. Boom! Suddenly, he stomped down, shattering the coffee table in front of him. Yi Feng. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhang Longhu, am no longer human. He dared to hurt my son, I'll chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Zhang Longhu was furious, and just then, a figure rushed into the Zhang family villa in a panic. Boss! Boss! Something terrible has happened. The guard trembled, nearly stumbling to the ground. Zhang Longhu, already in a fit of rage, grabbed the underling by the collar. Damn it! Why are you panicking? Can't you see I'm already pissed off? But the underling quickly pulled out a sealed golden wax envelope from his chest and handed it to Zhang Longhu. It was delivered personally by President Zhao of Tianjun Group. The underling dropped to his knees. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu was stunned. Which Tianjun Group? Master Zhang. How many Tianjun Groups are there in Longcheng? A man smoking a cigar on the sofa nearby frowned. This man was Li Zihong, the head of the Li family. Years ago, he had secretly orchestrated the division of the Yi family's assets, helping the Li family rise from a second-tier clan to one of Longqing's top aristocratic families in just 3 years. Hearing his words, Zhang Longhu froze. Of course, he knew about Tianjun Group, it was an unshakable mountain in Longcheng. However, Zhang Longhu had always dealt in shady business, with only a few front companies laundering money for him. Although those companies had grown into legitimate businesses over the years, Zhang Longhu had never had any dealings with Tianjun Group. Why would he suddenly receive a golden letter from them? This golden letter was something only VIPs of Tianjun Group were privileged to receive. Could it be that Tianjun Group wanted to do business with him? Dad! Since Tianjun Group is expanding into Longcheng, they must be looking to form an alliance with you. After all, our Zhang family holds half the power in Longcheng. Zhang Taigang said excitedly, momentarily forgetting the pain in his lower body. Tianjun Group was a financial powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the nation. If the Zhang family could secure an alliance with them, their influence could double overnight. At that point, every family in Longcheng would have to bow before them. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Longhu was overjoyed and quickly opened the letter. But in the next moment, the bright red characters on the page struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in utter shock. Tianjun Group Young Master's order, in 3 days, the Zhang family will be eradicated, and Zhang Longhu's life will be taken. Zhang Longhu, clean your neck and wait. Zhang Longhu's eyes widened in horror. Though he didn't want to believe it, this letter had been personally delivered by Zhao Fu, the president of Tianjun Group. There was no way it was fake. To hell with this. Tianjun Group dares to threaten me, Zhang Longhu? A surge of powerful energy instantly reduced the letter to shreds in his hand. Everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang Longhu. Zhang Taigang was the first to speak. Dad! What's wrong? The young master of Tianjun Group declared that in 3 days, they will wipe out our Zhang family and take my life. Boom! Everyone in the Zhang family was instantly filled with terror. Only Zhang Longhu remained cold and murderous. Dad! How is that possible? Our Zhang family has never had any conflict with Tianjun Group. Why would they come after us? Zhang Taigang was so frightened he almost jumped out of bed. He was nothing without his father's status. As he attempted to get up, the sharp pain in his lower body instantly reminded him of his injuries. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Meanwhile, Li Zihong was equally shocked upon hearing that Tianjun Group planned to destroy the Zhang family. Master Zhang, is this true? Why would Tianjun Group? If Li Zihong hadn't been here today, he wouldn't have even known about this earth-shattering news. And if the Tianjun Group young master had truly issued this order, Longcheng was about to face a storm. Zhang Longhu glanced at Li Zihong and said coldly, "Our Zhang family has always minded our own business with Tianjun Group. We've given them the respect they deserve. And now they dare to say they will destroy my Zhang family? I, Zhang Longhu, am not one to be trampled on. Pass my orders. Gather all the top fighters of the Zhang family immediately and prepare for full-scale defense. Also, mobilize all heavy firepower, maintain 24-hour armed patrols." With Zhang Longhu's command, 24 martial artists in the hall immediately knelt on one knee and responded in unison, "Yes. Master Zhang. You know Tianjun Group's strength. But I have a question. Li Zihong frowned and said thoughtfully. I've met Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group, in person. And in the 3 years since they entered Longcheng, I've never heard of any young master of Tianjun Group. Where did this young master suddenly come from? Li Zihong was essentially Zhang Longhu's subordinate. He was shrewd, which was why he had managed to elevate the Li family's status. Exactly. Damn it, where did this so-called young master suddenly pop up from? Dad. Maybe we should hide in Yunqing for a while. Tianjun Group is too powerful, I'm scared. Zhang Taigang was terrified. No matter how strong the Zhang family was, they couldn't possibly match Tianjun Group. He didn't want to die. Seeing Zhang Tiegang's cowardly expression, Zhang Longhu was furious. He strode over and slapped the back of Zhang Tiegang's head. You useless piece of trash. They haven't even come knocking yet, and you're already thinking of running away? Not only that, but you've already been crippled. You've ruined my lifelong reputation. Zhang Longhu had only one son, and yet he was a complete disappointment. Just looking at him made Zhang Longhu furious. Zhang Taigang shivered and didn't dare say a word. Zhang Longhu continued, for now, just focus on recovering from your injuries. What about Yi Feng, Dad? You have to avenge me. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll send top experts to kill him silently. And, since you like those two girls, I'll have them brought to you so you can vent your anger. Zhang Longhu turned away with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Zhang Taigang was overjoyed. Even though he couldn't take revenge on Yi Feng himself, he planned to take out all his anger on Sun Muqing and Su Qianqian. That night, the Zhang family was fully armed, even placing heavy machine guns on their walls. Yi Feng, however, was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was accompanying Sun Muqing to Yin Tianqi's dinner gathering. Sun Muqing picked up Su Qianqian and specifically chose a high-end restaurant. Yi Feng followed like a shadow, annoying her. But since she had promised her mother to arrange a job for him, she decided to take care of it after the meal. When the three arrived at the restaurant entrance, they saw Yin Tianqi waiting outside. He was dressed stylishly, wearing polished leather boots and looking quite sharp. However, the moment he saw Yi Feng's face, his confident expression instantly froze. A wave of guilt washed over him. Young Master Yin. Seeing Yin Tianqi, Su Qianqian was the first to run toward him. After hearing Sun Muqing's recounting of last night, she was truly terrified. He. Qianqian. Yin Tianqi forced a smile, keeping one eye on Yi Feng to gauge his reaction. Yi Feng still wasn't sure what was going on. Why had Sun Muqing suddenly invited this bastard to dinner? Knowing her temper, Yi Feng decided to remain calm and observe what was happening. Sun Muqing ignored Yi Feng and reached out to shake Yin Tianqi's hand. Thank you so much for what you did last night. If it weren't for you, I really would have been violated by that scumbag Zhang Taigang. Yes. We're so lucky to have you, young Master Yin. I was scared to death. Su Qianqian beamed with gratitude. Sun Muqing, seemingly free of any previous bias against Yin Tianqi, added shyly, and thank you for taking me home. Hearing this, Yi Feng was completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute, wasn't I the one who took you home? It was nothing. After all, we've been good friends for a long time. Well, let's go. My treat. After dinner, let's go sing karaoke. Yin Tianqi, though awkward, had no choice but to keep up the act. Seeing the three of them chatting happily, Yi Feng quickly stepped forward. Hey. Muqing. I think you're mistaken. I was the one who took you home. If anyone deserves thanks, it should be me. Yi Feng finally understood the situation. That shameless liar Yin Tianqi had deceived Sun Muqing into thinking he was the one who saved them. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. If the truth was exposed, he'd be finished. Yi Feng's icy gaze locked onto him, making his heart race with fear. Sun Muqing immediately turned around and scolded Yi Feng. Do you have no shame? Running away was bad enough, but now you want to take credit for everything? I have no idea why my mother ever thought you were worthy of being her godson. Su Qianqian also frowned and shot Yi Feng an annoyed look. Yi Feng, what's wrong with you? It's bad enough that you're always causing trouble for Muqing, but now you're trying to smear young Master Yin's name? Yi Feng almost laughed out loud at these two idiots. But instead of getting angry, he strode forward and grabbed Yin Tianqi by the collar. Yin Tianqi. Tell them who really saved them. What are you doing? Let him go. Yi Feng. Don't push your luck. Just because my mom protects you doesn't mean I'll tolerate everything. Sun Muching grabbed Yifeng's arm, her eyes blazing with fury. Let go of young Master Yin. Yifeng, do you want to go back to prison? If you don't release him, I'll call the police. Su Chanxian grabbed Yifeng's other arm. The three of them were locked in a standoff. Seeing how fiercely Sun Muching and Su Chanxian were defending him, Yin Tianqi's fear vanished instantly. Yifeng, I saw you drive away with my own eyes that night. If I wasn't the one who saved Muching, then who was it? He lied without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Chanxian and Sun Muching became even angrier. Seeing their reactions, Yifeng shook his head with a smirk. I don't even feel like explaining myself to you two. And I haven't even told my godparents about how you offended Chen Zifeng last night. If they find out, you won't be staying in my house anymore. Sun Muching was furious. Do whatever you want. But I'm warning you, stay away from him. Yifeng pointed at Yin Tianqi. He had only done what was right, and he didn't care whether he got credit for it. His eyes grew cold as he glared at Yin Tianqi before finally letting go. Sun Muching also glared at Yifeng. You should worry about yourself first. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi grew more excited. It looked like he had a chance. Sun Muching's attitude toward him was already better than it was toward Yifeng. With a few small tricks, he could completely drive a wedge between them. Then, wouldn't Sun Muching be his to play with? Alright. Muching, don't blame Brother Yi too much. He probably drank too much last night. He must have just forgotten about it. We're all friends here. Yin Tianqi acted like a magnanimous gentleman. Seeing his generosity and then looking at Yifeng's cold expression, Sun Muching and Su Chanxian despised Yifeng even more. Did you hear that? Learn from young Master Yin. Be more forgiving. Enough. Muching, let's go eat. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Muching upstairs, not wanting to argue with Yifeng anymore. Brother Yi, won't you join us for a meal? Yin Tianqi asked insincerely. Sun Muching hesitated, unsure whether to invite Yifeng inside. Just then, Yifeng spoke. You all go ahead. I won't ruin your fun. Yifeng got into the car, not bothering to deal with them any longer. Alright then. Sun Muching didn't say much and went inside with the others. Yin Tianqi, you really don't know when to quit. A murderous glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. With him around, Yifeng wasn't afraid of anything Yin Tianqi might try. From the way Yin Tianqi looked just now, Yifeng was certain he was the one who had drugged the wine that night. Just then, Yifeng's phone rang. It was Zhao Fu. Without hesitation, he answered. Young master. The message has been delivered. I've also placed a few informants near the Zhang family. The Zhang family is now on high alert, fully armed, and they have firearms. Young master. If you truly intend to wipe out the Zhang family, should I mobilize some forces? Zhao Fu asked tentatively. No need. I will personally take Zhang Longhu's life. Just keep an eye on Zhang Longhu's every move for now. Yifeng ordered coldly. Understood. Zhao Fu responded firmly. Hanging up, Yifeng leaned back and closed his eyes. So what if the Zhang family had guns? His only concern was Zhang Longhu escaping after hearing the news. But even if Zhang Longhu fled to the ends of the earth, he would never escape Yifeng's wrath. Meanwhile, a shocking piece of news spread throughout Longcheng. Zhang Taigang had been crippled, and Zhang Longhu had mobilized his forces, determined to avenge his son. As soon as the news broke, all of Longcheng was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tiegang's infamy was well known, and Zhang Longhu was the underground emperor of Longcheng. Who had dared to touch Zhang Longhu's son? All the major families in Longcheng were watching the spectacle unfold. Those who had suffered under Zhang Tiegang's cruelty were quietly celebrating. An hour later, Sun Muching and Su Chanxian exited the restaurant with Yin Tianqi following contentedly behind them. With this first step, the rest would be easy. Young Master Yin. See you next time. Su Chanxian waved goodbye. Sun Muching also smiled before getting into the car. Inside, Yifeng was already asleep. Hey! Wake up! I'm taking you to the company. Sun Muching tugged on Yifeng's arm. Right now? Yifeng was taken aback. Sun Muching frowned. Or what? With that, she stepped on the gas and quickly drove toward her family's company. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of a tall building. Looking up, large golden characters spelling Zhanghai Group hung atop the building. The Sun family had been doing well in recent years, but compared to other families in Longcheng, they were still far behind. So, my dad's company isn't bad, right? See that security booth at the entrance? From now on, that's your workstation. Sun Muching dragged Yi Feng to the security booth, which was about 30 to 40 square meters. Inside, there was only a bed and a few simple living necessities. You want me to be your security guard? How much are you paying me? Yi Feng teased. Depends on your performance. But you're the toughest guy I've ever met. And since there's some family connection, I'll give you a high salary. 3,000. Sun Muching said with a smirk, arms crossed. Did this guy really think he was here to be treated like royalty? Even giving him 3,000 was being generous. Just looking at his smug face annoyed her. But at least now that he had a job, he wouldn't be following her around and getting on her nerves. With that thought, Sun Muching led Yi Feng upstairs. The building was massive. The lobby had 2 antique vases over a meter tall, and the receptionist was quite pretty. But Yi Feng wasn't paying attention. This was his first time at Sun Zhonghai's company, and he didn't really care about the salary. He wasn't here just to be a security guard. Good day, President Sun. Several employees greeted Sun Muching as she walked in. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Yi Feng. When did Miss Sun get a boyfriend? Wasn't she always single? He's a new face. First time seeing him. Young Masterine used to visit a lot before. Judging by his outfit, he must be some wealthy heir. Many employees whispered among themselves, curious about Yi Feng's identity. One male employee pulled his female colleague's sleeve, his face filled with jealousy. My goddess has a boyfriend? How am I supposed to live now? Come on, look at his status and look at yours. Yeah, you're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. A few female employees, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with admiration. He was undeniably handsome. Plus, he carried a natural air of dominance that instantly attracted attention. And after continuously absorbing the energy of the Yuan Yang Earth vein, his body had undergone a transformation, his skin and aura had improved dramatically. Just standing there, he exuded a noble and extraordinary presence. But Sun Muching hadn't noticed any of this. After all, she saw Yi Feng every day. Any subtle changes in his appearance had completely escaped her attention. Yi Feng heard all their comments but simply shook his head lightly. How's your dad's business been doing these years? He suddenly asked Sun Muching. Hearing him show concern for her family's business, Sun Muching frowned. It hasn't been completely smooth, but it's been okay. You just got out of prison, why are you asking about this? Don't tell me you know how to do business? Nope, Yi Feng shook his head. Then why ask? Just focus on your security job. If you do well, I won't treat you unfairly. Soon, they arrived at the top floor. As they pushed open the door, a massive office spanning several hundred square meters came into view. Inside, a woman wearing black silk stockings was organizing documents. When she saw Sun Muching, she was momentarily stunned. President Sun, what brings you here? Stao Yu. How have things been these past few days? Sun Muching asked with concern. In truth, Sun Muching didn't really want to manage her father's company. She was intelligent and business savvy, but she preferred enjoying life over working hard, unlike Su Chanqian, who helped manage her family's business whenever she wasn't hanging out. President Sun, I've drafted all the contracts over the past few days. But that piece of land has already been acquired by Manhwa Group. If we want to compete, we'll have to pay 30% more than originally planned. Hearing this, Sun Muching frowned. Last time, President Chen agreed that we'd only need to pay 10% more. What happened? I'm not sure. Zhao Xiaoyu was Sun Muching's secretary. She handled most of the company's affairs. The land in question was an undeveloped plot located in the most prosperous commercial district of Longchang. Originally, the Yin family owned it, but the Sun family had been competing for it. Unexpectedly, Manhwa Group took it instead. Manhwa Group's chairman was Chen Jin, the second son of the Chen family and younger brother of Chenin. Hiking up the price like this is common in business negotiations, President Sunday. What should we do now? That land was prime real estate. Both Sun Muching and her father wanted to acquire it, but the Sun family's power was nowhere near the Chen family's level. Sun Muching felt a headache coming on. Pushing the matter aside for now, she turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and said, Stao Yu, process is hiring. This is President Sun's boyfriend? Zhao Xiaoyu asked with a teasing smile. What boyfriend? No one is allowed to spread nonsense. This is Yi Feng, my mom's godson. From now on, he's an employee of Zhonghai Group. Then, Sun Muching turned to Yi Feng. Starting today, you're the head of security. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu's jaw dropped. The godson of President Sun's mother, working here as a security guard? She thought she had misheard. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly spoke. You mentioned a piece of land? The Chen family raised the price? Stop meddling in business affairs. What do you know? Sun Muqing dismissed him. I'll handle it. I can settle this for you. Yifeng spoke confidently. Sun Muqing was stunned. Then she reached out and touched his forehead. Are you running a fever? I'm serious. Seeing his absolute confidence, Sun Muqing found it even more ridiculous. This idiot loved to boast. Just yesterday, he had offended Chen Zifeng. And now he wanted to take land from the Chen family? Was he joking? Yifeng didn't bother explaining. The real reason he accepted the job was to help the Sun family. Tianjun Group could collaborate with them, it was just a matter of making a phone call. Yifeng stepped out and called Zhao Fu, giving him instructions. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu called back with a phone number. Chenin is waiting for your call. At that moment, in the Chen family's main hall, Chenin paced anxiously, a look of excitement on his face. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng lay on the couch with his arm in a sling. Son, listen to me. From now on, treat young Master Yi as if he were your own father. This is our Chen family's last chance. Hearing this, Chen Zifeng felt like his father had lost his mind. That bastard Yifeng? Who the hell was he? Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? That bastard Yifeng did this to me, and you want me to treat him like that? Just wait and see. When I'm out of this, I'll make sure to put him in his place. I'll make him understand the consequences of messing with me. Chen Zifeng gritted his teeth in fury. Treat Yifeng as if he were his own father? What kind of joke was that? You ungrateful brat! What the hell do you know? Do you even know who he is? And you still want to go after him? I'll beat the stupidity out of you. Hearing this, Chenin was so furious that he nearly exploded. He immediately reached for his belt, ready to discipline his worthless son again. Qin Guirong quickly shielded Chen Zifeng behind her. Haven't you hit him enough? Are you planning to beat him to death? If you hit him one more time, just kill me too. Chen Zifeng clung to his mother's sleeve, terrified that his father would lash out again. He couldn't understand why just mentioning Yifeng made his father so enraged. Who was Yifeng, really? Wasn't he just some ex-convict fresh out of prison? Frustrated, Chen Zifeng turned to his mother. Mom, tell me the truth. Am I really Dad's biological son? Qin Guirong was momentarily stunned. Chen Zifeng genuinely doubted whether he was his father's real son. Qin Guirong's chest heaved with anger. You little brat! How dare you doubt your own mother? With that, she slapped him across the face. Seeing how clueless he was, Qin Guirong finally understood why Chenin was so furious. Chen Zifeng felt utterly wronged. He hesitated before cautiously asking. Dad, then tell me, who exactly is Yifeng? Who is he? He is the chairman of Tianjun Group. He is the young master of the Yi family. He is the sky above Longcheng. Do you want to bring down the sky itself? Chenan's voice was filled with both anger and disappointment. Hearing this, Chen Zifeng was completely dumbfounded. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, his face pale with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? How could that guy be the chairman of Tianjun Group? Chenin glared at his son with fury. Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group, told me himself. Do you think he would lie? In front of Tianjun Group, our Chen family is nothing but a tiny ant. If young Master Yi so much as says a word, our entire family could be erased from Longcheng. We must seize this opportunity to express our loyalty to young Master Yi. If you dare to cause him trouble again, I'll be the first to destroy you. Chenan's tone was filled with an undeniable authority. Chen Zifeng finally understood why his father had publicly humiliated him in front of all the rich heirs of Longcheng. He swallowed hard. Thinking back to his confrontation with Yifeng, he felt a deep sense of relief. It was his father who had saved his life. He quickly got up from the floor. Dad! I understand. From now on, young Master Yi is my father. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off and quickly corrected himself. From now on, I'll treat young Master Yi as if he were my own father. Dad, do you think young Master Yi will come after me? Suddenly, Chen Zifeng was filled with fear. What if Yifeng decided to take revenge for what had happened that day? Who would be able to save him then? Chenin reassured him. Don't be afraid. This time, you must set an example. I believe young Master Yi won't hold a grudge over this. Son. Remember what I'm saying, our Chen family's future depends on you. And don't tell anyone about this. Understand? Chen Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone. He understood his father's intentions very well. Yi Feng was the true power behind Tianjun Group, and their Chen family needed to be the first to express their loyalty. If others found out, they would all fight to curry favor with Yi Feng. Seeing that his son had finally come to his senses, Chen felt relieved. He then smiled and said, I just got word from Manager Zhao. Young Master Yi is going to call me personally. This is our Chen family's chance to prove our loyalty. Chen Zifeng's heart raced with excitement. As long as Yi Feng didn't come after him, he would do whatever was needed. Thinking about the Chen family's future, he could barely contain himself. With Tianjun Group's backing, their family wouldn't just dominate Longcheng, they could expand nationwide. And right now, only their family knew about this opportunity. Even Qin Guirong understood the significance of this moment. Seeing her husband and son reconciled, she was all smiles. 3 minutes later, Chen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Hello? Master Chen. Long time no see. Hearing the voice, Chen immediately bent forward at a 90-degree angle, as if he was about to bow. He couldn't even begin to describe his emotions at that moment. Why, young Master Yi? Chen greeted respectfully. Fuhua Group is under your Chen family, correct? Yi Feng got straight to the point. Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes. Young Master Yi, whatever you need, just say the word. My son offended you before, please don't hold it against him. Yi Feng hadn't expected Chen to be this easy to deal with. He already had a decent impression of him. That's a minor issue. Zhonghai Group is looking to acquire a piece of land. I heard Fuhua Group owns it, and they've raised the price by 50% over the original cost. Zhonghai Group? Your sister? Young Master Yi, may I ask who your sister is? Sun Muqing. Hearing the name, Chen Zifeng, who was eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine. Regret hit him like a ton of bricks. So, Sun Muqing was Yi Feng's sister? What had he done? Because of his recklessness, he had almost doomed the entire Chen family. At this point, Chen Zifeng didn't dare harbor any thoughts about Sun Muqing anymore. Nothing was more important than the survival of his family. So it's young Master Yi's sister. I will personally gift that land to Miss Sun at no cost. Rest assured, our Chen family will fully support the Sun family from now on. I've always had a great relationship with Miss Sun's father. Young Master Yi, please wait. I will come over immediately. Then I'll trouble you with this, Master Chen. Yi Feng said with satisfaction before hanging up. Chen was overjoyed. This opportunity had come so quickly. He immediately changed into formal attire and took Chen Zifeng with him as they left the Chen residence. Meanwhile, Yi Feng re-entered the office after his call. He found Sun Muqing standing with her arms crossed, staring at him with an unhappy expression. You think one phone call is going to make Fuhua Group give me that land for free? Ha! Sun Muqing sneered. It's just a piece of land, Yi Feng said calmly. Forget about one piece of land. If he wanted, he could take all of Longcheng. Strength was everything, and he had the strength to do it. Sun Muqing chuckled and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu. Did you hear that? He just loves to brag. How can I trust someone like him to do business? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to understand a little. This guy looked quite handsome, but it turned out he was just a big talker. No wonder President's son assigned him as the head of security, probably to temper his personality. Here's your employee badge. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyu handed Yi Feng a badge. This officially marked Yi Feng's employment as the head of security for Zhonghai Group. Looks like I'll have to visit Fuhua Group myself. We must get that piece of land. Sun Muqing was determined. Such a prime location, everyone in Longcheng wanted it. Forget the 1 billion price tag, in a few years, its value would easily multiply several times over. Before Tianjun Group stepped in, Sun Muqing was set on buying it from Fuhua Group. If necessary, she would even pay 50% more. With that, she gathered the contract and prepared to head downstairs. All right. I have things to do. Xiaoyu, take Yi Feng around to meet the employees. Since you'll be working under the same roof, you should get to know each other. Smiling, Sun Muqing turned to leave, finally able to shake off this annoying shadow. But suddenly, Yi Feng stopped her and glanced at his watch. Wait a bit. They'll be here soon. You don't need to go anymore. Who? Sun Muching asked, puzzled. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce with the license plate A99999 screeched to a stop at the company entrance. Sun Muching was stunned. She saw Chenin and Chen Zifeng step out of the car and quickly enter the building. It's that scumbag. Why is he here? Seeing Chen Zifeng storming in, Sun Muching froze. Then she noticed the bandage on his arm and suddenly realized. We're screwed. He's here because of that night. Yi Feng. This is all your fault. What do we do? What do we do? Sun Muching paced anxiously. Even Chen Zifeng's father had come. She had heard about his temper. If he saw Yi Feng, he definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Sun Muching grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Hurry, hide somewhere. When Chen Zifeng comes in, I'll just say I haven't seen you. He must be here for revenge. She didn't want things to escalate further, this was the only solution. But to her surprise, Yi Feng shook off her hand and grinned at her. Got a cigarette? Give me one. 3 years in prison, he had picked up smoking when he first went in. Later, as he trained, he gradually quit. But now, he suddenly felt nostalgic for that old taste. He crossed his legs and lounged on the sofa, completely at ease. Sun Muching was furious. Yi Feng, what the hell are you doing? This is all because of you. If not for you, would Chen Zifeng be coming after us? Seeing Yi Feng's carefree, indifferent attitude, Sun Muching felt like she was about to explode. Why are you so calm? He's already here. Yi Feng glanced at the desk. Sun Muching didn't smoke, so there were no cigarettes in the office. She couldn't understand, what was Yi Feng thinking? Did he have a death wish? Forget it, this whole situation was partly her fault anyway. You stay put. If Chen Zifeng causes trouble, I'll handle it. If she had known things would turn out this way, she never would have lied and told Chen Zifeng that Yi Feng was her boyfriend. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the office door swing open. 2 figures, drenched in sweat, walked in hurriedly. Miss Sun. I am Chenin, head of the Chen family. Chenin strode towards Sun Muching and bowed to her. Then he extended his hand for a handshake. Miss Sun. If you were interested in my land, you should have told me earlier. If I had known it was you, I would have sent the contract over right away. This was my mistake, I was careless and didn't inform my younger brother. But don't worry, from now on, Zhenghai Group will be Fuhua Group's most valued partner. This land is my gift to you. Please accept it. Chenin quickly signaled Chen Zifeng, who respectfully handed the contract to Sun Muching. Sun Muching was completely dumbfounded. Chen. Master Chen. Aren't you here to deal with him? She pointed at Yi Feng, who was still sitting on the sofa. But the moment they entered, both Chenin and Chen Zifeng had already noticed Yi Feng. Instantly, their hearts pounded with anxiety and excitement. But Chenin was a shrewd man. He quickly composed himself and first expressed goodwill towards Sun Muching so that young Master Yi would witness his sincerity. Yi Feng found Chenin's approach quite satisfactory. He smiled at him. That single smile made Chenin even more ecstatic. Meanwhile, Sun Muching was utterly confused. She knew exactly how much that land was worth. Yet Chenin just handed it to her for free? And even came in person? Opening the contract, Sun Muching's heart trembled. It wasn't fake, Chenin's signature was on it, along with Fuhua Group's official seal. Chen Zifeng bowed his head deeply and apologized. Miss Sun. I sincerely apologize for what happened that night. Rest assured, I will never offend you again. If I've done anything wrong before, please forgive me. His attitude was so humble, he almost buried his head in the ground. This scumbag was actually apologizing? Had the sun risen from the west? Sun Muching felt like she was dreaming. She pinched her thigh. The pain told her this was real. At that moment, Yi Feng spoke. Got a cigarette? I have one. Chenin reacted instantly, pulling a pack of premium Huazi cigarettes from his pocket. He quickly lit one for Yi Feng. Yi Feng took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, the smoke curling around his fingertips. For the first time, his expression held a mature, world-weary depth. Sun Muching looked at him. For a moment, he felt completely unfamiliar to her. Chenin stepped forward, about to bow deeply to Yi Feng. But Yi Feng shot him a glance, and he immediately understood. Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. Zifeng. Greet Mr. Yi properly. Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Chen Zifeng's forehead. Sun Muching stared blankly at Yi Feng. You all. We've already made peace. Since Master Chen is offering this land in good faith, just accept the contract, Yifeng said with a smirk. Sun Muqing looked at Yifeng, her mind in chaos. Could it be because of him that the Chen family was suddenly offering this prime land for free? No, that was impossible. How could Yifeng have such influence? Yifeng quickly explained. Master Chen and Director Zhao are close associates. We've met before. The lie was a little flimsy, but Sun Muqing wasn't the sharpest thinker, so she didn't notice anything strange. Oh, so that's how it is. She quickly put away the contract. Stao Yu, quickly make tea for Master Chen and young Master Chen. Sun Muqing hurriedly instructed Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu was shocked by how the Chen father and son treated Yifeng. President Sun had assigned him as the head of security. Wasn't this just nonsense? Zhao Xiaoyu had met many people in her life, and judging from everything that had just happened, Yifeng's status in the eyes of the Chen family was definitely not low. He even seemed to be placed higher than Sun Muqing. This Yifeng was mysterious and had a strong masculine charm. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu prepared the tea. Chen Zifeng didn't even dare to sit down until Chen gave him permission. Sun Muqing found Chen Zifeng's behavior strange today, but in reality, it was just because he was nervous. Faced with a big boss like the one behind Tianjun Group, Chen Zifeng was completely overwhelmed. Chen patted Chen Zifeng's shoulder. My son might be a bit of a troublemaker, but his nature isn't bad. I hope Miss Sun can be tolerant of him. Zifeng, you should learn more from Miss Sun and Mr. Yi. Do you understand? Chen spoke earnestly, and Chen Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Dad, I understand. Seeing this, Sun Muqing couldn't help but sigh. Chen Zifeng's father was far more impressive than he was. With a father like this, the son shouldn't be too hopeless. Even though she despised the things Chen Zifeng had done in the past, in business, she could still work with him. After all, the Chen family's strength as a first-tier family was undeniable. Chen took a sip of tea and continued. Miss Sun, you'll need to visit the site personally to inspect the land. We originally planned to develop a luxury villa complex there, but what? Sun Muqing was puzzled. But there's something strange about that place. Over the past few days, several workers have reported feeling like they were possessed. Their bodies stiffened up like stone, almost as if they had contracted some kind of strange illness. Chen didn't want any accidents to happen after Sun Muqing took over the land. If something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess, so he told her everything up front. Sun Muqing was startled. She had consulted a feng shui master, and the land was said to be excellent, warm in winter and cool in summer. She had even visited before and hadn't experienced anything unusual. She nodded seriously. Thank you. I'll go check it out this afternoon. All right. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Miss Sun, Mr. Yi, I'll see you next time. After bidding them farewell, Chen quickly left Zhanghai Group. Sun Muqing put away the contract and headed downstairs. Since she had accepted the land, she needed to inspect it personally. Besides, after thinking it over, she decided she should still pay the Chen family something. It wouldn't be right to take the land for free. But what confused her most was Yifeng. She turned back and looked at him strangely. Do you really have that much influence? The Chen family just gave me this land for free? Are you hiding something from me? She scrutinized him from head to toe, trying to see through him. But she couldn't. After a moment, Yifeng finally spoke. I'm not that important. Maybe Tianjun Group wants to work with you. Aren't they close to Director Zhao? We've had the chance to meet before. Alright, aren't you going to inspect the land? I'll come with you. Chen said something weird is going on there. I want to see for myself. With that, Yifeng headed downstairs without waiting for Sun Muqing. She glared at him. This guy, skipping work on his first day? But since she was in a good mood, she let it slide. She followed closely behind, got into her Audi, and drove off with Yifeng. The land that Chen had given to Sun Muqing was next to Longhu Lake, one of the most expensive areas in Longchang. Before long, Sun Muqing's car arrived at the entrance of the construction site. Looking around, she saw that thousands of square meters of land were enclosed by fences, with many workers inside. Not far away stood the headquarters of Fuhua Group. Just as Sun Muqing and Yifeng arrived, two staff members came up to them. Miss Sun? President Chen asked us to wait here for you. Sun Muqing nodded politely. Looking at the bustling commercial district in the distance, she already had countless ideas for how to develop this prime location. But first, she needed to investigate the so-called strange happenings at the site. As Yifeng and Sun Muqing followed the staff inside, a Rolls-Royce suddenly sped toward them. Yifeng turned and saw Zhang Tao step out of the car with Li Yaqing. Behind them were several men in suits. The moment Zhang Tao saw Yifeng, he smirked coldly. "Move aside. Move aside. What is a convict like you doing here?" Zhang Tao signaled for Yifeng to step away. Yifeng frowned. "I should be asking you the same thing. What are you two doing here?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao sneered. "What am I doing here? You really are an idiot, aren't you? I'm here to inspect the land. Now get lost." He then pushed forward, intending to enter first. As he walked past Yifeng, he deliberately rammed his shoulder into him. Unfortunately for Zhang Tao, he had no idea how strong Yifeng was now. The moment he made contact, he was sent flying backward, as if he had slammed into a concrete pillar. His bones made a cracking sound, almost breaking. Seeing this, Li Yaqing's face darkened in anger. She had been holding back her frustration toward Yifeng for too long. This damn convict, how dare he go against her fiancé? Yifeng! How dare you disrespect my fiancé? She raised her hand and swung at Yifeng's face. She didn't care if Sun Muqing was present, she was determined to teach this convict a lesson. But before she could land the slap, Yifeng's expression turned cold. He caught her wrist effortlessly. Then, slap. Yifeng struck her face. "You really think I wouldn't dare hit you? You blind fool." Clearly, Zhang Tao had deliberately run into him. Yet this wretched woman insisted on blaming him for it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back anymore. Li Yaqing was completely stunned. You actually dared to hit me? I'll make you pay for this." "Hubby. What are you waiting for? Beat him up, I want his leg broken." Hearing Li Yaqing call him hubby, Zhang Tao felt a surge of excitement. He immediately ordered his men to surround Yifeng. Zhang Tao glared at Yifeng. "You bastard! The hand you used to hit my wife, I'll make sure you never use it again." The men in suits stepped closer, eyes filled with malice. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the distance. "Stop!" Several imposing figures strode toward them, radiating fury. Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing turned their heads simultaneously and saw Chenin approaching with Chen Zifeng and several subordinates. Chenin walked straight up to Zhang Tao. Just as Zhang Tao was about to greet him, a slap came out of nowhere and sent him flying. Then, Chenin stepped on Zhang Tao's face and twisted his foot back and forth. "Zhang Tao, you must have some guts to come here and stir up trouble." Chairman Chen. Zhang Tao's nose was bleeding profusely. Chenin grabbed him off the ground with one hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. The Zhang family had a good relationship with the Chen family, and he had agreed with Chen Jin just a few days ago that he could come to inspect the land. Why was Chenin attacking him without even hearing him out? Zhang Tao hurried to explain. "Chairman Chen, please listen to me. Your brother, Chen Jin, personally agreed that I could come to inspect this land. He even said it could be transferred to me." "That's nonsense." Chenin spat, nearly drowning Zhang Tao in his saliva. "Take your people and get the hell out of here. I've already given this land to Miss Sun. And did you just say you were going to break Mr. Ye's arm? You worthless piece of trash, are you tired of living? To hell with you." Chenin slapped Zhang Tao several more times. Li Yaqing was so terrified that she turned pale and stumbled backward. Yifeng stared at her coldly. She really thought that just because she married Zhang Tao and entered a wealthy family, she had the right to boss him around? She had no idea that, in his eyes, she was nothing more than an ant. And the Zhang family? If they really angered him, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them. Chenin finished beating Zhang Tao, then turned and shot a fierce glare at Li Yaqing. Li Yaqing looked at Yifeng in fear, still trying to figure out how he knew Chenin. Chenin roared, "Get lost! I don't ever want to see you two again. Also, from today onward, all cooperation between the Zhang family and my Chen family is cancelled. Miss Sun, Mr. Yi, this way, please." Chenin personally led Yifeng and Sun Muqing forward, passing by Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was on the verge of tears. He had come here to discuss business, but instead, because of Yifeng, he not only failed to negotiate but also lost his business opportunities. The cooperation projects with the Chen family were worth at least 7 or 8 billion. He had invested a lot in them, and the risks were high. Now, with the Chen family pulling out, the Zhang family, just a second-rate family, was facing complete disaster. The losses were immeasurable. Zhang Tao endured the pain and struggled to his feet, trying to plead with Chenin. But Chen didn't even spare him a glance. Chen Zifeng, on the other hand, kicked him hard in the chest, flipping him over. Didn't you hear? Get lost. If you dare disrespect Mr. Yi again, I'll break both of your legs. Zhang Tao was scared out of his wits. What was going on? Why was the Chen family treating this ex-convict with such reverence? Meanwhile, Li Yaqing was in a daze, staring blankly at Yi Feng's retreating figure. Her heart was in turmoil. When the group finally disappeared from sight, Zhang Tao let out a furious roar. Damn it! Why? Why does that ex-convict deserve this? Zhang Tao was devastated. He had always been beneath Yi Feng, but now, even after working his way up, he was still no match for him. Zhang Tao! You've really let me down! Li Yaqing snapped. She had been slapped by Yi Feng, and now her fiancé had been humiliated by the Chen family. Her dignity was completely shattered. Yaqing! Don't be mad. I don't know what kind of luck he's had to make the Chen family treat him so well. But don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. Zhang Tao patted the dust off his clothes. Just because he has the Chen family backing him, doesn't mean he can go against me. Let's wait and see. With that, Zhang Tao and his men quickly got into their cars and sped away. Everything was Yi Feng's fault, he blamed it all on him. But to Yi Feng, these two pests weren't even worth thinking about. He followed Chen into the site, where several staff members introduced the details of the land. After walking for a few minutes, Chen suddenly stopped. Miss Sun. I'm sorry, but I can only take you this far. Beyond this point, I don't dare go any further. The lake ahead is now your land. This place, it's eerie. Achoo! Chen sneezed. Yi Feng quickly sensed something unusual. His internal energy was incredibly strong, and within his dantian, pure yang energy constantly surged through his body. Yet even he felt a chilling cold, as if it pierced his very soul. Yi Feng turned to look at Sun Muqing. Strangely, she seemed completely unaffected. Frowning, Yi Feng asked, You don't feel anything? No? What's wrong? You're acting all mysterious. Chen Zifeng shivered, covered in goosebumps. After just a few minutes of standing here, he couldn't take it anymore. He began rubbing his hands together, while Yi Feng circulated his energy to drive out the cold. Only then did Chen Zifeng's face regain some color. Miss Sun. Maybe we should head back and consult a feng shui master about this place. Chen suggested. But Sun Muqing felt perfectly fine. She smiled. It's all right, Chairman Chen. You can leave first. We'll stay and take a look around. Chen didn't argue and quickly led his people away. Once they were gone, Yi Feng frowned. There's a cold energy radiating from the ground. It's the middle of summer, and it's still this cold. Could there be an extreme object buried here? Extreme object? Sun Muqing gave him a puzzled look. She had no idea what he was talking about. Yi Feng ignored her and walked deeper into the site. Before long, they reached the central area of a massive lake. The lake's surface emitted an eerie chill, making it look like a scene from a fairyland, veiled in a thin mist. It's here! Yi Feng immediately sensed something unusual. Ignoring Sun Muqing's attempts to stop him, he jumped into the lake. A few minutes later, he resurfaced, holding a small, glowing white stone. An extreme object. The cold is so intense that even my internal energy can't fully resist it. Strangely, Sun Muqing didn't seem to feel the cold at all. She snatched the glowing stone from his hand and examined it. It just looks like an ordinary pebble to me. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he stared at Sun Muqing in shock. She felt uneasy under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Yi Feng replied. Muqing, consider this stone a gift. You might find it useful someday. If you plan to keep it at home, store it in a volcanic stone box. I'll bring you one later. This was basic knowledge. Yi Feng understood it well. Extreme objects couldn't be absorbed by martial artists. For cultivators like him, they weren't treasures. But every rule had its exception. Yi Feng's eyes widened slightly. A 5-ing body. He murmured, staring at Sun Muqing. Only he knew about this, which meant that if someone guided Sun Muqing, she could also step into the martial arts world. She could even progress faster than Yi Feng. This was why she didn't feel the cold at all. Yi Feng kept this thought to himself and took Sun Muqing for a quick walk around the area. By the time they left, Chen was already gone. Indeed, this was a great piece of land. Moving the luminescent stone away would prevent people from getting sick due to the cold. In the scorching summer, this place had unknowingly become a rare retreat from the heat. Sun Mooching initially had no interest in keeping the stone and was a bit annoyed. Who gives someone a lousy rock as a gift? This is a treasure. Trust me. Yi Feng told her to keep it and not to show it around carelessly. If other martial artists saw it, it could bring trouble. By the time Sun Mooching and Yi Feng returned home, it was already dark. After a long day, Sun Mooching felt exhausted, her entire body aching. Yet, she still had doubts in her heart. She pulled Yi Feng aside under the pretense of going out for a walk. What's your relationship with the Chen family? Tell me the truth, you must be hiding something. Sun Mooching pointed at Yi Feng suspiciously. Yi Feng shrugged. I already told you, what other relationship could I have? Chenin is a good friend of Zhao's elder brother, so naturally, he's my friend too. Yi Feng whistled, and Sun Mooching glared at him. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message that caught her attention. After reading it, her face changed in shock. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked. Sun Mooching's eyes were full of worry. Young Masterine saved me and got injured by Zhang Taigang. Now Zhang Longhu has sent people to kill Yin Tianqi. No, I have to tell him immediately. Yi Feng was stunned. Zhang Longhu wants to kill Yin Tianqi? Was she sure she didn't get it wrong? Clearly, it was Zhang Taigang who tried to violate Sun Mooching, and he was the one who crippled Zhang Taigang. So why was Yin Tianqi the one being hunted? If Zhang Longhu was sending killers after anyone, it should be him. However, Yi Feng didn't take it to heart. If Zhang Longhu dared to send people after him, none of them would return alive. You should worry about your own safety. Why are you concerned about Yin Tianqi? Zhang Taigang is crippled. Zhang Longhu will definitely send people after you. Yi Feng knew Zhang Taigang wasn't done yet. If they came for him, they would also come for Sun Mooching. But Sun Mooching didn't believe Yi Feng's words at all. She simply thought he was being stupid. Ignoring him, she quickly changed her clothes, jumped into her car, and drove off to find Yin Tianqi. I have to warn young Master Yin. He only provoked Zhang Longhu because of me and Qianqian. With that, she stepped on the gas and disappeared in an instant, leaving Yi Feng behind. This woman is crazy. Risking her life for that bastard Yin Tianqi. Yi Feng was furious. He immediately hailed a taxi and followed her. Under the dark night sky in Longcheng, 4 men in black rushed toward the city center. Looking closely, their speed was astonishing. Their movements left behind afterimages in the air. Meanwhile, Sun Mooching was speeding in her car, calling Yin Tianqi. Young Master Yin. Where are you? Something terrible has happened. Zhang Longhu has really sent people to kill you. Yin Tianqi was lounging in his villa, sipping tea with a voluptuous woman in his arms. Hearing Sun Mooching's words, his hands trembled, crack. And his teacup shattered on the floor. His face went pale with fear. Is this true? Who told you that? The news is everywhere. Haven't you seen it? You need to find a safe place to hide. Zhang Longhu is ruthless, he won't let you go. Sun Mooching's voice was filled with concern. Yin Tianqi was dumbstruck. Panicking, he quickly grabbed his phone and checked the news. When he saw the bounty on his head, he nearly wet himself. All day, he had been too busy fooling around with women and hadn't checked his phone. If Zhang Longhu really wants me dead, where can I even run? There's nowhere safe in Longcheng. What do I do? What do I do? Yin Tianqi was so scared he stomped his feet in frustration. He truly believed Zhang Longhu was after him. Little did he know that the martial artists sent by the Zhang family were actually hunting Yi Feng. Yin Tianqi regretted everything. This has nothing to do with me. He had only lied to trick Sun Mooching and Su Qianqian. How could he have known the Zhang family would blame him for crippling Zhang Taigang? Thinking quickly, he considered going to the Zhang family to confess everything, to explain the truth about Sun Mooching. Meanwhile, Sun Mooching continued driving at high speed. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed ahead, forcing her to slam on the brakes. Her red Audi came to a sudden stop. 4 figures rushed toward her from across the road. At the same time, Yi Feng jumped out of his taxi. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Are you Sun Mooching? I am. Who are you? Good. You're exactly who we're looking for. The leader of the men in black punched through her car window. Just as he was about to grab her arm, Yi Feng's handsome face appeared before his eyes. The man in black instantly stepped back, his expression wary. Sun Mooching was also frozen in fear. Seeing Yi Feng, the man in black grinned. Perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's cut off this kid's head and report back. Yi Feng stood fearlessly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With just you lowlifes? If Zhang Longhu sent you to die, then I'll gladly take your lives. Yi Feng clenched his fists, and a surge of powerful inner energy radiated from his palms. The men in black sneered, full of mockery. Such arrogance. I was already making a name for myself in Longcheng before you were even born. Ha ha ha. I was going to give you a quick death, but now you've made me want to have some fun with you first. The leader, a man in his 40s, had a sinister gaze. His entire body exuded a bloody aura, as if he had walked through mountains of corpses. Clearly, he had killed many people. Hurry up and kill him before anything unexpected happens, one of the others urged. Without hesitation, the man in black drew a dagger and charged at Yi Feng. The sharp blade cut through the night air, forming a cold arc of light. As the dagger approached, Yi Feng threw a punch. The force of his strike was unstoppable. In an instant, he shattered the man in black into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere. The remaining 3 men froze in shock. A single punch. The sheer power of that one strike was terrifying. Even these martial artists were stunned. Ah! Sun Muqing had never witnessed such brutality before. She screamed and covered her mouth in horror. This kid is a martial artist. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. You guys aren't even worthy of being called lowlifes. Yi Feng sneered. Yi Feng turned his head and softly said to Sun Muqing, "Close your eyes." He was worried that the blood might splatter on her and that the gruesome scene would frighten her. Who are these people? Sun Muqing had never encountered martial artists before and had no idea these men were after her. Her mind was still occupied with Yin Tianqi. They came to kill me, Yi Feng said coldly, his overwhelming killing intent engulfing the assassins. Realizing Yi Feng's strength, the assassins no longer dared to be careless. All together. Kill him. 3 figures surrounded Yi Feng, attempting to corner him. Inside the car, Sun Muqing's mind was in complete chaos. Yi Feng moved like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged. Watching his unfamiliar silhouette, Sun Muqing felt a growing sense of fear. Was this still the Yi Feng she knew? A cold blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yi Feng's throat. In just a few moments, the assassins had launched dozens of deadly strikes. But what shocked them the most was that despite their relentless attacks, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Feng's clothes. Yi Feng smirked with a hint of mockery. Is this all you've got? Yi Feng, be careful. Sun Muqing was drenched in cold sweat, deeply worried about Yi Feng's safety. If something happened to him, she wouldn't be able to escape these assassins either. Could Zhang Longhu have sent them? No, that's not right. Zhang Longhu's target should be Yin Tianqi, not Yi Feng. Just as she was lost in thought, Yi Feng threw a punch. One of the martial artists flew dozens of meters away like a broken kite. You! The man in black coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror. A martial artist at the body tempering stage could dominate all of Longcheng. Yet, with his strength, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yi Feng's body. Had he been pretending to be weak just to toy with them? The other 2 assassins widened their eyes in shock. Yi Feng slowly walked up to the fallen assassin, towering over him. He pressed his foot onto the man's chest, causing more blood to spill from his mouth. Please don't kill me. We were just following Zhang Longhu's orders. If you spare me, I will be your most loyal dog from now on. I will do anything you ask. Grandmaster, please spare this lowly one's life. The assassin pleaded desperately, looking at Yi Feng with begging eyes. But Yi Feng only chuckled coldly. Now you beg for mercy? Too bad, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng stomped down hard, crushing the man's head into pulp. The remaining 2 assassins exchanged glances. Their only thought was to run. But how could Yi Feng let them escape? In a flash, he blocked their path. Seeing him appear in front of them, the 2 assassins immediately dropped to their knees with a loud thud. Grandmaster, please spare us. We were forced into this. We had no idea who you were. Please, let us go. They cowed out frantically, their foreheads already bleeding from the repeated impact against the ground. Their blood stained the ground beneath Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng grabbed both of them by the neck as if they were mere chickens. Crack! With a light squeeze, their necks snapped. After dealing with them, Yi Feng casually dusted himself off and walked up to Sun Muqing. Are you okay? Sun Muqing numbly nodded. Why Yi Feng, you killed people. Her face was pale with fear. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. Yi Feng had just been released from prison, and now he had killed people right in front of her. Sun Muqing had never witnessed such brutality before. Now, she saw Yi Feng as nothing but a murderer. They tried to kill me. I had no choice but to kill them first, Yi Feng said calmly. Don't worry. These were Zhang Longhu's men, scum who committed countless crimes. They deserved to die. People like them didn't deserve mercy. If he had let them go, who knew how many more innocent lives they would have taken? Besides, some of them might have even participated in the massacre of the Yi family back then. I'll drive, Yi Feng said. You should be more worried about Su Chanxian and yourself. That bastard Yin Tianqi is definitely safe. For now, you should stay home. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that Sun Muqing was in no state to drive, Yi Feng made her sit in the passenger seat and drove her home himself. Once they got back, Sun Muqing locked herself in her room and immediately called Su Chanxian. Chanxian, are you okay? I'm fine. Muqing, why are you calling me so late? Hearing Su Chanxian's voice, Sun Muqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Su Chanxian was safe. After hanging up, her mind kept replaying the brutal scene from earlier. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking on her door startled her. As the door opened, Yi Feng walked in, carrying a cup of hot water. He placed it on the table without saying a word and turned to leave. He knew she was shaken. But this was something she had to experience. If she never faced such things, how would she ever grow? It didn't matter if she couldn't accept it now, she would eventually come to understand. Yi Feng stepped out of the room. Chen Sini had prepared a late-night snack for him. Meanwhile, Sun Zhonghai stumbled home, reeking of alcohol. As he entered, his face was beaming with excitement. Wife! Something amazing happened today. The Chen family actually gave me a prime piece of land. Do you know how valuable this land is? I'm telling you, it will be worth at least 5 billion in the future. Hiccup. I'm so happy, I drank a bit too much. Chen Sini's face turned red with anger upon seeing how drunk he was. But when she heard it was business related, she held back her temper. Sun Zhonghai then turned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, how was your first day at work? Look at you, so grown up, and yet you ended up as a security guard. Muqing is always surrounded by rich young heirs, and you're just a lowly security guard. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Sun Zhonghai's words were particularly harsh. Chen Sini couldn't stand it any longer. Weren't you just a regular worker when you were his age? Yi Feng has suffered so much these past years. Instead of being understanding, you're belittling him? If you have such a problem with him being a security guard, then get out of this house and never come back. I don't want to see you. After scolding Sun Zhonghai, she turned to Yi Feng with a warm smile. Yi Feng, don't take it to heart. Your godfather is just drunk. It's okay, godmother, Yi Feng replied with a calm smile. Sun Zhonghai would never have imagined that the fortune gifted to their family was all thanks to Yi Feng. The next day, Yi Feng packed his things and left the Sun family. Today was finally the appointed time. It was time to take Zhang Longhu's life. At this moment, in the Zhang family's main hall, Zhang Longhu was lounging comfortably on the sofa. Ha! Today is already the third day. Where is the Tianjun group? Didn't they say that their young master was coming to wipe out my Zhang family? I'm right here waiting. At the corners of the high courtyard walls, several machine guns were firmly mounted. In addition, a few snipers lay on the rooftops with heavy sniper rifles. The Zhang family's security team, consisting of hundreds of men, was fully armed, each one vigilantly watching the surroundings. Seeing this setup, Zhang Taigang was also delighted. If that so-called young master of the Tianjun group dared to come, he would be riddled with bullets. Inside the Zhang family's hall, not only were all the Zhang family members present, but there was also a mysterious group of fighters. 24 martial artists stood in 2 rows. Excluding the 4 who had been sent to assassinate Yi Feng, there were still 20 of them in the hall. These men were Zhang Longhu's trusted subordinates, men who had climbed mountains of blades and walked through seas of fire. They were ruthless killers, addicted to bloodshed. This was the gift Zhang Longhu had prepared for the Tianjun group. He was full of confidence and arrogance, showing not the slightest fear of the so-called young master of the Tianjun group. A mighty dragon cannot crush a local snake. In Longcheng, he was the king. Did the Tianjun group really think they were the emperors of Longcheng, deciding who lived and who died? I think the Tianjun group isn't coming today. They must have heard about the defenses we set up and got scared. Ha ha ha. Zhang Longting, the Zhang family's second eldest, sneered with disdain. Suddenly, inside the Zhang family's hall, there was a crisp crack sound as 4 of the 24 longevity tablets shattered. Zhang Taigang shuddered in fear. These tablets had been specially placed in the hall by a master at Zhang Longhu's request. They were meant to honor the 24 martial artists under Zhang Longhu. The master had said that if a tablet shattered, it meant its owner had died. This meant that the 4 martial artists who had gone out had been killed. The remaining 20 warriors all frowned in unison. For those who had stepped into the martial path, ordinary people were no match for them. Unless the opponent was also a martial artist. Father! Could it be that the Tianjun group has sent people to kill them? What should we do? The longevity tablets are broken, those men must be dead. Just moments ago, Zhang Taigang had been full of arrogance, but now he had deflated like a punctured balloon. Sure enough, the Tianjun group was coming for them. Zhang Longhu shouted sternly, "Calm down. Those 4 might not have been killed by the Tianjun group." Suddenly, Zhang Taigang seemed to remember something. Right. Father, it was Yi Feng. That brat is a martial artist. I completely forgot. But no matter how skilled he is, he's just at the body tempering stage. How could he possibly take on 4 people at once? Zhang Taigang refused to believe that Yi Feng could have done it alone. What he didn't know was that, 10 kilometers away, Yi Feng was already speeding toward the Zhang family alone. Zhang Longhu frowned deeply. Could that brat have accomplices? Killing my martial artists sooner or later, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. Son, don't worry. Once these 3 days are over, I'll personally take action and wipe out Yi Feng. Zhang Longhu's face was filled with a chilling murderous intent. Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in to report. Boss! Someone is approaching from 3 kilometers away. How many people? Zhang Longhu was startled. Only 1. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu almost burst into laughter. Just 1 person? Is the Tianjun group looking down on me, Zhang Longhu? Or maybe that so-called young master got scared and sent someone to beg for mercy? Zhang Longhu sneered. So the Tianjun group was nothing but a paper tiger. At this moment, Yi Feng was only a few hundred meters away from the Zhang family. From a distance, he could see several black gun barrels aimed directly at him. Yi Feng was completely unfazed. Now that he had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan stage, his protective energy could easily deflect bullets. He walked toward the gate, completely unbothered. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. This isn't a place you should be. However, before the man could finish his sentence, a silver needle sliced through the air. Before the machine gunner could react, his head was pierced through. Seeing someone go down, the remaining men didn't hesitate and immediately pulled their triggers. Fire! Fire! Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bullets rained down like a storm. Yi Feng remained fearless. A powerful surge of inner energy erupted from his dantian, instantly forming an invisible barrier around his body. The bullets couldn't even get close to him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had already reached the Zhang family's gate. Hearing the gunfire, Zhang Longhu's expression darkened. Damn it! What's going on? Didn't I say not to fire unless absolutely necessary? Who the hell opened fire? Boss! That brat broke in! A subordinate stumbled down from the wall in panic. At the same time, countless eyes turned toward the gate. With a thunderous crash, the half-meter-thick solid wood door was blasted into splinters. Yi Feng stepped inside, his aura filled with overwhelming hatred, coldly locking eyes with Zhang Longhu. Zhang Longhu! 3 days are up. I've come to take your life. With each step, Yi Feng drew closer. Seeing his face, Zhang Tiegan's mind went blank, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Father! It's Yi Feng! That bastard is Yi Feng. He's the one who crippled me. Seeing Yi Feng again, Zhang Taigang was still terrified. But with his father and so many martial artists present, he quickly regained his confidence. He glared at Yi Feng viciously. Yi Feng! You reckless fool! How dare you come here on your own? Today, I'll make sure you suffer 100 times worse than I did. Zhang Taigang was furious. Because of Yi Feng, he was no longer a real man. How could he not be enraged? Zhang Longhu, on the other hand, was shocked. This kid had managed to charge and despite all the gunfire. His strength was obvious. But he was really alone. Zhang Longhu sneered. Kid, you came alone? You must be tired of living. You crippled my son, didn't you? Yi Feng walked toward Zhang Longhu without a hint of hesitation or fear. Yes, I crippled him. Zhang Longhu, today is the day your Zhang family meets its end. Hearing this, not only Zhang Taigang but everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Arrogant fool. Who the hell do you think you are? If the Tianjun group hadn't threatened me, I would have killed you in a second. But Yi Feng simply smiled. I am the young master of the Tianjun group. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. After a moment, the crowd reacted as if they had just heard something unbelievable. Zhang Longting burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Why don't you just say you're the Jade Emperor? The young master of the Tianjun group? If you're the young master of the Tianjun group, then that makes me his father. At the same time, Zhang Taigang also looked at Yi Feng with an expression of utter disbelief. Did this guy take the wrong medicine or something? Kid, you killed my men, didn't you? I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and I'll spare your life. From now on, you can follow me, Zhang Longhu. I'll even give you the position of a hall master. How about that? Zhang Longhu, at the peak of the body tempering stage, had already noticed that this kid was no ordinary person. At that moment, more than 20 martial artists had already surrounded Yi Feng, and with the firepower from the rooftop, even if Yi Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape death today. Zhang Longhu. 3 years ago, you wiped out my Yi family. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the 100 lives of the Yi family. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Longhu was stunned for a moment. Then, an indescribable fear surged into his eyes. Zhang Longhu staggered backward, his body trembling. You're that kid from the Yi family? You're still alive? Zhang Longhu carefully examined Yi Feng's face. There was no mistake, he looked almost exactly like that person. Hearing his words, everyone in the Zhang family was shocked beyond belief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Back then, they had heard that one survivor had escaped from the Yi family. They never expected that in just 3 years, he would return. And with a level of strength that was completely unknown. Yi Feng's cold gaze locked onto Zhang Longhu. Taking a single step forward, his presence was like that of a fierce beast. Damn it! Yi Feng! So it really is you. I should have finished you off back then. Since I didn't, today I'll make sure you die again. 3 years ago, Zhang Longhu had sent men to hunt down Yi Feng. But in the end, Yi Feng had been sent to prison, which had saved his life. Zhang Longhu had assumed that the last survivor of the Yi family would rot away in prison, never to see the outside world again. But this kid had managed to survive and return. Humph. Do you really think you're that capable? At this distance, let's see how you dodge bullets. Martial artists, no matter how strong, were still flesh and blood. Even a peak body tempering martial artist like Zhang Longhu couldn't possibly dodge so many bullets. This kid dared to walk in here alone. Today, they would turn him into a sieve. If you dare take another step forward, I'll make sure you die with no place to be buried. Zhang Longhu waved his hand. Click, click, click. Over a dozen gunmen disengaged their safeties. However, Yi Feng acted as if he didn't hear a thing. He continued walking toward Zhang Longhu, step by step. Zhang Taigang panicked. Was this lunatic really not afraid of bullets? Even a peak body tempering martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand so many bullets at this range. Yi Feng smirked coldly. Today was the anniversary of his parents' death. Today, he would make Zhang Longhu experience true fear. Seeing Yi Feng getting closer, Zhang Longhu finally lost his patience. His face twisted with murderous intent, and he shouted. You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Open fire. Bang! 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 With his command, countless bullets rained down once more. But Zhang Longhu had not seen what had happened earlier, Yi Feng effortlessly stopping the bullets. If he had seen it, he never would have given the order to fire. But then, the unimaginable happened. As dozens of bullets approached Yi Feng, he simply raised his hand. And the bullets froze in midair. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets then dropped to the ground, one after another. Zhang Longhu wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. The 20 martial artists gasped, staring at Yi Feng as if they had seen a ghost. My God! How is this possible? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, unable to utter another word. This had completely shattered their understanding of reality. Zhang Longhu had lived for decades, but he had never seen anything like this. Zhang Longhu's face was filled with terror. But before he could say another word, Yi Feng moved like lightning, charging straight toward him. Zhang Longhu panicked. Stop him! Stop this brat! It was as if he had completely forgotten about fighting back. The 20 martial artists rushed at Yifeng together. Dozens of powerful internal energy strikes erupted, surging toward Yifeng like volcanic eruptions. Even a single hit from one of them could reduce an ordinary person to dust. But Yifeng merely clenched his fists and released a powerful burst of energy. His fists collided with the attacks. And in the next instant, all 20 martial artists coughed up blood and were sent flying. Is he even human? Zhang Taigang was scared out of his wits. He began to regret everything. Zhang Longhu lifted his head, staring at Yifeng in sheer terror. Yifeng waved a finger at him. Zhang Longhu, I heard you're a martial artist too? I'll let you have 3 moves. Yifeng's playful tone drove Zhang Longhu into a frenzy. Ah! I'll kill you! Zhang Longhu gathered all his energy and charged at Yifeng. At the peak of body tempering, Zhang Longhu had pushed his physical body to its limit. But his internal strength was nothing compared to Yifeng's. Seeing Zhang Longhu coming at him, Yifeng finally unleashed his fury. At this moment, Zhang Longhu finally felt what true fear was. Back then, if Yifeng hadn't been lucky enough to find a master in prison, he would have never escaped Zhang Longhu's assassination attempts. Zhang Longhu's attacks were fierce, but he couldn't even touch Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even need to move a finger. And Zhang Longhu was already exhausted. Moments later, 3 moves had passed. I gave you 3 moves. Now it's my turn. Yifeng's expression turned cold. He lunged forward like a tiger and grabbed Zhang Longhu's arms. Rip! With one powerful motion, he tore off both of Zhang Longhu's arms. The horrifying scene sent the entire Zhang family into a state of panic. The 20 remaining martial artists turned pale with fear. In just one move, Yifeng had crippled Zhang Longhu. And Zhang Longhu had been the strongest among them. Just as Yifeng was about to step forward and finish Zhang Longhu off, an elderly figure emerged from the side. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Yifeng frowned. You need something? The old man replied coldly. I am Li Song, head of the Li family in Longcheng. I come on the orders of Wang Wu, the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the Southern King. Young man, you have already crippled Zhang Longhu and his son. For the sake of the Southern King, spare their lives. Yifeng sneered. The Southern King? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if he came in person, if I want to kill them, I'll kill them. This is none of his business. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Yifeng laughed coldly. The so-called Southern King? Zhang Longhu destroyed the Yi family. And he still wanted to live? What a joke! Hiss. Inside the grand hall, everyone gasped sharply, their bodies going numb as they looked at that figure. This kid had such an arrogant tone, he was truly insane. The Southern King was the overlord of the entire Nanjiang province, and the entire region was under his rule. His subordinates numbered in the tens of thousands. Among them, the Black Dragon Guards were the elite troops under the Southern King's command, with a total of 10,000 soldiers. Li Song had come to the Zhang family on the orders of Wang Wu, the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. Yet, Yifeng didn't give him any respect at all. Did he really not fear death? What audacity! The Southern King is the supreme authority in Nanjiang, and Chief Instructor Wang Wu commands 10,000 Black Dragon Guards. Even if someone wanted to kill Zhang Longhu, they would need the Southern King's approval. What qualifications do you have? Li Song sneered coldly. This Yifeng was truly reckless, daring to ignore even the Southern King. He had come here today under Wang Wu's orders. In private, Zhang Longhu had given Wang Wu many valuable gifts. How could he possibly just sit back and watch his money tree get cut down? Get lost. Smack. Yifeng swung his palm, and Li Song's body flew out like a dead dog. While still in mid-air, he was already spewing blood. He tumbled several times across the ground before finally stopping at Zhang Tiegang's feet, completely motionless. Zhang Taigang was dumbfounded. Yifeng actually dared to kill anyone. He even slapped the old ancestor of the Li family, Li Song, to death. Zhang Longhu had invited Li Song over specifically to deal with the Tianjun group, hoping to rely on the Southern King's backing so that he wouldn't have to fear them. But now, not only the Zhang family, but also many powerful figures who had come here today were all doomed. Ha ha ha. Such nerve! You actually dared to kill my man. In Nanjiang province, I have never seen such an arrogant brat before. If you dare to touch even a single hair on his head, I will wipe out the entire Yi family. Suddenly, outside the Zhang family's gates, a domineering figure rushed inside. He was clad in heavy armor, his face exuding an air of experience and hardship. But despite that, he reeked of alcohol, clearly heavily intoxicated. Upon seeing him, Zhang Longhu clutched at this final lifeline. "Master Wang, you must save me. Who are you?" Yi Feng asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over the man. "Who am I? I am Wang Wu, chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards under the Southern King. I don't care what grievances you have with Zhang Longhu right now, leave my sight immediately." As soon as Wang Wu spoke, everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. They had all heard of Wang Wu before. It was said that the Southern King had 4 top experts under his command, and Wang Wu was the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. He commanded over 10,000 men. No matter how strong this Yi Feng was, he absolutely could not stand against Wang Wu. Wang Wu wielded immense power, and in Nanjiang province, no one dared provoke him, just like how no one in Longqing dared to provoke Zhang Longhu. "Zhang family patriarch, don't worry. With me here, no one can kill you." If he dares to make a move, it means he is defying the Southern King himself. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu regained a sliver of hope for survival. Yi Feng glanced at Wang Wu and said indifferently, "You want to die too?" As soon as these words left his mouth, even Wang Wu looked at Yi Feng as if he were a fool. This was the first time he had met such a bold young man, his arrogance even surpassed his own, as if he didn't fear the Southern King at all. Wang Wu waved his hand. "Black Dragon Guards, seize this brat." As his command rang out, over 100 elite soldiers stormed in through the Zhang family's gates. Like Wang Wu, they were clad in heavy armor and wielded steel blades. The sheer aura of these 100 men was so oppressive that the entire Zhang family found it hard to breathe. Even the martial artists present were shocked. This was the Black Dragon Guard. Their aura alone was terrifying beyond words. 100 men, all of them martial artists. No matter how strong this brat was, there was no way he could stand against so many. The first few Black Dragon Guards lunged toward Yi Feng, aiming to smash their fists into his face. But this completely infuriated Yi Feng. With a sudden burst of energy, he gathered his strength in his palms. As soon as the dozen guards reached him, he unleashed 2 devastating strikes. 2 terrifying waves of energy swept out like crashing tidal waves. The dozens of Black Dragon Guards at the front were sent flying in unison. In the next moment, Yi Feng was like a flash of lightning as he charged into the crowd. Within moments, the 100-man squad was thrown into complete disarray, men in armor scattered across the ground. Yi Feng walked up to Wang Wu. Wang Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Even if he had personally fought against these 100 men, he wouldn't have lasted more than 30 moves. But Yi Feng had single-handedly crushed all of them. "Master Wang, that brat caught dozens of bullets with his bare hands. Also, my 20 family martial artists weren't even able to withstand a single move from him." Zhang Taigang trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier?" Before Wang Wu could even finish his sentence, Yi Feng slapped him across the face. "Chief instructor? So that's all you amount to?" In reality, Wang Wu was indeed stronger than Zhang Longhu, but he was still only at the peak of the body tempering stage. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already reached the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan stage. Not to mention 100 Black Dragon Guards. Even if there were 1,000, Yi Feng wouldn't be afraid. It would simply take a little longer to deal with them. Zhang Longhu had lost both arms, and his aura had weakened to the extreme. Only now did he truly feel the presence of death. "You! Take your Black Dragon Guards and get out of the Zhang family. Otherwise, I will kill you." Yi Feng glared at Wang Wu, who lay on the ground. Never in his life had Wang Wu been humiliated like this. As the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards, when had he ever been afraid of anyone? Wang Wu hurriedly got up from the ground. "You want to kick the Black Dragon Guards out? Keep dreaming. You're looking for death." Before Wang Wu could even summon reinforcements, Yi Feng grabbed him by the throat. Crack! With a single motion, Wang Wu's neck snapped. In the terrified eyes of Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang, Wang Wu lost all signs of life. Even in death, his eyes remained locked onto Yi Feng. A chilling fear swept over Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang. Zhang Taigang, witnessing Yi Feng's overwhelming display of power, completely lost his composure. "Lord Yi, please, spare me. I don't want to die." Zhang Taigang knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Even though Zhang Longhu seethed with hatred, he couldn't stop it. Yi Feng grabbed Zhang Longhu by the throat and lifted him into the air. Tell me, was it you who destroyed my Yi family 3 years ago? Speak. Tell me everything, or I will wipe out the Zhang family completely. The suffocating grip around his neck shattered the last shred of resistance in Zhang Longhu's heart. Now, he understood Yi Feng had the power to end the Zhang family. Finally, he believed what Yi Feng had said at the very beginning. Yi Feng was indeed the hidden young master behind the Tianjun group. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Zhang Longhu struggled in terror. If I tell you, will you spare my wife and children? Zhang Longhu trembled as he spoke. Do you still think you have the right to negotiate with me? Yi Feng released Zhang Longhu, then kicked his knees. With a loud crack, his bones shattered, and Zhang Longhu's limbs were completely crippled. The entire Zhang family was in misery. The armed guards, upon seeing Yi Feng, felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they threw down their weapons. Some were so terrified by Yi Feng's gaze alone that their legs gave out, causing them to collapse from the rooftop. You killed the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. Below, 100 Black Dragon Guards roared in unison. Their voices, like rolling thunder, echoed throughout the grand hall. Their eyes burned with hatred, as if they wanted to tear Yi Feng apart. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get lost. If you take one step forward, Wang Wu's fate will be yours. Yi Feng's voice was ice cold. This was a blood feud between the Yi family and the Zhang family. No one was allowed to interfere. Yet, with just one sentence from Yi Feng, all 100 Black Dragon Guards stopped in their tracks, none dared to move. Didn't you hear me? Get lost. A single explosive shout, infused with powerful inner force, sent the 100 Black Dragon Guards vomiting blood as they collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the 100 men fled like stray dogs, scrambling and stumbling away without looking back. In the courtyard, only the Zhang family's guards, its members, and Zhang Longhu's trembling son remained. Yi Feng towered over Zhang Longhu, looking down at him like a god. It was me who slaughtered your Yi family back then, but I was only following orders. This was orchestrated by the Azure Dragon War God. I was just a pawn like everyone else. Please, spare my family. Zhang Longhu knew that he was doomed today. But if he could trade his own life for a chance for his family to survive, he would be satisfied. Hearing his words, Yi Feng's eyes turned blood red. As expected, this matter was far more complicated than it seemed. Tell me, who else? Yi Feng asked coldly. There were 2 other supreme martial masters. Both of them have long since left Longcheng. I only know that they are grandmasters from Jiangnan, and killing me would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken for them. Grandmasters. Yi Feng frowned. Martial grandmasters in Nanjiang were as rare as phoenix feathers. You could count them on one hand. Longwei revered martial arts. Throughout history, there had been countless hidden aristocratic families and ancient martial clans. Among ordinary people, reaching the Kaiyuan realm meant being able to dominate Longcheng. Above the Kaiyuan realm was the realm of grandmasters. Back when the Yi family was at its peak, they also had martial artists and grandmasters overseeing them. Yi Feng had always known that Zhang Longhu alone couldn't have wiped out the Yi family overnight. So, the Azure Dragon War God and ancient martial grandmasters had been involved. You can die now. Yi Feng struck with his palm. A powerful force, carrying an unstoppable killing intent, smashed Zhang Longhu's head into pulp. No matter if it's the Azure Dragon War God or those ancient martial grandmasters, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, I will find them. The Zhang family members were utterly shocked, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. The Emperor of Longcheng, the infamous Zhang Longhu, had just been slapped to death. Father! Zhang Tiegan's eyes were filled with rage and grief. You killed my father. I'll fight you to the death. Blinded by fury, Zhang Taigang charged at Yi Feng, no longer thinking about fear. You can die too. Yi Feng punched Zhang Taigang square in the chest. Zhang Taigang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, dead from just one punch. Thud! At that moment, the remaining hundreds of people in the courtyard all dropped to their knees, trembling in fear. Grandmaster, please spare us. We had nothing to do with this. Please, let us go. The Zhang family's guards, along with the 20 martial artists, all lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Don't worry. Those who didn't stain their hands with my Yi family's blood, I will spare them. As for the rest, not one will be left alive. Yi Feng coldly scanned the room. In an instant, the kneeling martial artists began pointing fingers. Within half a minute, over 10 martial artists and dozens of guards were identified. All of you, go to the grave and accompany my parents and sister. Moments later, the Zhang family was filled with screams of agony. That day, blood flowed like a river. The noble Zhang family, along with its underground emperor Zhang Longhu, ceased to exist. On that day, the skies over Longqing seemed to be stained red. And a man, drenched in blood, walked away from the Zhang residence alone. Stepping out, Yifeng changed into a new set of clothes and left without looking back. The Azure Dragon War God, ranked 8th on Longhua's War God list, had already reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. He once led 100 men and killed 10,000 foreign suicide assassins, earning worldwide fame. Longhua had seen 8 generations of war gods. Though the Azure Dragon War God ranked 8th, he had the backing of an ancient martial family, wielding immense power. In Longcheng, at the Tianjun Group headquarters, Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A figure hurriedly entered the room. Young Master Yi. The newcomer was Zhao Fu. Moments ago, Zhao Fu had received the news. The Zhang family had been wiped out. There was no doubt about it. It had been done by young Master Yi. Investigate the martial grandmasters of Nanjiang and the forces behind the Azure Dragon War God for me. As soon as Yifeng said this, Zhao Fu's heart shook violently. He hadn't expected the Zhang family's destruction to be linked to martial grandmasters and the Azure Dragon War God. Zhao Fu obeyed and quickly left. 10 minutes later, he rushed back into the office. Young Master Yi, there are a total of 4 martial grandmasters in Nanjiang. South Fist Wushui, North Hongmen Zhang Yongshan, Haicheng Zhao family's Zhao Wuji, and Yun City's Grandmaster Chen Shouan. 2 of them visited Longqing a few years ago, but then mysteriously disappeared. Hearing this, Yifeng turned sharply, his gaze as cold as ice. Who were those 2? Zhang Yongshan and Zhao Wuji. Got it. Yifeng silently engraved their names in his heart. The news of Zhang Longhu's annihilation spread like a thunderclap throughout Longcheng. Zhang Longhu's limbs were destroyed, and he died with his eyes wide open. The most arrogant rich heir of Longcheng, Zhang Taigang, was brutally killed in his own home. Dozens of Zhang family members were all slaughtered. Like a tidal wave, this news spread across the entire city. The aristocratic families of Longcheng were all shaken. Inside the Li family's grand hall, Li Zihong's eyes widened in shock. Crash! The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. You're saying my father is dead? Li Zihong stared in horror at his subordinate. Master, it's true. Yifeng entered the Zhang family alone. Even chief instructor Wang Wu was killed by him. Hearing the report, Li Zihong collapsed into his chair. An hour ago, his father, Li Song, had gone to the Zhang family under orders to protect Zhang Longhu from the Tianjun Group. Now, not only had he failed to save Zhang Longhu, but even his own father had perished. Yifeng has returned for revenge. Li Zihong's face was filled with fear. The Li family's guards risked their lives to retrieve the news from the Zhang family, so there was no doubt it was true. Behind Li Zihong, a young man in his 20s with a delicate and pale face frowned. Dad! Who exactly is this Yifeng? After a moment of shock, Li Zihong finally snapped out of his daze. He is the bastard child left behind by the Yi family 3 years ago. The sole survivor who slipped through the cracks. He actually survived, and now he's back. He even killed Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang. Li Zihong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Xiaotian was utterly shocked. The Li family had reached its current status by dividing up the Yi family's assets. Yet, no one in Longqing ever spoke about the Yi family's destruction, nor did anyone dare to discuss it. Li Xiaotian had never heard his father, Li Song, mention it. Could it be that the Li family was involved in that incident as well? Without hesitation, Li Zihong immediately dialed a phone number. Patriarch Lin, go invite Elder Lu here for a discussion. Yifeng has returned. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time before a response finally came. I understand. Before long, 2 men dressed in luxurious attire arrived at the Li family villa. One of them appeared to be in his 50s, with slicked back hair, a gold chain around his neck, and yellow teeth. A deep knife scar ran across his face. The other was leaning on a dragon-headed cane, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. His aura was calm yet imposing. Though his hair was gray, his spirit was vibrant. From time to time, waves of overpowering inner strength emanated from his body, indicating that he was a martial artist. This man was none other than the Li family's grand elder, Lu Qishan, while the other was Lin Jin, the head of the Lin family. Upon entering the room, Li Zihong waved his hand, dismissing all guards and servants. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. Only then did Li Zihong reveal a deep sorrow. Father! May your spirit in heaven protect our Li family. Humph! If that brat dares to come knocking on our door, we'll just wipe him out. Lin Jin said grimly. Wipe him out? Even Zhang Longhu was killed by that brat. Wang Wu also died at his hands. And those 100 black dragon guards were so terrified by his roar that they fled in disgrace. How can our 3 families possibly be his match? Li Zihong said anxiously. Then what do you suggest? Should we just sit here and wait for that brat to wipe us out? Lin Jin's eyes were filled with rage. The knife scar on his face was a wound he received 3 years ago at the Yi family estate. Beside them, only Elder Lu Qishan remained indifferent, his gaze unwavering. The Black Dragon Guards were elite soldiers under the Southern Warlord's command. The Zhang family had dozens of martial artists, along with Chief Instructor Wang Wu and the Black Dragon Guards. With such formidable forces, they could have dominated all of Longcheng. Yet, they still perished at the hands of that brat. Li Zihong dared not imagine just how powerful Yi Feng had become. That Yi Feng is now a martial grandmaster. There are no other grandmasters in Longcheng. Even if our 3 families join forces, we will only be marching toward our own destruction. If we really have no other choice, I am willing to offer half of the Li family's wealth in exchange for Yi Feng's forgiveness and to ensure the survival of our family. Hearing Li Zihong's words, Lin Jin immediately lashed out. I refuse. Does that mean my Lin family also has to give up half our wealth to Yi Feng? We never even participated in the events of the past. We only took a portion of the Yi family's assets. Now you want us to give up half of our fortune? If we do that, won't my Lin family fall to the level of a third-rate clan? Besides, even if we surrender our wealth, do you think that brat will spare us? He dared to kill both Wang Wu and Zhang Longhu. Is there anyone in Longcheng he wouldn't dare to kill? Lin Jin flatly refused. And he wasn't wrong. If they handed over their wealth, they would become fish on Yi Feng's chopping block, left at his mercy. But if they united and fought back now, there might still be a sliver of hope. Besides, they still had the powerful southern warlord backing them. And there were 2 martial grandmasters in Jiangnan protecting them. Right now, they were all in the same boat. Dad, that's impossible, right? Isn't Yi Feng younger than me? Li Xiaotian frowned. That's right. If Yi Feng really did all this, then he's only 24 years old this year. Impossible. A 24-year-old grandmaster? Even the #1 war god on the 8 great war gods list, the Azura war god, is only at the grandmaster level. Back then, when the Azura war god defended the northern border and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, he was only at the body tempering realm in his 20s. He was considered the most talented person in all of Manhwa. What does Yi Feng count as? Lin Jin scoffed, refusing to believe Yi Feng had reached the level of a grandmaster. If he's not a grandmaster, how did he destroy the Zhang family? Li Zihong argued. I don't believe he did it alone. Did you see it with your own eyes? Maybe there's some powerful master backing Yi Feng. Lin Jin sneered. Lu Qishan shot them a cold glare and scolded, enough arguing. Someone immediately investigate this brat's background for me. Also, I will personally go see the Southern Warlord. A mere stray dog dares to kill the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards in broad daylight. He's got some nerve. Lu Qishan's eyes narrowed into slits, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Lin Jin and Li Zihong looked at him and fell silent. Lu Qishan carried immense weight in their eyes because he had once studied martial arts under a grandmaster. Although he lacked talent, decades of training had allowed him to reach the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was only one step away from breaking into the revered Kaiyuan Grandmaster realm. In the past 30 years, no Grandmaster had emerged in Longcheng. We will follow Elder Lu's lead. Since that brat dares to kill in Longcheng, we will make sure he never returns. We must eliminate him, root and stem, to prevent future trouble. Lin Jin said excitedly. After leaving Tianjun Group, Yi Feng returned to the Sun family. At the Sun family villa, Sun Zhanghai and Chen Sini were deeply worried. Just moments ago, they had heard from Sun Muqing about the assassins Zhang Longhu had sent. Sun Zhanghai had been so frightened that he was at a complete loss. Chen Sini checked the time. Fomer had been gone for half a day and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? She had promised his parents she would take good care of him. If something happened to him, how could she continue living? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Yi Feng walked in. Seeing Yi Feng, Chen Sini finally felt a weight lift off her heart. Fenger! Where have you been? You worried me to death. Zhang Longhu didn't do anything to you, did he? Chen Sini grabbed Yi Feng's arm and looked him up and down. Godmother, I'm fine. From now on, there is no more Zhang family in Longcheng. Hearing this, Sun Muqing and Sun Zhonghai's eyes widened in shock. Yi Feng had finally taken revenge on his first enemy. But in the future, more dangers would surely follow. He didn't want to drag his godmother's family into it. This time, he had come to say goodbye. Back then, I personally witnessed my enemies slaughter my entire Yi family, hundreds of lives lost. My younger sister died tragically in my mother's arms. I fled for 3 days and 3 nights, seriously injured. Later, I was imprisoned and managed to escape disaster. Zhang Longhu's hands were stained with my parents' blood, and today, I have finally avenged them. Godmother, I want to pay my respects to my parents. Yi Feng told his godmother about personally killing Zhang Longhu. This was something that could not be hidden. Hearing this news, Sun Zhonghai was completely dumbfounded, his whole body trembling. Feng. After a moment of silence, Chen Sini did not refuse but instead gave a slight smile. All right. I'll go with you. She immediately grabbed Yi Feng's hand, ready to leave. When the Yi family was exterminated, she had erected a memorial tablet for Yi Feng's parents. Their burial site was only a few kilometers away. At that moment, Sun Zhonghai suddenly stood up, his expression becoming extremely serious. You're not allowed to go. If he wants to go, let him go alone. Sun Zhonghai. Chen Sini was furious. Wife, do you even know who Zhang Longhu was? Do you know how many powerful figures and martial masters from Nanjing were backing him? How could Sun Zhonghai not know about what happened to the Yi family back then? Even if he only heard bits and pieces, he understood enough. But over the years, everyone in Longcheng had buried this matter deep in their hearts. No one dared to speak about the Yi family. It was precisely because Zhang Longhu had mysterious and powerful forces behind him that no one dared to say a word. Back then, when Chen Sini insisted on erecting a tablet for the Yi family, she and Sun Zhonghai had a huge argument. He feared it would bring disaster upon the Sun family. And now, Yi Feng had returned, saying he had exterminated Zhang Longhu's entire family. Sun Zhonghai could no longer hold back his fear. Godfather, today, I have also come to say goodbye to you. Yi Feng placed a sum of money on the table. This is a little something to show my respect for you both. The Yi family's matters have nothing to do with you. Thank you, godmother, for erecting a tablet for my parents and sister. With that, Yi Feng turned around and left without looking back. Chen Sini could no longer contain herself. She shouted at Sun Zhonghai, Sun Zhonghai. Even if this family falls apart, I'm going today. Fenger is my godson. His business is my business. If you have a problem with that, then we'll get a divorce. Furious, Chen Sini also stormed out. She got into the car and drove away with Yi Feng, leaving the villa behind. Sun Muqing watched her mother's departing figure, her emotions mixed. But what shocked her even more was what Yi Feng had just said. Could something really have happened to the Zhang family? Her shock was overwhelming, but soon, the news spread like wildfire, reaching her ears like an erupting volcano. A few kilometers outside Longcheng, in a cemetery, Yi Feng knelt on both knees, his face full of sorrow. Father! Mother! You can rest in peace now. Your son has avenged you today. But it's not over yet. I will make sure your souls can truly rest. Sister! I brought your favorite fruits. Yi Feng carefully placed the offerings. A man should not shed tears easily, but at this moment, he could no longer control himself. His tears flowed freely. Chen Sini stood silently beside him, watching. After a few minutes, Yi Feng heavily kowtowed 3 times before the tombstone. Godmother! I'm leaving. Where are you going, Fenger? Chen Sini's face was filled with sadness. But Yi Feng did not answer. His gaze turned deep and icy as he walked away from the cemetery without looking back. This time, he was going to find those 2 grandmasters. At the same time, the Li family's grand elder, Lu Qishan, had personally driven to the entrance of a massive estate. From afar, the estate was magnificent, stretching beyond sight. Around it, 2 rows of armored guards stood in formation. These were none other than the Black Dragon Guard's elite warriors under the command of the southern warlord, Su Tsang. Inside the grand hall, a middle-aged man, 8 feet tall and clad in a battle robe, sat with fury in his eyes, staring at the Black Dragon Guard squad leader kneeling before him. Master! That brat killed Instructor Wang and wiped out the entire Zhang family. We couldn't stop him at all. The squad leader was terrified, prostrating himself on the ground. Report! Master, Lu Qishan, the grand elder of the Li family in Longcheng, seeks an audience. Suddenly, another subordinate rushed into the hall. Su Tsun's face darkened, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Let him in. Before long, Lu Qishan hurriedly stepped into the hall. Lord of the South. I am Lu Qishan. That brat, Yifeng, exterminated the Zhang family, slaughtering people in broad daylight. He even killed the grand elder of the Li family and your subordinate, Wang Wu. Please, my lord, uphold justice and rid Longcheng of this Yi family remnant so we can restore peace. Lu Qishan had long known the southern warlord. Back then, when they divided the Yi family's assets, the Lu, Li, and Lin families, along with Zhang Longhu, had agreed to pay tribute to the southern warlord every year in exchange for protection. Now that the Zhang family had been wiped out, even the southern warlord's trusted general had been killed. Lu Qishan had already expected that he and the other two families would need to beg for an audience. A mere bastard child dares to cause chaos on my turf? Someone! Deliver my command, summon Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan at once. Among the four martial grandmasters of Nanjing, Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were the honored guests of the southern warlord. Back then, it was the Azure Dragon war god who ordered the southern warlord to exterminate the Yi family. And it was the southern warlord who sent those two men to do the deed. What he hadn't expected was that the sole survivor of the Yi family had returned alive and had even annihilated the Zhang family, killing one of his most trusted generals. What outrageous audacity! He dares to kill my people? I will make sure that brat never leaves Longcheng alive. Hearing this, Lu Qishan finally revealed a smile. With two grandmasters of Nanjing taking action, that brat was as good as dead. His only mistake was provoking people he should never have crossed. Yifeng, however, knew nothing about this. At that moment, he was striding toward Haicheng. Haicheng's Zhao family was in a festive mood, lively and bustling. Today was Zhao Wuji's grand celebration. 5 years ago, Zhao Wuji had stepped into the Kaiyuan realm and attained the title of Grandmaster. Back then, he swore that he would not marry until he became a Grandmaster. Now, at 50 years old, today was not only his birthday but also his wedding day. At the Zhao family's entrance, rows of guards were receiving congratulatory gifts from Haicheng's elite families. Just then, a black Mercedes suddenly sped up and came to a screeching halt at the Zhao family's gate. All eyes turned toward Yifeng. Yifeng stepped out of the car, his gaze locked onto the large plaque of the Zhao family. His eyes burned with overwhelming murderous intent. Zhao Wuji! Get out here and face your death! His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the crowd and forcing them to back away. Inside the grand estate, countless guests turned toward the entrance, staring at Yifeng in shock. Who the hell is this fool? How dare he demand that Grandmaster Zhao come out? The elite families of Haicheng were stunned by the sight of the young man standing before them. Among the guests approaching the entrance, their expressions were filled with disbelief. This is the Zhao family of Haicheng. Where did this mangy dog come from, daring to cause trouble in front of a grandmaster's house? A wealthy playboy sneered at Yifeng, sizing him up. But before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng slapped him across the face. The playboy flew straight into the Zhao family estate, crashing heavily onto the ground, already dead beyond saving. This sudden turn of events instantly shocked all the wealthy families of Haicheng. Today is Grandmaster Zhao's joyous occasion, and yet someone has come to stir up trouble? Who is this brat? How arrogant! He dares to kill someone in front of Grandmaster Zhao? Countless figures stared in shock at the young man's face, but soon, waves of laughter erupted. Looks like someone wants to challenge a Grandmaster's authority. I've seen plenty of fools like this before. Just wait, he's going to end up as another soul under Grandmaster Zhao's blade. Martial artists compete, and injuries or death are common. Zhao Wuji's name is not only well known in Haicheng but also throughout all of Nanjing. The number of challengers who have died under Zhao Wuji's hands is already countless. Everyone assumed Yifeng was just another reckless fool. They all looked at him with disdain. At this moment, in the Zhao family's grand hall, a middle-aged man in a suit with a sallow complexion walked out. A closer look revealed that an overpowering energy emanated from his body, and his powerful internal force was unintentionally leaking out. Just by standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura. From a distance, the man saw Yifeng at the entrance. Brat! Today is my wedding day. If you have something to say, wait until after today. If you don't come out, I will slaughter your entire Zhao family today. Yifeng's icy voice reached Zhao Wuji's ears. The moment these words fell, countless guests shuddered in fear. This brat was truly arrogant. He actually dared to claim he would wipe out the entire Zhao family? Ha ha ha. I, Zhao, have no sons or daughters, no parents or relatives. I am alone. If you want to slaughter someone, then come and slaughter me. Such audacious words. If not for today being a day of celebration, Zhao Wuji would have rushed out and cut this brat down already. But today, he truly did not want to spoil the occasion. The dozen or so guards at the entrance all sneered coldly. Did this brat really think he could do whatever he pleased here? Since you've come looking for death, I'll cripple you on behalf of my master today. These men were all Zhao Wuji's disciples. Ever since Zhao Wuji had stepped into the Grandmaster realm, countless people had flocked to Zhao's doorstep, begging to become his apprentices. Among his peers, Yifeng, just a young brat, naturally wasn't taken seriously by anyone. The dozen or so martial artists charged at Yifeng like a tidal wave. Each of them wanted to take him down and earn Zhao Wuji's favor. However, Yifeng merely raised his hand slightly. A dozen silver needles shot out. In the blink of an eye, the martial artists collapsed like harvested wheat, their bodies littering the ground. Blood stained the floor. The wealthy families of Haicheng felt as if an invisible hand had clenched their hearts. Before even making a move, he had already killed more than 10 people. This brat was a true killing god. If you don't want to die, get lost. A single thunderous shout instantly scared dozens of people into retreating. Yifeng stepped into the Zhao family's courtyard. The entire estate was adorned with bright red decorations, but in Yifeng's eyes, they all looked stained with blood. Some people still refused to give up and charged at Yifeng, but they all fell one by one. Finally, Yifeng stood just 10 meters away from Zhao Wuji. Behind him lay a field of corpses. A terrifying atmosphere completely enveloped the Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally realized that something was wrong. Brat? What exactly do you want? Yifeng's face was unfamiliar, and Zhao Wuji was confident he had never met him before. But the terrifying aura Yifeng exuded faintly suppressed Zhao Wuji himself. Even the protective energy surrounding his body involuntarily leaked out. That overwhelming sense of oppression made Zhao Wuji's heart tremble. Longqing's Yi family, Yifeng. Yifeng spoke coldly. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank. You're from the Yi family? Impossible. The Yi family was completely wiped out. Zhao Wuji instinctively took several steps back. The Grandmaster of Haicheng was actually being forced to retreat by a young man. Countless wealthy heirs and powerful figures of Haicheng were all shaken to the core. Just moments ago, they thought Yifeng was walking to his death. Now, however, his bloodshot eyes had terrified them into silence. Wiped out? I am the lone survivor of the Yi family. Were you the one who killed my parents? Yifeng questioned coldly. From Zhao Wuji's reaction, Yifeng finally confirmed that he had been one of the culprits. These murderers had been living so freely all these years. He had already let them live far too long. Just as Yifeng was about to strike, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. The man appeared to be around 30, wearing a long robe and holding a sword in his hand. He glared at Yifeng with a cold expression. Brat, how dare you cause trouble on my uncle's wedding day? You must be tired of living. Kneel now and break your own arms, and I'll ask my uncle to spare your pathetic life. Zhao Yuanchuan looked at Yifeng as if he were already a dead man. He was Zhao Wuji's biological nephew and had recently mastered sword energy. Zhao Yuanchuan practiced ancient martial arts and was the most talented disciple in the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji had even predicted that, in a few decades, Zhao Yuanchuan's achievements would surpass his own. Because of this, countless wealthy heirs in Haicheng had tried to curry favor with Zhao Yuanchuan. Having long regarded himself as the #1 genius of the younger generation, Zhao Yuanchuan was infuriated when Yifeng completely ignored him. Seeing Yifeng disregard him, Zhao Yuanchuan flew into a rage, raising his sword and thrusting it toward Yifeng. Yuanchuan, stop! Zhao Wuji tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Earlier, he had carefully examined Yifeng and sensed that the young man's internal energy was like a bottomless abyss. In ancient martial arts, even at the same realm, the difference in techniques could be as vast as heaven and earth. With his mid-stage Kaiyuan realm strength, Zhao Wuji was already an unrivaled powerhouse. Yet, he could not see through Yifeng at all. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Yifeng extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the tip of Zhao Yuanchuan's sword. With a crisp snap, the steel blade shattered. Zhao Yuanchuan's face turned pale with horror. Yifeng flicked his wrist, and the broken sword tip shot through the air, slitting Zhao Yuanshuang's throat. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering all over Zhao Wuji's body. With just one move, the number one genius of Haichang was dead. You killed Yuanshuang. I will kill you. Zhao Wuji could no longer contain his fury. He let out a hysterical roar. The countless noble heirs who witnessed this scene were utterly terrified, backing away frantically. This brat. He's also a grandmaster. In the chaos, someone shouted, and all eyes locked onto Yifeng. You will die too. Yifeng punched forward. Zhao Wuji's body exploded like a balloon, shattering into countless pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. The entire Zhao family estate was filled with screams of terror. No one dared to stop Yifeng as he walked away. From that day onward, Haichang no longer had a grandmaster named Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Lu Qishan had just left the southern warlord's mansion when the warlord received shocking news. What did you say? Zhao Wuji is dead? The southern warlord was stunned as he listened to the voice on the phone. How did he die? The southern warlord widened his eyes in disbelief. He had just sent someone to notify Zhao Wuji, and in less than an hour, the man was dead? I don't know. The voice on the other end of the phone trembled. Damn it! Investigate this immediately for me. This was madness, utter madness. In such a short time, not only had the Zhang family of Longqing been wiped out along with his most trusted subordinate, but now even Nanjing's grandmaster Zhao Wuji had died within a single day. Could it really be that bastard from the Yi family? Impossible. That was a grandmaster. Even the southern warlord found it hard to believe that Yifeng had managed to kill Zhao Wuji. Within minutes, another subordinate rushed in with a report. Master, we have confirmed it, Zhao Wuji was killed by someone named Yifeng. Boom! Upon hearing this, the southern warlord stood frozen in place. A Nanjing grandmaster, a distinguished guest of the southern warlord's manor, had truly been killed by Yifeng. That meant this kid's strength was at least on par with a grandmaster? The southern warlord was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, but moments later, an indescribable fury consumed him. Someone, come! Summon the three great commanders immediately. If this kid isn't eliminated, he will become a major threat in the future. Pass down my order, we must hunt him down with all our strength. The southern warlord's manor was instantly thrown into a state of urgency. Meanwhile, the news of Zhao Wuji's death spread like lightning to Zhang Yongshan. At the main hall of the northern Hong sect, a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe suddenly shot up from his chair upon hearing the news. Zhao Wuji is dead. This is impossible. Master, the southern warlord has asked you to go to his manor immediately to discuss this matter. A young man in his 20s whispered beside him. Zhang Yongshan's face darkened. Zhao Wuji and he had been very close. Although the four grandmasters of Nanjing operated separately and dominated different regions, he had always been at odds with Southern Fist Grandmaster Wu Shui and Yun City Grandmaster Qin Shoan. Only Haiching's Zhao Wuji had been on good terms with him, they could even be called brothers. Because of this, the four grandmasters had maintained a long-standing balance of power that was difficult to break. Now that Zhao Wuji was dead, that balance was gone. Zhang Yongshan was now alone. If Wu Shui and Shan Shouan joined forces against him, he would not stand a chance against the two of them alone. For the northern Hong sect, this news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Without hesitation, Zhang Yongshan handed over all sect affairs to his trusted disciple Shi Yong. He then got into his Rolls-Royce and sped out of the northern Hong sect's headquarters. Meanwhile, after leaving Haicheng, Yifeng immediately called Zhao Fu. Zhao Wuji is dead. Young Master Yi. Zhao Fu had been waiting at Tianjun Group for Yifeng's news. Such swift and decisive action left Zhao Fu speechless with shock. This was the true power of the Tianjun Group's young master. His respect for Yifeng deepened immeasurably. Yifeng then revealed more details. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were responsible for exterminating my entire family. They were both under orders. And now, Zhao Wuji is dead, only Zhang Yongshan remains. I heard that the northern Hong sect has deep roots in Nanjing? Yifeng asked. Yes, young Master Yi. The northern Hong sect is one of the oldest forces in Nanjing. Their martial artists are spread throughout the entire province, with branch halls everywhere. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were very close, everyone in Nanjing knew that. The two of them joined forces to counter the other two grandmasters. Also, these two were distinguished guests of the southern warlord's manor. Which means, after I kill them both, the southern warlord will come after me? Yifeng sneered. Zhao Fu remained silent, but Yi Feng was completely unfazed. He had dared to kill Wang Wu, why would he fear the southern warlord coming after him? Now that Zhao Wuji was dead, Zhang Yongshan would undoubtedly receive the news soon. Let them come find me themselves. I, Yi Feng, will be waiting for them in Longcheng. With that, Yi Feng hung up the phone, letting Zhang Yongshan live for a few more days. At this moment, in Longcheng's Yin family, Yin Tianqi was ecstatic. He had just received the news Zhang's family had been wiped out by the mysterious figure behind Tianjun Group. His previous worries had suddenly vanished. He immediately called son Muqing. Muqing, do you know? Zhang Longhu is dead. I'm safe now. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianqi laughed smugly. On the other end of the call, Sun Muqing was unsure how to respond. She already knew from Yi Feng that the Zhang family was destroyed by him. She also knew that the Zhang family had been responsible for wiping out the Yi family decades ago. Everything Yi Feng had done was for revenge. However, Sun Muqing also remembered that Yi Feng had saved her from those martial artists. Even though she didn't like Yi Feng and thought he was arrogant, now that he was gone, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Is that Tianqi? I've heard Muqing mention you often. Why don't you come over for dinner sometime? Sun Zhonghai spoke enthusiastically after hearing Yin Xiaoping's voice. Uncle? Great. Great. I'll head over right now. Hearing Sun Zhonghai's voice, Yin Xiaoping became even more excited. He immediately changed into a suit, packed 2 cases of fine wine and tea, and drove toward the Sun family's house. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Dad, why did you invite him over? Sun Muqing frowned. What do you mean, why? Yin Xiao has always been very kind to you, what's wrong with having him over for dinner? Besides, now that Yi Feng is gone, you two should take this opportunity to develop your relationship. I think highly of Tianqi. The Yin family is a second-tier family in Longcheng, and their strength is on par with ours. I'm trying to find you a good match. Sun Zhonghai said directly. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's face turned red with anger. She snapped back, I have no interest in Yin Tianqi. I only appreciate him because he saved me, that's all. She glared at Sun Zhonghai. Call Mom. She hasn't been back since noon. Chen Seni had been gone all day, and Sun Muqing was getting worried. However, Sun Zhonghai just sighed and joked bitterly, it's all because of Yi Feng. If not for him, your mother wouldn't be mad at me. Muqing, don't bring up the Yi family's affairs again. He thinks just because he's got some skills, he can make a name for himself. You'll see soon enough, the trouble he's caused will come back to haunt him. Sun Zhonghai warned. He had no idea where Yi Feng had learned his martial arts or how he had managed to survive Zhang's heavily guarded estate. But deep down, he was growing increasingly displeased with this godson. The Sun family couldn't afford to keep him around, otherwise, Yi Feng would only bring disaster upon them. Yin Tianqi drove his luxury car to the entrance of the Sun family home. As soon as he arrived, Sun Zhonghai saw his figure through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Without hesitation, he rushed out excitedly. Tianqi. Oh, you didn't have to bring so many gifts. You're too polite. Sun Zhonghai quickly took the gifts from Yin Tianqi's hands. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi kept scanning the villa, searching for a certain figure. Seeing this, Sun Zhonghai frowned. Muqing. Our guest has arrived. Why aren't you coming out to greet him? With no choice, Sun Muqing finally walked out of the villa. She smiled faintly at Yin Tianqi. Muqing. Where's Yi Feng? Yin Tianqi asked, puzzled by the absence of a certain person. He went out. Next time, don't bring gifts, Sun Muqing replied. She didn't want to owe Yin Tianqi any favors. The one she already owed, she planned to repay slowly. She blamed her father for trying to match them up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Yin Tianqi over. All right. Tianqi, come in quickly. Muqing prepared a whole table of dishes for you. You've never tried her cooking, have you? My daughter's cooking is amazing. Sun Zhonghai looked at the expensive tea Yin Tianqi brought, then thought of the cheap tea Yi Feng had given him. His favor toward Yin Tianqi grew even more. How could someone like Yi Feng compare to the Yin family? As the head of the Sun family, every decision he made was for their benefit. Now that Sun Muqing was getting older, it was time for her to find a good boyfriend, someone who could keep her in check. Yin Tianqi seemed like the perfect candidate. Once inside, Sun Zhonghai held onto Yin Tianqi's arm, chatting happily. Come on, Muqing, toast to Tianqi. You two need to spend more time together. Stop hanging around like Yi Feng kid. Sun Zhonghai's words delighted Yin Tianqi. He quickly raised his glass and toasted Sun Zhonghai. Young Master Yin, let me toast you as well, Sun Muqing said, raising her glass and taking a few sips. The three of them drank late into the night before Yin Tianqi finally left, whistling as he walked out. Just as Yin Tianqi stepped out of the Sun residence, he saw a figure approaching from the distance. Their eyes met. Yin Tianqi was startled at first, but in the next second, he sneered. Oh? Isn't this the great young Master Yi? What are you doing here again? This is the Sun family, not your Yi family. My future father-in-law has already said that Muqing will be betrothed to me. He even told us to spend more time together and to stop hanging around with you. He also said that as an orphan of the Yi family, you're not even worthy of carrying my Yin family's shoes. And it's true, isn't it? Yi Feng, what do you have to compare with me? Resources, connections, money, wealth, you'll never be good enough for Sun Muqing. She can only be mine. Drunk and arrogant, Yin Tianqi continued mocking Yi Feng. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xinyi emerged from behind Yi Feng, her face dark with fury. She stepped forward and, without a word, slapped Yin Tianqi across the face. Yin Tianqi, is it? Let me tell you something, no matter what your status or strength is, as long as I am alive, you will never step foot into my Sun family. I will never let my daughter marry a scumbag like you. Now get out of my sight. Chen Xinyi's voice was loud and furious. The sheer volume of her scolding startled Yin Tianqi out of his drunkenness. Only then did he clearly see Chen Xinyi's face. For a moment, his expression turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a few flies. But this was Sun Muqing's mother, his supposed future mother-in-law. Yin Tianqi suddenly found himself speechless, unable to refute her words. Looking at Yi Feng's cold, murderous gaze, Yin Tianqi quickly turned and fled. After Yin Tianqi left, Yi Feng looked at Chen Xinyi with concern. Godmother, Yin Tianqi is not a good person. That night at the class reunion, I suspect he spiked Muqing's drink. I'm worried that Muqing and Godfather might be deceived by him. Technically, this wasn't Yi Feng's business, and even if he ignored it, no one could blame him. But since his godmother had always treated him well, he had to ensure her safety. Hearing this, Chen Xinyi's face darkened. That useless husband of mine. If he dares to marry our daughter off to that bastard, I'll make his life miserable. Fomer, thank goodness you were there to protect Muqing. You should stay home. After what you did, I'm worried. Chen Xinyi held Yi Feng's hand, her eyes filled with concern. But Yi Feng didn't want to stay any longer. He had more important things to do. Godmother, don't worry. The Yi family will reclaim its place in Longcheng. I'll be in Longcheng for a while, I won't be going anywhere. If anything happens, just call me. After leaving a few instructions, Yi Feng hurried away. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi returned home and, in a fit of rage, kicked over the tea table in his living room, shattering it to pieces. That damn Yi Feng ruined my plans. I won't let him get away with this. Sun Muqing is mine. You can't escape from me. Just as Yin Tianqi finished speaking, a cold, skeletal hand suddenly wrapped around his throat from the shadows. In the dim light, Yin Tianqi saw a figure draped in a black robe, its face resembling a skull, staring straight at him. A chilling aura of death swept over him. Ghost. There's a ghost. He. If you scream again, I'll turn you into a puddle of blood. The skeletal man let out a bone-chilling laugh. Are you human or a ghost? Yin Tianqi was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Aren't you planning to kill that boy? Don't you want to marry the Sun family's young lady? I can help you. The skeletal man tossed Yin Tianqi to the ground. Then, he pulled out a talisman stained with fresh blood, flickering with eerie red light. Place this on Sun Muqing's body, and your wish will come true. The man's voice was sinister. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi was stunned. Who are you? Why should I trust you? It's simple. If you refuse, I'll kill you. You want to die, or do you want to live? Gulping hard, Yin Tianqi nervously nodded. Alright, I'll do it. The next morning, in Longcheng, at the ruins of the Yi family estate, Yi Feng stood before the abandoned ancestral home. This was once the Yi family's residence. Now, it was a pile of rubble. Today, Yi Feng would rebuild his family here. Longcheng, Yi family, Yi Feng, have returned. Dozens of luxury cars lined up in a long procession outside the Yi family estate. Zhao Fu arrived with a large group of men. Yi Feng turned around, his gaze resolute. Tell everyone, starting today, the Yi family of Longcheng will take over all of Zhang family's businesses. As orders were issued one after another, all media outlets rushed to report this shocking news. The news that Yi Feng was planning to restore the Yi family's former glory in Longqing spread like a thunderclap across all the major families. What shocked them even more was that the Yi family had openly declared their intention to take over all of Zhang Longhu's assets. It was well known that over the years, Zhang Longhu had amassed an enormous fortune, both through legitimate and illicit means. Among the top families of Longqing, no one had the power to rival him. Now, the Yi family was attempting to take over Zhang Longhu's assets? Inside the Zhang family's main hall, the Zhang family's patriarch and other members sat with angry expressions. Zhang Tao read the news and slammed his fist onto the table. Humph! Grandpa! Who does this Yi Feng think he is? A mere orphan of the Yi family, a convict who just got out of prison, dares to claim he will take over the Zhang family's assets? He must be tired of living. Li Yaqing was also in the hall. Upon hearing the news, she was initially shocked, but soon, her face twisted with scorn. That Yi Feng is a complete fool. Jumping out at a time like this, does he really think he's invincible? The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Xiang, said coldly. All the major families in Longqing had business ties with Zhang Longhu, including our Zhang family. And now this kid dares to declare he's taking over Zhang Longhu's forces? He clearly doesn't take the rest of us seriously. Zhang Xiang was furious. Zhang Tao immediately jumped up and added resentfully, Grandpa! I don't know what tricks Yi Feng used, but somehow, he got into Chen family's good graces. A few days ago, the land that the Chen family promised to sell to us I suspected was that brat's doing. Chen turned around and gave it to Sun Muqing instead and even beat me up. And because of him, the Chen family completely severed ties with our Zhang family. Pa! Zhang Xiang smashed the teacup on the table, shattering it into pieces. Outrageous! If he dares to challenge the Zhang family, I'll make sure he disappears from Longqing. Many other prominent families in Longqing shared the same sentiment. No one wanted Yi Feng to suddenly emerge and take a slice of the pie from them. They certainly weren't willing to hand over their own interests to him. Just as Zhang Xiang was preparing to convene with other families to crush Yi Feng's arrogance, a Zhang family guard rushed in, carrying a red invitation letter. Report! Patriarch! This is an invitation personally sent by Yi Feng. He invites us to a banquet. The guard handed the invitation to Zhang Xiang. Looking at the letter, the expressions of the Zhang family members grew even darker. Very well. Then I will go and meet this boy myself. I'll make him realize his place. Shortly after, a fleet of cars set out from the Zhang family estate, heading toward the Yi family's ancestral grounds. At the same time, almost every major family in Longqing received an invitation from the Yi family. In the Chen family estate, Chen Zifeng and Chen An looked at the golden invitation in their hands. Their eyes burned with indescribable excitement. Son! Heaven is on our side. Hurry and gather all our people. We must prepare the most valuable gifts and personally visit the Yi family. Chen An dressed in his finest attire, slicking back his hair until it shone. Moments later, Chen An sneered. Zhang Longhu brought this upon himself. I've suspected for years that he was behind what happened back then. Son, do you believe me now? Chen Zifeng was also thrilled, his admiration for his father growing even stronger. If not for him, he might have led the Chen family to ruin. Even the once invincible Zhang Longhu had been wiped out overnight. Besides the mighty Tianjun group and young Master Yi, who else could have done it? I'll go notify my uncle and aunt, as well as the other family members. Chen Zifeng hurried out. At the Sun residence, Sun Muqing also received an invitation. Looking at the two characters Yi Feng written on it, she felt an indescribable emotion rise in her heart. Muqing, hurry and get dressed. We're going to see Fenger. Go where? Stay put. Do you all want to throw your lives away? Yi Feng is making such a big spectacle of himself, he's just asking for death. Let him play the hero all he wants. We're not going. Sun Zhonghai was firm in his stance. Sun Zhonghai, you ungrateful man. Back then, the Yi family gave you their full support. And now, when Fenger is rebuilding the Yi family, not only do you refuse to congratulate him, but you also sit here talking nonsense. Chen Sini was deeply disappointed in him. Sun Muqing was torn between her parents, her mother on one side, her father on the other. Who should she listen to? At that moment, a sports car screeched to a stop outside the Sun residence. Yin Tianqi stepped out of the car. Upon seeing him, Chen Sini immediately grabbed Sun Muqing's hand and pulled her into the bedroom. Uncle Sun! Tianqi! Come in, come in! Yin Tianqi was nervous, but after taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. When Sun Mooching finally emerged in a changed outfit, Eun Tanchi immediately stood up. Mooching, if you're going to the Yi family, I'll go with you. Get lost. Chen Sinny nearly slapped Eun Tanchi across the face. Eun Tanchi looked incredibly embarrassed, but he had no choice but to endure it. Chen Sinny grabbed Sun Mooching's hand and led her outside. Come back. Hey. Uncle Sun, don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect Mooching. Eun Tanchi said, feigning sincerity. Hearing this, Sun Zhonghai quickly pushed him forward. Go. Follow Mooching. Eun Tanchi reacted swiftly, immediately chasing after them. Seeing him follow, Chen Sinny turned around angrily. Eun Tanchi quickly hid behind Sun Mooching. Auntie. Yi Feng and I had a little misunderstanding. Please don't be angry with me. Look, Yi Feng even sent me an invitation. He wants me at the banquet. I warn you, stay away from my daughter. Chen Sinny pointed at Eun Tanchi, her voice filled with rage. Seeing this, Sun Mooching spoke up in his defense. Mom. Young Master Eun is actually a good person. Taking advantage of this moment, Eun Tanchi swiftly slipped a mysterious talisman into Sun Mooching's bag. After doing so, he pretended as if nothing had happened. Good. You can never truly know someone's heart. If you continue associating with him, then don't call me your mother. Chen Sinny pulled Sun Mooching into the car and drove away without looking back. Seeing this, Eun Tanchi quickly followed after them. Meanwhile, dozens of servants thoroughly cleaned the Yi family residence. Inside and out, the estate was bustling with activity. 3 years ago, when the Yi family was destroyed, their grand estate remained standing. Because of the massacre that took place there, no one dared to buy the so-called cursed house. Rumors even spread that the place was haunted at night. As a result, no one wanted it. Now that Yi Feng had returned, it was only natural that he reclaimed it. Chen family, arriving. A loud voice echoed. Everyone turned to look. In the distance, a convoy of over 10 luxury Rolls-Royces drove toward the Yi family estate. The Chen family vehicles soon came to a stop. Chenin and Chen Zifeng stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Chenin couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed forward as if meeting his own father. Young Master Yi. Congratulations on reclaiming the Yi family. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Chun family. Please accept it. Chenin waved his hand, and 2 men dressed in black slowly carried a large chest forward. The chest was covered with a red cloth. Chenin grabbed the cloth and pulled it away, instantly drawing everyone's gaze to the object underneath. It was a jade thousand-hand guanyin, entirely emerald green, shimmering under the sunlight with an enchanting glow. Everyone was shocked by the sight, including Yi Feng. Young Master Yi. This is the guanyin statue that used to be enshrined in your family's ancestral hall, and it was also your mother's favorite item. Not long ago, I redeemed it from an old friend. Today, I am returning it to its rightful owner. Consider this my congratulatory gift to you. Unfortunately, your parents are no longer with us. If they could see you return, they would be overjoyed. This statue had cost Chenin 80 million, but he did not feel the slightest regret. He knew exactly how much this object meant to Yi Feng. Everyone present couldn't help but envy Chenin, silently admiring his wisdom. He knew that young Master Yi would be moved by this object, so he spared no expense in acquiring it. Sure enough, when Yi Feng saw the jade guanyin statue, his eyes grew moist. Master Chun, you have my gratitude. I will never forget this kindness. Hearing these words, Chenin was overjoyed. He smiled so widely that he could barely keep his mouth closed, like a child receiving candy. Young Master Yi, you are too kind. Housekeeper, receive the guests. With Yi Feng's order, the Chen family members presented their invitations. The housekeeper personally led them inside with great respect. Before long, another convoy approached the Yi family estate. Yi Feng soon saw familiar figures Eun Tanchi, Sun Mooching, and the Zhang family, along with the heads of Longqing's top families. Zhang family patriarch has arrived. A loud voice rang out as the Zhang family members stepped out of their cars and strode toward Yi Feng. Li Yaqing held onto Zhang Tao's arm. Yi Feng. The Zhang family patriarch is here. Why aren't you stepping forward to welcome him? Beside the Zhang family patriarch, a towering bodyguard glared at Yi Feng with a cold expression. Chen Zifeng, who was just about to enter the estate, heard the commotion behind him and quickly tugged on Chenan's sleeve. Chenan saw the Zhang family patriarch approaching and frowned. But when he noticed a mere bodyguard speaking disrespectfully to young Master Yi, Chenan immediately stepped forward and slapped the bodyguard across the face. Where did this dog come from, daring to speak to young Master Yi like that? The Zhang family, what do you think you are? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen An's actions instantly enraged the Zhang family members. The Zhang family patriarch knew that Yifeng had gained the Chen family's support, but he never expected their relationship to be so close. Chen didn't hesitate for a second before striking his personal bodyguard. Chen, don't go too far, the Zhang family patriarch glared angrily at Chen. Chen sneered, Zhang Xiong, I think you're getting old and senile, daring to let your people spout nonsense here. What the Zhang family says is none of your concern. You hit my grandson, and I haven't even settled that score with you. The Zhang family patriarch had not intended to create hostilities with the Chen family. But now, the Chen family was repeatedly humiliating them. Humph. If I see that unfilial grandson of yours again, I'll beat him to death. Chen sneered. When Elder Lu arrives, you'll pay for this. Hearing this, Chen froze for a moment. The Elder Lu he referred to was naturally Lu Qishan, the patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Qishan was highly respected. Now that Zhang Longhu was dead, the Lu family had become the most powerful force in the city. Moreover, Lu Qishan was a true martial arts expert, only one step away from breaking into the Kaiyuan realm. If he succeeded, the Lu family's prestige might even surpass Zhang Longhu's former dominance. After all, reaching the Grandmaster level meant one could walk unhindered throughout Nanjiang. Then let's wait and see. After finishing his words, Chen ignored the Zhang family patriarch and walked inside without looking back. All eyes from the Zhang family then turned toward Yifeng. The Zhang family patriarch, holding his head high with arrogance, walked into the estate. The housekeeper checked their invitation and immediately changed his expression. He led them toward a corner of the courtyard. What is this? Damn it, why are we being placed in some corner? Zhang Tao looked at the grand hall, where Chen and the others were seated, and his face darkened with anger. Regular invitations are only seated here. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. The front hall is for golden invitations, while the grand hall is reserved for purple gold invitations. These are young Master Yi's orders. You can sit here. The housekeeper spoke indifferently. The Zhang family members were furious. Li Yaqing felt humiliated, and the Zhang family patriarch's chest heaved with rage. They never expected the invitations to have different rankings. For those who were not on good terms with Yifeng, he had only sent regular invitations. Soon, more guests arrived at the Yi family estate. Even the Lu, Li, and Lin families had no choice but to attend. They were afraid of Yifeng seeking revenge. In all of Longcheng, only a handful of families had received the prestigious purple gold invitations. Among them was the Chen family. Seeing the others being humiliated, Chen felt immense satisfaction. The banquet began. Yifeng's cold gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Lu Qishan. Today, the Yi family is taking over Zhang Longhu's assets. Additionally, everything my family lost back then, I will reclaim it all. Lin Jin, Li Zihong, and Lu Qishan all trembled slightly. None of them dared to speak, because they alone knew that the man before them was a true harbinger of death. Humph. Yifeng. Do you really think we're here just to attend your banquet? The Zhang family's assets aren't yours to claim. Suddenly, Zhang Tao jumped out. He pointed at Yifeng's face with a sneer in his eyes. The Zhang family patriarch smirked mockingly. The Yi family of Longcheng is nothing but a joke. Yifeng, you are not qualified to take over Zhang Longhu's territory. A mere orphan of the Yi family, your parents couldn't even do it while they were alive. What makes you think you can? Exactly. What nonsense about restoring the Yi family's glory? Ha ha ha. You should look in a mirror first. Scornful laughter erupted in the room. These people had no idea just how powerful Yifeng was. They didn't realize that Yifeng had crushed the Zhang family as easily as stepping on ants. Yifeng frowned slightly and said, I am informing you, not asking for your opinion. Moreover, insulting my Yi family and disrespecting my parents deserves death. Murderous intent surged in Yifeng's gaze. He leaped high into the air, bringing his palm down toward the Zhang family patriarch's head. A terrifying force swept across the hall. The Zhang family patriarch's expression changed drastically. But all that awaited him was death itself. Boom! With a single strike, Zhang Xiang bled from all 7 orifices. His eyes stared wide open at Yifeng. The sudden scene sent the Zhang family into a state of sheer panic. Grandfather! You killed my grandfather! Zhang Tao gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes glaring at Yifeng. He insulted my Yi family, insulted my parents, so he deserved to die. Yi Feng said coldly. The Zhang family had brought dozens of people to the gathering. Seeing their patriarch killed by Yi Feng over a single sentence, each of them glared with fury, wishing they could tear him apart. The Yi family has gone too far. There are so many of us here, if you have the guts, why don't you kill us all? Zhang Tao pointed at Yi Feng's face. The heads of the Lin, Li, and Lu families were both shocked and angry but dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Even Lu Qishan, usually regarded as highly esteemed, did not dare to speak. The entire Yi family estate was filled with an intense atmosphere. Who would have thought that this previously unknown Yi Feng would suddenly emerge and slaughter the Zhang family patriarch? Such ruthless methods were on par with Zhang Longhu back in the day. The heads of second and third tier families were all terrified. Zhang Longhu was dead, but now Longcheng had another figure even more ruthless than Zhang Longhu. Seeing that no one was speaking on his behalf, Zhang Tao furiously shouted, Yi Feng, from this day forward, my Zhang family will not rest until you are dead. Zhang Tao's father, Zhang Jinyue, also stepped forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent toward Yi Feng. Everyone, look at what kind of person this Yi family bastard is. In the future, if any of you disobey him, he will surely kill and silence you. Are you all willing to be bullied by this little bastard? Is there no one in Longcheng brave enough to stand up? His words immediately stirred up emotions among many families. They whispered among themselves, looking at Yi Feng as if he were a wild beast. That's right. He killed someone, call the police. Send this bastard to prison. A little bastard who kills at will, does he think everyone in Longcheng is afraid of him? For a moment, the gathered families united in opposition to Yi Feng. Longwei revered martial arts. Wherever martial artists went, they were admired. Among the Nanjiang grandmasters, who hadn't stained their hands with blood. Among these families, many had been ruthless, bullying the weak. Without strength, who could ever send a martial artist to prison? Yi Feng looked down at the crowd, memorizing their faces. Chenin, seeing these people dare to speak to young Master Yi in such a way, sneered coldly. 3 years ago, Longcheng changed overnight. The Yi family was wiped out in a single night. Back then, why didn't any of you step forward and send the culprits to prison? And now you suddenly want to act like good people? What a bunch of hypocrites. These people were beyond shameless. Chenin had never seen such blatant hypocrisy. Most of them had likely coveted the Yi family's wealth at some point. But after the tragedy, Zhang Longhu and others divided up the Yi family's fortune, leaving nothing for the rest. Now that Zhang Longhu was dead, these people saw an opportunity and jumped in to attack young Master Yi, truly shameless to the extreme. But Chenin wasn't worried about these people stirring up trouble. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. Zhang Jinyue, seeing others attacking Yi Feng, hurriedly turned to Lu Qishan. Elder Lu. You must help the Zhang family get justice. These words made Lu Qishan's eyelids twitch. These Zhang family fools, if they wanted to die, why drag him into it? Lu Qishan said calmly, Patriarch Zhang, I believe Mr. Yi has a point. This is the Yi family estate, you should be more respectful. Then Lu Qishan stood up and, maintaining his composure, smiled at Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, I agree with you taking over all of Zhang Longhu's assets. I have long disliked Zhang Longhu. He committed countless sins, his death was well deserved. Hearing this, the Lin and Li family heads were shocked. But as if realizing something, they quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Elder Lu is right. We also agree. Lin Jin said with an awkward smile. Yi Feng sneered. Agreeing or not, did it even matter? These three were ridiculous. At that moment, two figures hurried into the Yi family estate, Chen Sini and Sun Muqing. Feng godmother. Seeing Chen Sini, Yi Feng's cold expression disappeared. He immediately stepped forward to welcome her and Sun Muqing into the grand hall. Just then, two more figures rushed inside, Sun Zhenghai and Yin Tianqi. By now, nearly all of Longqing's elites had gathered. Seeing the scene, both Sun Zhenghai and Yin Tianqi were stunned. But Sun Zhenghai's face quickly turned cold. Was Yi Feng insane? Godfather. Yi Feng stepped forward to greet him. But Sun Zhenghai didn't want to acknowledge him. Patriarch Sun, you have a golden invitation. Please proceed to the grand hall. The housekeeper quickly approached and gestured for Sun Zhenghai to enter. Forget it. I'll just sit here. I won't go inside. Sun Zhenghai didn't want to enter and instead found a corner to sit with Yin Tianqi. Seeing this, Yi Feng said nothing. He knew Sun Zhenghai didn't support him. But at least his godmother had come. An occasion like today wouldn't be complete without her. Patriarch son. You have truly raised a fine son. Lu Qishan approached with a fake smile. In the past, he would never have cared about the Sun family. But now, with Yifeng here, they naturally had to show respect. Once Shin Nan Wang and the two grandmasters arrived to kill Yifeng, who would care about the Sun family then? Today, aside from taking over Zhang Longhu's assets, there is another matter that must be settled. Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes locking onto Lu Qishan, Lin Jin, and Li Zihong. When my Yi family was destroyed, Lu Qishan, was it you three who conspired with Zhang Longhu to divide up my family's fortune? Yifeng got straight to the point. Misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, we were deceived by Zhang Longhu into accepting Yi family properties. Yifeng sneered. Oh? A misunderstanding, is it? In that case, you three can return everything, with interest. Not too much, not too little, 20 billion each. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. 20 billion. While Lu Qishan had money, taking out 20 billion in cash at once was impossible. And he would never willingly hand over such a sum. Lin Jin and Li Zihong were even worse off, they weren't as wealthy as the Lu family. At best, they could scrape together 10 billion. If they sold off their family assets, they might eventually raise the full amount. But if they did, their families would struggle to survive in Longcheng. Impossible. Lin Jin, already furious, immediately refused. Lu Qishan gritted his teeth. He had expected Yifeng to demand a few billion at most. But 20 billion each? That was a death sentence. It's absolutely impossible for my Lin family to come up with 2 billion all at once. Yi, why don't you just go rob someone? Back then, most of the Yi family's assets ended up in Zhang Longhu's hands. We only got a small share. Now you're asking for 2 billion? How do you expect us to agree? Lin Jin said with a displeased expression. Meanwhile, Lu Qishan and Li Zihong remained silent, carefully observing Yifeng's expression. The Zhang family members, seeing the argument between Lin Jin and Yifeng, immediately fanned the flames. I think this Yifeng is just here to extort money. Don't think that just because you learn some martial arts, you can act recklessly in Longcheng. There's always someone stronger out there. If we all unite, what can Yifeng possibly do? Exactly. You want to take the Zhang family's assets all for yourself? Impossible. Zhang Longhu still owes my Wang family 1 billion. That's right. The Zhang family has unresolved financial disputes with us. How can you just take over as you please? In an instant, a wave of anger surged as countless people voiced their dissatisfaction toward Yifeng. In the distance, Im Tianqi grinned widely. The only reason he had come to this banquet was to watch Yifeng suffer humiliation. Sure enough, this brat really thought he was invincible and disregarded everyone else. Yifeng ignored the noise and instead fixed his gaze on Lu Qishan and the other two. Hand over the money, then get lost. Yifeng, don't push us too far. Lin Jin shouted. Lu Qishan, seeing that things were getting out of control, quickly grabbed Lin Jin's arm. Master Lin, calm down. Young Master Yi, I agree to this, but I don't have the ability to gather 2 billion on the spot. Even if I liquidate assets, I need time to do it. Give me a few days to collect the money. Hearing this, Yifeng did not press them further. Fine. You have 3 days. Deliver the money in 3 days. Otherwise, I will have to personally come and collect it. A murderous glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes. He had already given these three enough leeway. If they failed to comply, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless at that point. 2 billion wouldn't be enough to settle the matter. All right. I'll go gather the money right away. With that, Lu Qishan wasted no time and stormed out of the Yi residence without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Jin and Li Zihong had no choice but to leave as well, their faces filled with resentment. Once they were gone, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Qishan's eyes. Meanwhile, the Zhang family, realizing that their backers had left, suddenly lost confidence. Yifeng. Just you wait. We're leaving. Zhang Jinyue led the Zhang family members out without looking back. They knew that even if they all teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Yifeng. Li Yaqing watched Yifeng's imposing figure, her heart filled with both regret and frustration. But soon, those emotions faded away completely. Humph. Offending so many powerful forces in Longcheng, Yifeng, you're doomed. Let's see how much longer you can stay arrogant. Soon, more and more people left the Yi residence. By the end, only a few families remained. Some people were still undecided, while others, like the Chen, Su, and Sun families, had chosen to stay. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Muqing over to sit with her. Muqing. This Yifeng is way too arrogant. It's understandable for young people to have some ambition, but trying to dominate Longqing's major families just with pure guts? That's just overestimating himself. Young Master Yin. Come, let's have a drink. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Muqing along and started drinking with Yin Tianqi. Sun Zhanghai also sat beside Yin Tianqi, completely ignoring Yifeng as they enjoyed their drinks. Feng congratulations! From now on, you can be considered the head of a family. As your mother, I'm truly happy for you. I got this protective talisman for you at a temple. Keep it with you. Chen Sini took Yifeng's hand and placed a golden talisman into his palm. A warmth flowed through Yifeng's heart as he accepted it. Godmother, thank you. Zhao Fu of Tianjun Group congratulates you. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed as Zhao Fu led a large group of people into the Yi residence. Seeing Zhao Fu, Yin Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Even Tianjun Group had shown up? Sun Muqing also stared in disbelief at the dozens of people Zhao Fu had brought. The remaining guests were equally stunned. No wonder Yifeng was so bold. Did he have the backing of Tianjun Group? Zhao Fu's arrival was meant to make it clear to those present where they should stand. As long as they didn't oppose the Yi family, no one would make things difficult for them. But if anyone had sinister intentions against the Yi family at this crucial moment, they would have to face the wrath of Tianjun Group. Realizing this, Sun Zhanghai was utterly shocked. Since when did he get acquainted with the chairman of Tianjun Group? If Tianjun Group was supporting Yifeng, then everything suddenly made sense. No wonder. So that's how it is. Sun Zhanghai's attitude toward Yifeng subtly shifted. Inside the grand hall, Chen Sini looked at Zhao Fu, then at Yifeng, puzzled. Fenger, you. Godmother. Elder Zhao and I have some connections. If you ever have any trouble in the future, you can go to him for help. Hearing this, the Chen father and son looked at Yifeng with admiration. The Sun family truly had good fortune, yet they failed to appreciate it. Especially Sun Zhanghai, choosing to side with a second-rate family's young master instead of giving respect to young Master Yi. But Chenin knew better than to interfere in Sun Zhanghai's affairs. He simply minded his own business. As the banquet continued, the Yi residence was soon filled with a lively atmosphere. The only person preoccupied with thoughts was Yin Tianqi. The skull-masked man had given him a talisman specifically to deal with Yifeng. It seemed that this brat had provoked something he shouldn't have. Yin Tianqi was certain that the skull-masked man possessed terrifying power. And he was here for Yifeng. Meanwhile, Sun Muqing continued drinking, completely unaware of the impending danger. Thin wisps of red mist quietly seeped out from Sun Muqing's handbag, slipping into her body without anyone noticing. Her pupils seemed to take on a reddish hue, and her lips became even more vividly colored. Only Yin Tianqi was aware of what was happening. Watching Sun Muqing's state, he knew the red talisman was working. At the same time, in an estate 10 kilometers outside Longcheng, an old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes. The soul control Gu curse is complete. He immediately sat cross-legged, forming complex hand seals while muttering strange incantations. Behind him stood a stunningly seductive woman, silently watching. Moments later, the skull-masked man stood up, his face filled with excitement, as if he had just witnessed something incredible. What a magnificent soul! Suddenly, the gray-robed man took several steps back in shock. This is the 5-Yin mysterious body? Senior brother, what did you just say? The woman looked at him in surprise. The Yi residence, late at night. After bidding farewell to Yifeng, Chenin and his son left with the rest of the Chen family. Mr. Yi. I'm heading out now. Before leaving, Zhao Fu also greeted Chen Sini. Once everyone had departed, only Yin Tianqi and the 3 members of the Sun family remained. Yin Tianqi lingered, reluctant to leave, his eyes fixed on Sun Muqing. Muqing. Walk young Master Yin out. Sun Zhanghai gave Sun Muqing a gentle push. With vacant eyes, Sun Muqing nodded, stood up, and, to everyone's surprise, took Yin Tianqi by the hand and led him outside. This sudden action left Yin Tianqi dumbfounded. As he looked into her slightly reddened eyes, he swallowed nervously. An indescribable chill emanated from Sun Muqing, mixed with a murderous aura. Yin Tianqi felt as though she had become a completely different person. Outside the Yi residence, Sun Muqing's expression abruptly changed. She reached out and grabbed Yin Tianqi by the throat. Cold sweat poured down Yin Tianqi's face. Mooching, what are you doing? Let me go. Despite his struggles, Sun Mooching flung him to the ground. Yin Tianqi, remember, from now on, you are nothing more than my dog. Yes, yes. I am your dog. Yin Tianqi kowtowed repeatedly, his back drenched in sweat. Just now, he had felt the presence of death itself. He was certain that if Sun Mooching had applied just a little more force, he would already be a corpse. What had that mysterious man done to Sun Mooching? Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the man in the gray robe smirked as he controlled Sun Mooching, making her turn back and re-enter the Yi residence. Senior brother. The 5 mysterious body is of great importance. Should we inform the main sect leader about this? Junior sister. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can refine this body into a divine pill, I'll finally be free from this wretched state. Her soul is the purest I've ever encountered. And that fool Yin Tianqi dared to taint such a perfect vessel? He deserves to die. The seductive woman hesitated upon hearing this but soon smiled with satisfaction. Who would have thought this girl possesses the rarest of constitutions, the 5 mysterious body? Her entire being is a priceless treasure. Senior brother, if you absorb her, your cultivation will reach perfection. Even the main sect leader won't be your match. Sinister laughter echoed through the villa. Back at the Yi residence. As soon as Sun Mooching stepped through the doors, Shinsini eagerly pulled her forward. Mooching. You didn't even congratulate Fenger today. He's always been concerned about your safety. That Yin Tianqi is up to no good, why did you escort him out? Mom. I have never liked Yin Tianqi. Brother Yi Feng. Congratulations. Sun Mooching smiled and reached out to shake Yi Feng's hand. The moment their palms met, a strange sensation surged through Yi Feng's mind. His brows furrowed. An ominous energy coursed through Sun Mooching's body, sending a chill down his spine and unnatural, suffocating coldness. Moreover, Sun Mooching had never addressed him this way before. Subtly, Yi Feng grasped her wrist, using the opportunity to check her pulse. The sinister energy became even more apparent. Alarmed, Sun Mooching quickly withdrew her hand. The soul control Gu curse. Yi Feng was utterly shocked. He had never encountered such a dark and insidious spell before. It was said that the soul control Gu curse originated from Southeast Asian sorcery. Once afflicted, the victim's mind would be forcibly controlled, and the Gu toxin would penetrate their very soul. This kind of curse was notoriously difficult to break. Any attempt to forcibly dispel it could damage the soul, leaving the victim in a state of eternal unconsciousness. How was this possible? Someone had secretly cast such a cruel curse on Mooching? A wave of unease washed over Yi Feng. It was clear that someone had set their sights on the Sun family. Who are you? Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Sun Mooching's arm. This abrupt action left Shinsini and Sun Zhonghai stunned. Brother Yi Feng. What are you doing? You never call me brother. Such ruthless methods. To cast the soul control Gu curse on Mooching right under my nose. If I find out who did this, I'll make sure they die without a corpse left to bury. Yi Feng's grip tightened as he interrogated the Sun Mooching before him. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man's expression turned to shock. He actually recognized my soul control Gu curse? He. But without me, no one in this world can break my spell. If he dares to forcefully lift the curse, she will die. The man showed no concern about Yi Feng breaking the spell. Sun Zhonghai, seeing Yi Feng restraining Sun Mooching, erupted in fury. Yi Feng. What do you think you're doing? Let go of my daughter. Godmother. Godfather. Someone has placed a curse on Mooching. Yi Feng's voice was as cold as ice. But neither Sun Zhonghai nor Shinsini understood what he meant. Sun Mooching, meanwhile, writhed in pain, struggling. Let me go. Yi Feng, you're hurting me. Despite her struggles, Yi Feng refused to release his grip. Now that the enemy knew he had uncovered their scheme, if he let Sun Mooching go, they would immediately take full control of her. Worse still, they might have already discovered her 5 mysterious body. Mooching, forgive me. With that, Yi Feng swiftly pulled out 3 silver needles. With a flick of his wrist, the needles pierced through the air and embedded themselves in Sun Mooching's chest. 2 more followed, striking her Baihui acupoint. Sun Mooching's vision darkened, and she collapsed into Yi Feng's arms. Yi Feng, what did you do to my daughter? You bastard! Sun Zhonghai, his face flushed red with anger, lunged forward and snatched Sun Mooching from Yi Feng's grasp, glaring at him furiously. Godmother, Godfather. Please trust me. I only sealed several of Muqing's acupoints to temporarily render her unconscious. You must believe me. Muqing is in grave danger right now. Yi Feng looked at Sun Muqing with deep concern. The soul control gu curse needed to be dispelled as soon as possible. If left too long, it would affect both her nerves and soul. But right now, he was still missing a crucial medicinal ingredient. Sun Zhonghai's anger boiled over. Get out! Never come near my daughter again. My daughter was perfectly fine. You're just making things up. Seeing Sun Zhonghai's fury, Chen Sini stepped forward and delivered a firm slap across his face. Calm down. I trust Feng'er. He would never harm Muqing. Sun Zhonghai was momentarily stunned. The slap seemed to bring him back to his senses. He quickly checked Sun Muqing's breathing and, seeing it was steady, turned to glare at Yi Feng. If anything happens to my daughter, I will never forgive you. Chen Sini helped lay Sun Muqing down on the bed. Yi Feng did not blame Sun Zhonghai for his reaction. However, his expression darkened. Someone had dared to harm the Sun family. No matter where they hid, he would hunt them down. If they laid a hand on his loved ones, they deserved only death. Without hesitation, Yi Feng called Zhao Fu. Send a team to guard the Yi residence. Before long, dozens of men surrounded the Yi estate. A night passed, the Yi family remained safe. The Yi residence remained safe throughout the night. Yi Feng knew that the enemy would not reveal themselves so easily. Now that they had control over Sun Muqing's life, they were certain that he wouldn't be able to break the soul control gu curse. Muqing! Don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Yi Feng made a call, then hurriedly left, driving away at full speed. Where can I find a pharmacy in Nanjiang? I need to locate a rare medicinal herb. Yi Feng directly called Zhao Fu. Young Master Yi. Nanjiang has many famous doctors, but the most well-known family is undoubtedly the Chen family from Yuncheng. The Chen family? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Yes. The Chen family has been practicing medicine for generations. Their family head, Chen Shouan, is the current master of Nanjiang. He is not only the most renowned doctor in Nanjiang but also the head of the Nanjiang medical sect. The Chen family has access to all kinds of medicinal herbs, but ordinary people can't even step through their doors. If anyone has what you're looking for, it's them. Hearing this, Yi Feng was overjoyed. Then I must meet this renowned doctor. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng sped toward Yuncheng. Yuncheng, a city of herbal medicine. Yuncheng was situated near the mountains, and many families there had lived off herbal cultivation for generations. Legend had it that Yuncheng was once home to ancient medical clans. However, over time, those clans vanished except for the Chen family, which remained. Some even speculated that the Chen family was a martial arts clan with deep ancestral roots, which was how they had survived to the present day. Regardless, everyone in Nanjiang respected Chen Shouan, as he was known for his righteousness and hatred for evil. Following the address given by Zhao Fu, Yi Feng arrived at a large pharmacy with a distinctly traditional Chinese architectural style. Shenong Hall? Quite the bold name. Looking at the plaque above the entrance, Yi Feng chuckled. Anyone who dared to use such a name had to possess extraordinary medical skills. Pushing the door open, he entered. The pharmacy was vast, filled with people. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated the air, and shelves lined with hundreds of different herbs stood in the background. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Don't you know you need an appointment to see a doctor at Shenong Hall? A young man in his 20s blocked Yi Feng's way. I'm here to see Chen Shouan. The moment he said this, the hundreds of people inside the pharmacy turned to look at him with strange expressions. Soon, a burst of laughter erupted. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who Dr. Chen is? You think you can just meet him like that? Even the richest families in Yuncheng have to wait in line to see him. Did you take the wrong medicine or something? This kid must be seriously ill. The crowd mocked Yi Feng. A mere young man had walked in demanding to see Master Chen Shouan. It was nothing short of an insult to the esteemed doctor's reputation. Inside the pharmacy, the commotion caught the attention of a middle-aged man inside the inner hall. He sized up Yi Feng before frowning. This is Shenong Hall, a place for medical treatment. My father doesn't see patients. If you have a medical concern, speak to me instead. The man wore glasses and appeared to be around 40 years old, holding a few silver needles in his hand. On a nearby bed lay an elderly man with graying hair. Yi Feng immediately noticed that the old man had internal injuries. Without saying a word, Yi Feng watched as Chen Huayan performed acupuncture. Chen Huaiyan skillfully inserted 2 silver needles, deeply piercing the old man's back. Put! In the next second, the elderly man coughed up a mouthful of blackened blood. The procedure completed, Chen Huaiyan helped the old man sit up. Mr. Huang, you can remove the needles in half an hour. Undergo this treatment once a week for 49 days, and you will recover. I will also prepare a few medicinal prescriptions for you to take in the meantime. The old man coughed a few times before cupping his fists in gratitude. My body doesn't have many days left, but to receive personal treatment from you makes this trip worthwhile. You're too kind, Mr. Huang. My father was occupied, so he entrusted me with your treatment. Rest assured, I will cure your illness. Chen Huaiyan responded with a smile. Yi Feng silently observed. The acupuncture technique used was the 12 paths of pure yang needles. No wonder the Chen family was renowned as Nanjung's top medical family. This needle technique had long been considered lost, with only 8 of the original 12 needles still known. Coincidentally, Yi Feng had mastered all 12 needles. A medical debate. Pure yang needle technique is effective for internal injuries, it promotes circulation and unblocks meridians. But with such severe internal damage, this method will only prolong life, not cure the ailment. Just as the elderly man was about to leave, Yi Feng suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Chen Huaiyan was taken aback. Kid, how do you know I used the pure yang needle technique? Yi Feng didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand. 3 golden needles, emitting a chilling aura, shot through the air and embedded themselves into the elderly man's chest. Chen Huaiyan was stunned. Even he wouldn't dare manipulate needles through the air like this. Was this young man some kind of hidden master? Before the old man could react, Yi Feng placed his palm on his back, channeling energy into his 5 internal organs. Put! Another mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, and the old man's breathing suddenly changed. A surge of powerful internal energy nearly made him lose his balance. His heart pounded in fear. Just now, he had sensed an immense force, like a vast ocean. How could someone so young possess such terrifying internal power? Had he already reached the Grandmaster realm? The 9-turn divine needle. Yi Feng withdrew the 3 golden needles. They had lost their luster. These needles were passed down by his master and were called the 9-turn divine needles. Each time they were used, they had to be soaked in medicinal herbs for 3 days and 3 nights to fully absorb their potency. The old man immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for saving my life. May I know your name? Yi Feng. I am Huang Yin. Master Yi, if you ever have time, please visit the Huang family as my honored guest. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Rest for 2 days, and your injuries will naturally heal. An invitation from the Chen family. Chen Huaiyan's attitude had completely changed. He quickly invited Yi Feng into the inner hall. The onlookers who had mocked Yi Feng earlier were now speechless. Their faces burned with embarrassment. Following Chen Huaiyan, Yi Feng entered a guest room. Only then did Chen Huaiyan turn to face him. Sir, you said earlier that you wished to see my father. He is currently at the Chen family's main residence. I can take you there shortly. But, your needlework was extraordinary. Could you explain it to me? Ha ha. Didn't you just use it yourself? I was using the pure yang needle technique. But I used the last 4 needles of the 12 paths of pure yang. Yi Feng spoke casually. Chen Huaiyan's eyes widened in shock. The 12 paths of pure yang had been lost for centuries. Even the 8-needle version was a cherished secret of the Chen family, passed down for generations. Yet this man knew all 12? Immediately, Chen Huaiyan knelt, only for Yi Feng to stop him. Enough with the formalities. I came here to find a medicinal herb. Master, whatever medicinal herb you need, just tell me. If I have it, I will definitely give it to you. The 12 paths of pure yang needle technique was of great importance. Let alone a mere medicinal herb if necessary, Chen Huaiyan would even give up half his life without hesitation. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled. This herb is extremely rare. I'm afraid your Chen family might not have it. I need a 100-year-old earth essence plant. Upon hearing this, Chen Huaiyan was instantly shocked. A 100-year-old earth essence plant could only be found deep in uninhabited mountain forests. This herb was highly favored by physicians for its ability to nourish the soul, calm the mind, and replenish vitality. A 50-year-old earth essence plant was already considered top-tier and incredibly rare. A 100-year-old specimen was even more unimaginable. As the most prestigious medical family in Nanjing, the Chen family was revered as a sanctuary for renowned doctors. Even so, they had only ever obtained 200-year-old earth essence plants by sheer luck. One had already been used when Chen Shouwen broke through in cultivation. Now, only one remained, carefully stored within the Chen family's treasury, something that ordinary people weren't even allowed to lay eyes on. Master Yi, you've come to the right place. My Chen family happens to have this herb, but I need to inform my father first. This herb isn't stored at Shinong Hall. Please, follow me to the Chen family estate. Chen Huaiyan said respectfully. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He had indeed come to the right place. He hadn't expected the Chen family to possess such a rare treasure. With this herb, he could cure sun mooching and break the soul control gu curse. Alright. Journey to the Chen family estate. Under Chen Huaiyan's guidance, the two of them left the pharmacy and drove toward the Chen family's residence. About 20 minutes later, a luxurious estate came into view. Chen Huaiyan excitedly got out of the car and opened the door for Yi Feng. Sir, please follow me. They entered the Chen family's grand courtyard, passing through a serene landscape of mountains and water, followed by a bamboo forest, before finally reaching the main hall. From afar, Yi Feng spotted a spirited elderly man seated in the center of the hall. Opposite him sat another elderly man dressed in a black robe. Brother Gu, it's your turn. Chen Shouwen said with a faint smile. The situation in Nanjiang is as unpredictable as this game of Go, the black-robed elder remarked while placing a black stone firmly on the board. Instantly, a cluster of black stones formed an encirclement, killing off most of the white pieces. In your opinion, Brother Chen, is the Chen family the black stones or the white ones? Chen Shouwen furrowed his brows slightly. It doesn't matter whether you are black or white, the one playing the game is what matters. The future of the Chen family depends on your decisions. Yesterday, I observed the celestial signs. The Azure Dragon of the East is rising. Something major will happen in Nanjiang soon. The Chen family is like a lone boat in the vast ocean. Your choices will determine its fate. The black-robed elder sighed, while Chen Shouwen's expression grew solemn. It seems we have a guest, Chen Shouwen said, putting down his go piece and standing up, locking eyes with Yi Feng. A clash of masters. The moment Yi Feng laid eyes on Chen Shouwen, he was secretly impressed. Chen Shouwen was nearly 70 years old, yet his energy was robust, and his internal strength was immense. With just one glance, Yi Feng could sense his overwhelming power. His eyes held the force of crashing waves. This man was far stronger than Zhao Wuji. At the same time, Chen Shouwen was even more shocked. 30 years ago, he had already reached the Grandmaster level. At this stage, a single glance was enough to discern any warrior's true strength. Yet now, he couldn't see through Yi Feng at all. Yi Feng's internal energy was completely stable. He had mastered the breath control technique to perfection. Unless his emotions fluctuated, no one could perceive his true power. This young man surprises me. So young, yet so composed and restrained. Huaiyan, who is he? Chen Shouwen asked with a smile. Chen Huaiyan quickly replied, Father. This is Master Yi. You won't believe it, he cured Elder Huang's injuries with just 3 needles. Moreover, he used our Chen family's pure yang needle technique. The moment these words fell, Chen Shouwen was shaken to the core. The pure yang needle technique was a secret art of the Chen family. For generations, only the family head was allowed to learn it. Yet this young man somehow knew it? Oh? Young man, you know the pure yang needle technique? Chen Shouwen asked, half in disbelief. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Old master, have you completely forgotten the legacy of your ancestors? Does your Chen family really only know 8 out of the 12 needles? This question rendered Chen Shouwen speechless, and his heart trembled. What did you say? You used the 12 paths of pure yang needle technique? Chen Shouwen asked urgently. Before Yi Feng could respond, Chen Huaiyan interrupted. Father! Didn't you always say that our Chen family only has 8 needles? Chen Shouwen took a deep breath to calm himself before sighing. Huaiyan, our family indeed only knows 8 needles. The pure yang needle technique originally had 12 paths, but the last 4 were lost long ago. Decades ago, Chen Shouwen had searched all over the country in hopes of recovering the lost 4 needles before the end of his lifetime. But after all these years, he had found no clues whatsoever. So, the Chen family had continued to use only 8 needles, passing them down through generations. Never did he imagine that after over a century, the complete 12 paths of pure yang needle technique would resurface. And in the hands of a young man. Without hesitation, Chen Shouwen humbly asked. Young master, this pure yang needle technique was a legacy of my ancestors. Would you be willing to teach it to my Chin family? If there is ever anything you need, my Chin family will serve you without question. A trade. Yi Feng laughed and shook his head. Ha ha ha. I can teach you the technique, but in exchange, I want 100-year-old earth essence plant. Yi Feng had great respect for Qin Shoan, which was why he was willing to pass on the final 4 needles. Truthfully, the Chen family was getting an incredible deal. Even if Yi Feng demanded all their rare medicinal herbs, Qin Shoan would never refuse. Once the 12 paths of pure yang were restored, the Chen family would dominate the medical field not just in Nanjiang, but in the entire country. Quick, Huayan! Go get it! Chen Shoan urged. Moments later, Chen Huayan returned carrying a box. When he opened it, a thick, arm-sized root came into view. Indeed, it's a 100-year-old earth essence plant. Such a massive one. This herb grew extremely slowly, and even after a century, it had only reached this size. Master Yi. Chen Huayan respectfully handed the box to Yi Feng. Thank you, old Master Chen. Yi Feng accepted it. Now, I will teach you the final 4 needles. Watch closely, I will only demonstrate them once. Night Wind demonstrates the 12 paths of pure yang needles. Yi Feng suddenly pulled out 12 silver needles. His hands moved rapidly, the needles infused with powerful internal energy. The first 8 needles of the 12 paths of pure yang are relatively simple. With enough practice, most people can master them. But the last 4 needles require strong internal energy to control. During the needlework, a continuous flow of internal energy must be injected, merging with the silver needles as they enter the body. Chen Huayan was dazzled by Yi Feng's demonstration. Seeing Yi Feng's precise needle techniques again, his excitement only grew. On the other side, Chen Shoan stared intently at Yi Feng's wrist, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. With a loud boom, the 12 silver needles, carrying fierce qi, shot forward and embedded themselves into a nearby pillar. This technique can be applied to the Ren and Du meridians, covering all acupuncture points. Each path follows a sequential needle insertion pattern. Once mastered, all 12 needles can be used simultaneously. However, achieving precise control over 12 needles, ensuring each one lands exactly on the acupuncture points, depends on your level of internal energy control. After finishing his demonstration, Yi Feng turned to see Qin Shoan completely stunned, his mouth slightly agape. Even as a martial grandmaster, Chen Shoan knew he couldn't control 12 silver needles with such extraordinary precision. Both father and son looked at Yi Feng as if he were a monster. It took them half a day to recover from their shock. Huayan. Hurry and thank the master for his teachings. Sir, do you have any disciples? I would like my son to become your apprentice. Chen Shoan asked respectfully. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Chen Huayan was already in his 40s, yet they wanted him to become Yi Feng's disciple? If word got out, what would people think? Let's forget about that. I believe Elder Chen is more than capable of teaching his own son. Consider this needle technique my gift to you. Yi Feng declined without hesitation. Chen Shoan was slightly disappointed. Given Yi Feng's demonstrated skills, he was more than qualified to be his own teacher. However, unwilling to overstep, he had instead suggested making Yi Feng his son's master. But since Yi Feng had refused, he had no choice but to let it go. An unexpected guest. The black-robed elder, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke. A young hero indeed. You may be young, but your skills are exceptional. The future belongs to your generation. He looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Only now did Yi Feng realize he had been so focused on Chen Shoan that he had completely overlooked this elder. There was something mysterious about him. Yi Feng was shocked. Clearly, the Chen family had many hidden experts. Not only was Chen Shoan formidable, but this black-robed elder was at least a martial grandmaster as well. Such people usually stayed low profile and would never reveal their strength unless absolutely necessary. Huayan. Prepare tea for the master. Chen Shoan hurriedly instructed. Yi Feng politely declined. I still have urgent matters to attend to. I'll visit again another day. He carefully stored the century-old earth essence root. Now, he needed to rush back and cure Sun Muqing. There was no time to waste. Seeing this, Chen Shoan didn't insist. Master, if you ever have time, please visit the Chen family. I will personally welcome you. Huayan. How much did you understand from the master's demonstration? Chen Shoan asked with his hands behind his back. Chen Huayan looked embarrassed. Yi Feng's hand movements had been too fast. Many of the needle techniques and energy control details had been impossible to see clearly. Scratching his head, he admitted, "Forgive my ignorance, father. I only grasped about 30 or 40% of it." Sigh. "Forget it. I'll teach you again later. Remember, this 12 paths technique can only be mastered by those with strong internal energy. Right now, your priority is to improve your internal strength." Chen Shouan sighed in frustration. The Chen family had lacked a true prodigy for decades. If someone like Yi Feng had been born into the Chen family, he would have considered it a blessing. But regardless, now that they had the complete 12 paths of pure yang needle technique, the Chen family would undoubtedly flourish. Soon after, Chen Shouan personally escorted Yi Feng to the gate. Without delay, Yi Feng left and rushed toward Longcheng. Returning to the Yi residence, Yi Feng was deeply worried about Sun Muqing. Although he had sealed several of her key acupuncture points with silver needles, keeping her in a deep sleep. If those needles were not removed in time, she might never wake up. Upon entering the Yi residence, he saw that the grand hall was filled with people. Sun Zhenghai and Chen Sini stood anxiously by a nearby bed, their faces full of concern. Sun Muqing lay motionless, her pale complexion resembling an ice sculpture. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, gathering his energy to force out the silver needles from her heart meridians. "Stop!" A loud voice interrupted him. The man was startled. "Who are you?" Yi Feng frowned as he sized him up. Hearing his voice, Sun Zhenghai turned around. Seeing Yi Feng, Sun Zhenghai immediately erupted in anger. "Yi Feng, how dare you come back? It's been a full day and night, and my daughter still hasn't woken up. I invited Master Chen Tong to treat my daughter. Who do you think you are, yelling like that?" Sun Zhenghai glared at Yi Feng with hostility. "Master? Where did this fraud come from? Daring to call himself a master?" Yi Feng said coldly. Luckily, he had returned just in time. Had he arrived even a few minutes later, this fraud would have forcibly removed the silver needles from Sun Muqing's body. She would have died instantly. The silver needles needed to be carefully withdrawn with strong internal energy. But before that, Yi Feng had to administer medicine first. Chen Tong frowned. Seeing that the interruption came from a young man, he scoffed. "So, you're the one who sealed Miss Sun's heart meridians? If not me, then who?" Yi Feng waved his hand, handing the century-old earth essence root to the steward. "Grind this into powder, brew it with these medicinal ingredients, and bring it here immediately." The steward nodded and quickly left with the herbs. Chen Tong sneered. "Where did this brat come from, acting so arrogant? Do you even know that sealing the heart meridians for too long can be fatal? I just checked Miss Sun's pulse. There is an impure energy within her body that must be expelled immediately. You sealed her meridians, how is she supposed to release it?" Chen Tong lectured, looking down on Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no interest in arguing with this fraud. Ignoring him, he walked straight to Sun Muqing and grabbed her wrist. Her condition was stable. He finally relaxed. "Godmother, I already told you Muqing was cursed. Why did you bring in just anyone to treat her? If I had been even a moment late, no one would have been able to save her. You claim Miss Sun was cursed?" Chen Tong scoffed even harder. "Ridiculous nonsense. In today's world, where do you think curses come from?" Clearly, Chen Tong had never even heard of such things. And indeed, the soul control gu curse was a sinister Southeast Asian technique. Few in Manhwa had ever encountered it. Naturally, Chen Tong was oblivious to its existence. "Kid, get out of the way immediately. If you delay my treatment any longer, Miss Sun might never wake up." Chen Tong did have some medical knowledge, but he was far from being a great doctor. A few years ago, after causing the death of a wealthy man in Yunqing, his reputation was completely ruined. As a result, he was forced to leave Yunqing and settle in Longcheng. Just now, he had sensed a strange and indescribable energy inside Sun Muqing's body, which was sealed by Yi Feng's silver needles. That was why he had planned to remove the needles, thinking it would help expel the impure energy. But what he didn't realize was that this wasn't just any impurity, it was the evil aura produced by the soul control gu curse. This evil aura wasn't just harming Sun Muqing's body, it was also continuously eroding her mind. Yi Feng had sealed her heart meridian with 3 silver needles precisely to protect her heart from being corrupted by the evil energy. Chen Tong had nearly ruined everything just moments ago. A heated confrontation. "Yi Feng, what are you doing? Move aside right now," Sun Zhenghai shouted. "I personally invited Dr. Chen here. He is a famous doctor in Longcheng, he will definitely cure Muqing. Yi Feng sneered. A famous doctor? More like a quack. Godfather, you don't have to trust me, but at the very least, you shouldn't let just anyone treat mooching. I already told you I am the only one who can break this curse. Yi Feng turned to Chen Tong and glared at him coldly. You, get out. Right now. Such a fraud only harmed people. The fact that Yi Feng hadn't punished him yet was already giving him enough face. You? Chen Tong was furious. Being reprimanded by someone 20 years younger than him made him feel utterly humiliated. His face turned red with rage. Master Son, is this how you treat me? You invited me here, but now you're letting some kid insult me? I refuse to treat her. Chen Tong's revenge. Let your daughter fend for herself. I doubt this brat can save her. Let me tell you the truth, I already examined her condition. Miss Sun's soul has been damaged. Even if she wakes up, she will become an idiot, losing all her memories. You'll see for yourselves. Chen Tong flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Earlier, Sun Zhonghai had promised him a $1 million reward for curing sun mooching. Now, his business was ruined because of Yi Feng. This brat was destroying his livelihood. If that was the case, he wouldn't let Yi Feng have it easy either. Seeing Chen Tong about to leave, Sun Zhonghai panicked. He nearly jumped up in desperation and rushed forward, grabbing Chen Tong's arm. Master Chen, please don't go. You're the only one who can save my daughter. I'll give you 2 million. I'm begging you, just save her. Then he turned to Yi Feng and roared, Yi Feng, you bastard, get out. Trust in doubt. But Yi Feng ignored him. If he really left, then perhaps Chen Tong's words would come true. Even if Sun Mooching woke up, she might become an idiot. Or worse, she might never wake up at all. You think you know medicine? You just want to drive me insane. Enough. Sun Zhonghai, stop yelling and let Fenger treat her. Shen Sini said coldly. Sun Zhonghai was so furious that he couldn't even form words. You really trust him to treat her? Yi Feng had been in prison for 3 years. Now, after being out for barely a month, when did he learn medicine? Sun Zhonghai refused to believe that Yi Feng knew anything about medical treatment. To him, Yi Feng was just spouting nonsense. Meanwhile, Chen Tong casually sat down on a chair, planning to watch Yi Feng fail. Once Yi Feng inevitably failed, he would step in and take the credit. Then, he would collect the reward and walk away, leaving Yi Feng to take the blame. Shen Sini firmly pulled Sun Zhonghai aside. I believe in Fenger. He wouldn't say something like this unless he was certain. Fine. You trust him but not Master Chen? Yi Feng, if you fail to cure my daughter, you will pay with your life. After leaving those harsh words, Sun Zhonghai stormed out of the hall. He couldn't bear to watch. All he could do now was pray for his daughter's safety. The treatment begins. Yi Feng took a deep breath. About 10 minutes later, the steward entered with a bowl of herbal medicine. Yi Feng took the bowl, lifted Sun Mooching up, gently parted her lips, and carefully fed her the medicine. As soon as the medicine entered her body, her pale complexion immediately became rosy. As expected of a century-old earth essence root. The medicinal effects are incredibly potent. With its immense restorative properties, the earth essence root could protect Sun Mooching's soul from the evil energy. This was something ordinary people could never obtain. Even Chen Shouan, during his breakthrough, had relied on another earth essence root to stabilize himself. That alone proved how powerful this medicine was. Shock and fear. Chen Tong, who had been watching with amusement, suddenly felt his heart tremble. A century-old earth essence root? Wasn't that the Chen family's greatest treasure? As someone originally from Yunqing, Chen Tong knew only the Chen family had such a thing. Where did this brat get his hands on one? Before he could react, Yi Feng channeled his internal energy. A terrifying force surged as he slammed his palm onto Sun Mooching's back. With a whoosh, a silver needle flew out from Sun Mooching's chest. Chen Tong's heart nearly stopped. How does this brat have such powerful internal energy? Sweat began to form on Chen Tong's forehead. That wasn't just an ordinary palm strike. As someone at the early body refinement stage, Chen Tong knew that if that strike had landed on him, he wouldn't have survived it. One by one, Yi Feng extracted the remaining silver needles. Sun Mooching suddenly coughed up fresh blood, staining the floor red. Finally, the last silver needle was removed. Sun Mooching's eyes slowly opened. Her gaze had returned to its usual clarity, and traces of red evil energy seeped out of her body, dissipating into the air. Yi Feng checked again, all the evil energy was gone. The silver needles had now turned completely black. A daughter's recovery. Seeing her daughter wake up, Chen Sini burst into tears. Mooching. How do you feel? Feng. Godmother, don't worry, Mooching is completely healed now. Yi Feng smiled. Mom, what's happening? Sun Mooching murmured. She felt warm all over, and as the medicinal power coursed through her body, a sense of unparalleled comfort washed over her. As the last remnants of the medicine were absorbed, her complexion fully recovered. She even seemed to radiate a newfound vitality. Outside the door, Sun Zhanghai heard the commotion and rushed in, stumbling over himself. Mooching, you're awake. You really woke up. Oh my god, I was so worried. Seeing Yi Feng, guilt crept into Sun Zhanghai's heart. He lowered his head, feeling embarrassed about his earlier accusations. Sun Zhanghai, if you ever dare to doubt Feng again, I will never return home. Chen Sini scolded. Yes. Honey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things about Feng. Sun Zhanghai quickly apologized. Feng, it was my mistake. Please don't take it to heart. Mooching, how do you feel? Sun Zhanghai nervously held Sun Mooching's hand, anxiously waiting for her response. Sun Mooching had no idea what had happened. She only remembered drinking, then suddenly feeling as if she had been possessed. After that, everything was a complete blur. Chen Tong, who had looked down on Yi Feng earlier, now felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had never expected this young man to be such a hidden master. His medical skills and internal energy were probably even superior to Chen Shouan, the Chen family's great elder. I was blind. This gentleman is truly a divine doctor. Please, sir, forgive my ignorance. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Chen Tong bowed deeply to Yi Feng, apologizing profusely. Yi Feng wasn't angry. Getting mad at someone like Chen Tong wasn't worth the effort. Seeing that Yi Feng wasn't holding a grudge, Chen Tong didn't linger any longer and quickly left the Yi residence. Gratitude and relief. Dad, I'm fine. Mooching, you probably don't know this yet, but Feng was the one who saved you. Chen Sini held her daughter's hand tightly. Hurry and thank him properly. Sun Mooching turned to Yi Feng and gave him a sweet smile. Thank you, brother Feng. Seeing that she had fully recovered, Yi Feng finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. A mysterious connection breaks. Meanwhile, in a secluded manor several kilometers away, the gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed. He clutched his chest in pain. Senior brother. What's wrong? The woman beside him furrowed her brows. Put. The gray-robed man spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his face twisting in agony. Ah! That brat actually broke my soul control goo curse? With the curse shattered, the severe backlash caused serious internal injuries. This curse had been crafted with his own blood essence and goo insects. If it was forcefully broken, the caster would suffer a devastating recoil. He had never imagined that a mere 20-year-old boy could break a curse he had painstakingly placed in less than a day. Reassurance and suspicion. Back at the Yi residence, after seeing Sun Mooching get out of bed, Sun Zhanghai and Chen Sini finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sun Zhanghai had wronged Yi Feng earlier, he was now more shocked than anything else. When had Yi Feng learned such incredible medical skills? Feng. Mooching may be a bit careless and naive, but she has a kind heart. If she has ever offended you, please don't take it personally. Daughter, Feng now has the ability to protect you. With him by your side, I can finally feel at ease. But that Yin Tianqi. Ever since you fell ill, he has been completely nowhere to be found. Chen Sini had always felt that Yin Tianqi was a cunning and deceitful person. Yi Feng had even warned her to be cautious of him. Yin Tianqi? Right. Godmother, Mooching was definitely cursed by someone close to her. If this person hadn't been near Mooching, there's no way they could have placed such a powerful curse on her. A cold killing intent flashed across Yi Feng's face. What? You mean someone around Mooching did this? Chen Sini was stunned. For the past 2 days, the only people who had been around Sun Mooching were herself, Sun Zhanghai, and Yin Tianqi. Could it be that Yin Tianqi was the culprit? I suspect it was him. Sun Zhanghai's heart skipped a beat. Other than them, the only person with access to Mooching was Yin Tianqi. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? That bastard Yin Tianqi. He tried to harm my daughter? I will tear him apart. Sun Zhanghai clenched his teeth in fury. Just a few days ago, he had treated Yin Tianqi so well, even considering marrying his daughter to him. If that had really happened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hunting down Yin Tianqi. If it was him, I'll find out soon enough. Yifeng stormed out and drove straight to the Yin residence. At that moment, Yin Tianqi was waiting for news from the great-robed elder. Pacing anxiously in the living room, he suddenly heard a loud bang. The front door of the Yin family was kicked open. Yifeng, his face filled with murderous intent, charged straight toward him. Yifeng? What are you doing here? Yin Tianqi was so scared that he nearly lost control of his bowels. Without a word, Yifeng slapped him across the face. Smack! Why do you think I'm here? Tell me, was it you who placed the curse on mooching? Yifeng didn't give him any chance to resist. A desperate struggle. The loud commotion startled Yin Jiangwo, who stumbled out of his room. Seeing his son being beaten, Yin Jiangwo immediately shouted for the family guards. Kill him! More than a dozen Yin family guards rushed toward Yifeng. But Yifeng barely moved. 3 punches, 2 kicks. And all the guards were sent flying, collapsing on the ground, groaning in pain. Yin Tianqi was terrified. Talk, or I'll cripple you. I don't know what you're talking about. Yifeng, let me go. This is the Yin family. You may be strong, but... Before he could finish, Yifeng stomped on his knee. Crack! A bone-shattering scream echoed through the Yin residence. Are you going to talk or not? Father, save me. Yin Tianqi still refused to confess. He knew that if he admitted everything, Yifeng would never let him live. Yin Jiangwo, usually a drunkard who ignored his son, sobered up immediately upon seeing Yifeng's terrifying strength. Kill him, he roared. But in the blink of an eye, all of his guards were already defeated. Yifeng grabbed Yin Tianqi by the collar and dragged him away. A confession at the Yi residence. Yifeng drove back to the Yi residence, dragging a beaten and terrified Yin Tianqi into the courtyard. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Yin Tianqi immediately started begging for his life. Please. I swear I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me. Yifeng threw him onto the ground. Sun Muqing, Sun Zhanghai, and the others all came out. Seeing Sun Muqing, Yin Tianqi crawled toward her, clutching her leg and begging. Muqing, save me. Father-in-law, please help me. Yifeng wants to kill me. Pa! Sun Zhanghai spat on him in disgust. Don't call me father-in-law. You bastard. How dare you curse my daughter? Yifeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He grabbed Yin Tianqi's throat. I'll count to 3. If you don't confess, you die. A moment later, a strong stench filled the air. Yin Tianqi was so scared that he peed himself. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. A mysterious man ordered me to place the curse on Sun Muqing. If I didn't, he said he would kill me. Please, spare me. Everyone was shocked. Especially Sun Muqing. She had always thought Yin Tianqi was a good person. But he had actually betrayed her. And that night? Tell the truth. It was me. I drugged Muqing's drink. I did everything. I'll leave Longcheng forever. Just let me go. Hearing this, Sun Muqing turned pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. All this time, she had wrongly blamed Yifeng. Sun Muqing's realization. Sun Muqing lifted her head and looked at Yifeng. Remembering all the things she had said to him in the past, she lowered her head in guilt. It turned out that Yifeng had been protecting her all along. He was the one who saved her and Su Chanxian from Zhang Taigang. He was the one who sent her home safely. And Zhen Longhu had come after Yifeng, not her. Everything finally made sense. Yin Tianqi. A dog will always eat shit. I almost got fooled by you, you scumbag. Yin Tianqi, with his legs crippled, was kneeling on the ground, looking utterly wretched. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Yifeng glanced at him indifferently. Muqing, how do you want to deal with him? Hearing this, Yin Tianqi desperately grabbed onto Sun Muqing's leg and begged. Muqing, please, I beg you. Spare my life. I know I was wrong. For the sake of the years we've known each other, let me go. With just one word from Sun Muqing, Yifeng could erase Yin Tianqi from existence in an instant. Sun Muqing waved her hand in disgust. Just leave. From now on, never appear in front of me again. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi felt as if he had been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled and crawled out of the Yi residence. Sun Zhanghai remained silent. Earlier, he had completely misunderstood Yifeng, yet Yifeng never held it against him. Instead, he saved his daughter's life twice. This was a debt the Sun family could never fully repay. A marriage proposal. Your mother was right after all, Muqing. I think Fenger is a fine young man. Why don't we pick an auspicious day and have you two get married? Sun Zhonghai spoke seriously. Yi Feng had outstanding medical skills, and if he chose to pursue a career in medicine, his future would be limitless. After all, renowned doctors could earn millions with just a flick of their hands. The famous doctors of Nanjing were all legendary figures, respected everywhere. Sun Muqing's face instantly turned red. Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense? Sun Zhonghai chuckled. Your mother and I got our marriage certificate first and only fell in love later. Feelings can be nurtured over time. Sun Muqing blushed even more, her face as red as an apple. She glared at her father before hurriedly running off in embarrassment. A shopping trip. That girl? Sun Zhonghai shook his head helplessly. Fenger. Hurry and go after her. Make sure she doesn't wander off alone. Chen Sini pushed Yi Feng forward. Yi Feng scratched his head awkwardly but still chased after Sun Muqing. Outside, Sun Muqing called Su Chanqian and asked her to go shopping with her. After everything that had happened recently, her mind was a complete mess. Yi Feng followed a short distance behind her. A gentle breeze lifted Sun Muqing's hair, revealing her delicate, sculpted profile. For a moment, Yi Feng was entranced. Quickly shaking his head, he snapped out of it. Just then, a beautiful woman in a white short dress walked out of a nearby shopping mall. As soon as she stepped outside, her gaze landed on Yi Feng and Sun Muqing. An old acquaintance. Xiao Xiao, look over there. Is that him? Chang Zhao's eyes were immediately drawn to Yi Feng's handsome face. 3 years had passed. How was he doing now? She stood there staring at him, lost in thought until her friendly Xiao Qin tugged on her arm, snapping her back to reality. Xiao Xiao. Look at you, completely love-struck. What's so special about Yi Feng that you like him so much? Yes. I do like him. I like his kindness, his genuine nature, and his handsome face. But she was born poor. How could someone like Yi Feng ever look at someone like her? Yi Feng and Sun Muqing walked together, a perfectly matched couple. Seeing Sun Muqing, Chang Xiao instinctively lowered her head. But Yi Feng and Sun Muqing had already noticed them. A high school reunion. Chang Xiao? Li Xiaoqin? What are you two doing here? Sun Muqing exclaimed in surprise. Chang Xiao and Li Xiaoqin had been their classmates in high school. Later, Chang Xiao was admitted to Longjiang University with excellent grades, but for some unknown reason, she dropped out after just 1 year. That same year, Yi Feng's family fell apart, and he was sent to prison. Longjiang University was the only aristocratic school in Longcheng. Almost all wealthy children, including Sun Muqing, studied there. Even if a student's grades weren't great, as long as their family donated a large sum, they could easily gain admission. But Chang Xiao had gotten in purely on her academic achievements. Due to her family's financial struggles, she couldn't even afford the 50,000 yuan tuition fee. Back in high school, Yi Feng often helped Chang Xiao, and even paid her first-year tuition. Memories of the past flooded Chang Zhao's mind. She smiled and walked toward Yi Feng and Sun Muqing. Muqing! What a coincidence! I was just out shopping. Her gaze naturally fell on Yi Feng. Chang Xiao never hid her feelings for him. A difficult past. It's been a long time. How have you been these past years? During Yi Feng's imprisonment, Chang Xiao had wanted to visit him, but the prison's security was too strict, and she had been unable to get inside. I'm doing well. What about you? Yi Feng smiled at her. Me? After I dropped out, I just started working to support my mother. Her health hasn't been great. Yi Feng, I heard about what happened to your family. So, did those criminals ever get punished? Chang Xiao asked with concern. Punished? This girl was still as naive as ever. If the laws of Manhwa actually worked, then Yi Feng's family never would have fallen apart in the first place. In this world, the strong make the rules. Martial artists, in particular, were beyond the reach of the law. Bringing those criminals to justice wouldn't be easy. But Yi Feng wasn't fazed. He had his own methods to settle the past. An unwanted interruption. As they spoke, a luxurious Ferrari sped down the street, kicking up a cloud of dust before screeching to a halt right in front of them. A young man, dressed in a black shirt and sunglasses, stepped out. The moment Chang Xiao saw him, her expression changed. Xiao Xiao, have you made up your mind? I've waited all day for your answer. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll make you the general manager of Huachen Group. Mr. Shen, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm sorry, I can't accept. Yi Feng. I'll see you next time. Chang Zhao's eyes flashed with unease as she tried to pull Li Shaoqin away. Shen Zichen took off his sunglasses and clipped them to his shirt. He scanned Yi Feng from head to toe before sneering. Kid, let me warn you, stay away from Xiao Xiao. If you dare get close to her again, I'll break your legs. After speaking, he turned to grab Chang Zhao's shoulder. But before he could touch her, a cold voice rang out. Oh? You're going to break my legs? Then let me warn you, if you keep bothering Chang Xiao, I'll destroy you. Yi Feng's eyes turned icy cold. Hearing this, Shen Zichen froze. Then, his face twisted in anger as he snapped. Do you even know who you're talking to? I don't know. Yi Feng stared at Shen Zichen, making him feel uneasy. What's going on? This punk just looked at me twice, and I'm already feeling a strange fear? How could I be scared of a loser like him? Shen Zichen's face darkened with anger. I am the chairman of Huachen Group. Shen Hongyuan is my father. Believe it or not, with just one word, I can make you disappear from Longcheng. He grabbed Yi Feng's collar aggressively. Shen Zichen! What are you doing? Let go of him. Chang Xiao panicked and rushed over, grabbing Shen Zichen's wrist. Yi Feng's heart warmed slightly. She's still the same girl as before, never afraid of rich and powerful people. A dangerous confrontation. Xiao Xiao. Tell me, is it because of this guy that you're rejecting me? Who paid for your mother's medical bills? You work for my company, yet you dare to flirt with this pretty boy behind my back? Seeing Chang Xiao and Yi Feng exchange even a single glance, Shen Zichen had already felt jealous. Now that she wasn't denying it, he became even more convinced. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Nobody dares to take what belongs to me. Yi Feng laughed coldly. This Shen Zichen was truly ridiculous. He was the one harassing Chang Xiao, yet now he was acting like the victim? Yi Feng also realized something else. Chang Xiao hadn't been doing well these past few years. She had to work while also taking care of her seriously ill mother. Sun Muqing intervenes. Xiao Xiao. Let's go. Don't get involved. Li Shaoqin nervously pulled on Chang Zhao's sleeve, urging her to leave. Sun Muqing also felt uneasy. She had heard of Huachen Group. It belonged to Shen Hongyuan, the wealthiest man in Yuncheng. Huachen Group controlled 30% of Longcheng's real estate market. In Longcheng, the Shen family's influence was unmatched. She never expected to meet Shen Zichen, the heir of the Shen family, here. And judging by the situation, Shen Zichen was obviously pursuing Chang Xiao. A warning ignored. Young Master Shen, nice to meet you. I am Sun Muqing from the Sun family. Chang Xiao is my classmate. For the sake of my family, please let them go. Sun Muqing spoke politely, but Shen Zichen laughed mockingly. Sun family? What the hell is a Sun family? You think you can talk to me? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too. His tone was filled with arrogance and disdain. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. You think your Shen family is impressive? He grabbed Shen Zichen's wrist and squeezed. A sharp pain shot through Shen Zichen's arm, making him grimace in agony. What the hell? Where did this bastard get such strength? Yi Feng flung his hand away, making Shen Zichen stumble backward. Looking down, he saw his arm turning purple and swollen. You. Get lost. Yi Feng said icily. Or I'll make sure you crawl back home. A dangerous enemy. These words completely enraged Shen Zichen. In his 20+ years of life, nobody had ever dared to speak to him like this. You punk! What's your name? Shen Zichen growled. Yi Feng. Good. I, Shen Zichen, will remember you. Shen Zichen turned to leave, but Yi Feng blocked his path. From now on, Chang Xiao won't be working at your company anymore. As for her mother's medical bills, I'll pay for them. Shen Zichen's face turned ashen. He turned to Chang Xiao, his eyes filled with resentment. So that's how it is? You found yourself a rich sugar daddy, huh? Now you don't need me anymore? Chang Zhao's plea. President Shen, it's not like that. I will pay back everything I owe you. I just ask that you don't cause trouble for Yi Feng. Chang Xiao knew exactly how powerful the Shen family was. If Shen Zichen wanted to deal with Yi Feng, who could stop him? Shen Zichen didn't respond. He simply gave Chang Xiao one last glare, then drove off in his sports car. Huachen Group A call for revenge. 10 minutes later, at Huachen Group headquarters, Shen Zichen kicked open the office door, his face burning with rage. That bastard Yi Feng dared to steal my woman. I want him wiped off the map. Inside the office, a middle-aged man smoked a cigar, lazily crossing his legs. Seeing his son furious, he frowned. What happened, son? This man was Shin Hongyuan, the richest man in Yunqing, Shin Zichen's father. He had just arrived in Longqing to handle a few business contracts, only to see his son storming in like a madman. Dad! That punk Yifeng told me to get lost. And he was flirting with Xiao Xiao right in front of me. You have to send people to kill him. Shin Hongyuan's expression changed slightly. What's his name? Yifeng. Why? Do you know him? Hearing this, Shin Hongyuan froze for a moment, then chuckled coldly. Ha! So Yifeng is that Yi family brat who was destroyed back then. I heard that he's been making a lot of noise lately. He even demanded 20 billion each from the Lu, Li, and Lin families. What? He's the Yi family's young master? Shin Zichen was shocked, but in the next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I thought he was someone important. So it's just that worthless Yi family bastard. Longqing is leaderless now. If Huaqin Group wants to rise, we need to establish dominance. This kid is making enemies everywhere. Let's get rid of him first. Calm down, son. Shen Honyuan patted his shoulder. A ruined young master isn't worth your anger. Then, he made a phone call. A moment later, several men in black suits walked into the office. Their arms were covered in tattoos, and the man leading them wore an eye patch. A powerful aura of violence radiated from him. Go. Break both his legs. Understood. Dad. I want to go too. I want to humiliate that punk in front of Cheng Xiao. Shin Zichen grinned and followed the group of men in black out the door. Yifeng's concern for Cheng Xiao. Meanwhile, back on the street, Yifeng watched Shin Zichen leave. Only then did he ask, Xiao Xiao, how's your mother's health? She's been bedridden for 2 years. The doctors said she can only speak, but the rest of her body is paralyzed. My mother raised me alone, working tirelessly for years, and now she has this rare disease. All I can do is ease her suffering. Cheng Zhao's eyes filled with sorrow. Enough talk. You need to leave. Shen Zichen will come after you. I know him, he won't let this go. Cheng Xiao didn't want to drag Yifeng into trouble. She knew what had happened to his family, and she couldn't bear to cause him any more pain. She turned to leave, but Yifeng grabbed her wrist. Xiao Xiao. Here's 5 million yuan. Take it. Once I settle things, I'll personally visit your mother. Cheng Xiao was stunned. Brother Yifeng. Where did you get so much money? Don't ask. Just take it. Yeah, Xiao Xiao. Take it. That Shin Zichen is no good. Come work at our company instead. Sun Muqing smiled warmly, holding Cheng Zhao's hand. Cheng Zhao's desperate plea. Cheng Xiao looked at the two of them with deep gratitude. Just then, a black van sped toward them. Yifeng's brows furrowed. A moment later, more than a dozen men in black suits jumped out of the van. At the same time, a red Ferrari roared up to them again. Shin Zichen is here. Brother Yifeng. You need to leave now. He won't dare do anything to me. I can't accept this money. Cheng Xiao pushed the bank card back into Yifeng's hand and gave him a shove. Sun Muqing's face also turned pale. Before they could say anything, a loud, arrogant laugh broke the silence. Ha ha. Leave? Let's see where you can run. Do you think you can escape? Shin Zichen bit down on a cigarette, his expression unbearably arrogant. He pointed at Yifeng. Break his legs. A fight breaks out. Brother Yifeng. Run. Hurry. Cheng Xiao shielded Yifeng and Sun Muqing behind her. They won't let you go. Seeing Cheng Xiao protecting Yifeng like a mother hen, Shin Zichen's anger boiled over. Xiao Xiao. Why? He's just a fallen young master. Why are you protecting him? How am I inferior to him? If you choose me, I'll give you a lifetime of wealth and luxury. With Shin Zichen's status and background, countless women desperately tried to enter the Shin family. Yet, for some reason, he was obsessed with Cheng Xiao. But Cheng Xiao didn't care about money or power, her heart had always belonged to Yifeng. For years, she had buried those feelings deep in her heart. Yifeng's counterattack. What are you waiting for? Attack! With a single command from Shin Zichen, the black-suited thugs swung their metal clubs toward Yifeng's head. The onlookers screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Yifeng's gaze turned ice-cold, his killing intent erupting like a volcano. Shin Zichen, you're courting death. Whoosh! Yifeng's figure vanished like a flash of lightning. At the same time, the thug's baseball bat suddenly snapped in half, shattered by a surge of terrifying internal energy. A martial artist? The one-eyed man leading the thugs narrowed his eyes in shock. Within seconds, all 10 of Shinzichen's men had their arms broken, their blood splattering onto the pavement. Pathetic nobodies. You dare touch me? Shinzichen stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Within a single cigarette's time, everyone except him and the one-eyed man had been eliminated. Panicking, he dialed his father's number. Dad! This guy knows martial arts. Send reinforcements now. Crack! Before he could finish, Yifeng's palm smashed into his face, sending him flying. His phone shattered upon impact. Yifeng towered over him, staring down coldly. Just now, you said, you were going to break my legs? A warning from Beihong sect. Kid. If you touch him, Beihong sect won't let you live. Yifeng's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to encounter someone from Beihong sect here. He turned to the one-eyed man. Oh? You're with Beihong sect? Now you understand. The Shin family's young master is under Beihong sect's protection. I'll give you 3 seconds, kneel and kowtow 100 times to young master Shin, then break both your arms yourself. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will hunt you down and kill you. The one-eyed man's aura was fierce, his presence intimidating. Yifeng could tell this guy was at the peak of the body refinement stage. That level of strength would allow him to dominate Longcheng. Unfortunately for him, he had met Yifeng. Not only that, Beihong sect's leader, Zhang Yangshan, was one of Yifeng's mortal enemies. Uncle Li! Kill this brat for me! Shin Zichen shouted. Yifeng! If you kill a Beihong sect member, you're dead. Destruction begins. Annoying! Yifeng stomped down, shattering both of Shin Zichen's legs. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the streets. Shin Zichen writhed on the ground, howling in pain. The one-eyed man's face turned to ice. He never expected Yifeng to cripple Shin Zichen without hesitation. More than that, Yifeng had completely ignored Beihong sect's warning. You bastard! You're dead! The one-eyed man threw a punch at Yifeng. This fist could easily shatter a stone pillar. But just as it neared Yifeng, it felt as if it had hit a cloud. Yifeng caught it with one hand. The one-eyed man panicked. Why you? Crack! With a flick of Yifeng's wrist, the man's arm snapped like a twig. Chang Xiao covered her mouth in shock. Who are you to Beihong sect? I'm the Vice Hall Master of Long Hall. If you kill me, my boss will. Boom! Before he could finish, Yifeng slapped him across the head, sending him flying over 10 meters. His skull cracked open, brain matter splattered across the pavement. The Vice Hall Master of Beihong sect, and you dared to act tough in front of me? Fool! The remaining Beihong sect members collapsed in fear. Tell Zhang Yangshan. I'll come for his life soon. After that, Yifeng turned back to Shin Zichen. Shin Zichen, terrified beyond words, desperately crawled away. Get lost. **** If you ever bother Xiao again, I'll wipe out your entire family. The arrival of Shin Hong Yuan. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce roared down the street, followed by an entire convoy of cars. Within moments, over 10 luxury cars surrounded them. Son! What happened? Dad! My legs! Shin Zichen sobbed as he turned to his father, Shin Hong Yuan. Shin Hong Yuan's eyes burned with fury. You crippled my son? Yifeng's face remained expressionless. He wanted to break my legs. Should I have just let him? Shin Hong Yuan had never even laid a finger on his own son. Yet today, Yifeng had destroyed him. Without hesitation, Shin Hong Yuan pulled out a gun and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Chang Xiao and Sun Muqing screamed, closing their eyes in fear. As the gunfire subsided, they opened their eyes. Yifeng stood there unharmed. He hadn't even moved. In his hand, he held the bullet. With a squeeze, the bullet crumbled into dust. Shin Hong Yuan's heart trembled. This. Is he even human? Slap! Yifeng's palm struck Shin Hong Yuan's face, making him cough up blood. Dozens of bodyguards froze in fear. Not one dared to step forward. Your Shin family is nothing compared to Zhao Wuji. Shin Hong Yuan trembled violently. I killed Zhao Wuji. Now tell me, can I kill you too? Shin Hong Yuan's soul nearly left his body. His legs shook uncontrollably. Shin Hong Yuan's fear. It was as if Shin Hongyuan had suddenly realized something. Without even caring about his son Shinzichen's life, he hurriedly crawled to Yifeng's feet. "Grandfather! I was wrong. I was blind and offended a great master. I deserve to die." Shin Hongyuan never could have imagined that the legendary Zhao Wuji had died at Yifeng's hands. And yet, he had thought of using Yifeng as an example, planning to step on him to expand Huachen Group, making it the most powerful family business in Longcheng. "Get lost." Yifeng spat out a single word. Shin Hongyuan dragged his crippled son away, fleeing in disgrace. Only Chang Xiao and the others remained, staring in shock at their retreating figures. It wasn't until they were completely gone that Chang Xiao snapped back to reality. "Brother Yifeng. You? I'm fine. I'm sorry I scared you all. Xiao Xiao, keep this card. I don't lack money." Yifeng once again placed the bank card in Chang Xiao's hand. Chang Xiao's eyes filled with tears. She never expected that in just 3 years, the boy she once knew had grown into such a powerful man. He wasn't afraid of the wealthiest man in Yuncheng, and he had crippled Shinzichen without hesitation. Looking at Yifeng's commanding presence, she finally understood. He must have gone through unimaginable hardships in these 3 years. After saying their goodbyes, Yifeng and Sun Muqing walked away together. Sun Muqing's suspicion. "Xiao Xiao seems to like you," Sun Muqing suddenly said as they walked. "Ha? Like me?" Yifeng was caught off guard. "Of course. Women understand women best. I could tell from the way she looked at you just now. She must have been worried about you all these years." As Sun Muqing spoke, a strange emotion rose in her heart. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. "I've always seen her as a little sister. She's had a tough time these past few years." A dinner invitation. As they walked, Sun Zhanghai suddenly called Sun Muqing. The moment she answered, his cheerful laughter filled the phone. "Muqing, where's Fenger? Bring him home for dinner tonight. Your mom is already cooking for you too. You two need to spend more time together. Young people should talk and bond. Once you're done, hurry home tonight, we men will have a drink together." Sun Muqing sighed. "Got it, Dad." Her father was truly unpredictable. One moment he didn't like Yifeng, and the next, he was pushing them together. A shocking bank balance. Earlier, Shen Sini had tried to check the balance of the bank card Yifeng had given them. She thought it would be a small amount, but when she saw the actual number, she nearly jumped out of her skin. The bank card contained a staggering 1 billion yuan. Hearing this, Sun Zhanghai leaped off the couch. Shen Sini insisted on returning the card to Yifeng, and Sun Zhanghai regretted how he had treated Yifeng before. Who would have thought that after leaving home, Yifeng would leave them such a massive sum of money? Shen Sini hid the card, planning to return it to Yifeng when he came home for dinner that night. A sinister plot unfolds. Meanwhile, in Longhu Manor, a dark figure sat cross-legged on the ground, healing his wounds. Suddenly, the grey-robed man's eyes snapped open, filled with venomous hatred. "That little brat ruined my plans. I will throw him into the furnace and turn him into a dried corpse." He stood up abruptly and strode toward the gates of Longhu Manor. Dozens of figures stood respectfully, not daring to make a sound. "Report! Come in." A subordinate hurried forward. "Sir, that brat is currently walking with the Sun family's young lady not far from here." The grey-robed man's eyes gleamed with excitement. "My injuries are almost fully healed. This time, I will make sure he has no place to be buried. Summon everyone." With his command, dark figures emerged from the shadows, carrying a strong scent of blood. A sinister black mist spread through the manor, making the underlings break out in cold sweat, trembling in fear. A deadly ambush. If Yifeng had been there, he would have recognized the people standing behind the grey-robed man. The heads of the Lu, Li, and Lin families. Old Lu. This time, Yifeng has nowhere to run. Let's see who can save him now. Ha ha. He shouldn't have offended the Southern King. Now, his head is worth 5 billion yuan. Lin Jin and Li Zihong exchanged glances. Only after the grey-robed man left with his men did they dare to speak. Lu Qishan smirked triumphantly. "Once that brat is dead, we can show our loyalty to the Southern King. With the Southern King's support, we'll take all of Zhan Longhu's assets. As long as we continue offering tribute, we can rise to power. Yifeng is just an insignificant bug compared to the Southern King." Lin Jin and Li Zihong nodded in agreement. A sudden attack. At that moment, Yifeng and Sun Muqing were strolling through the park. Suddenly, Yifeng's hair stood on end. For the first time in a long while, he felt a real sense of danger. Whoosh! More than a dozen hidden weapons shot toward Yifeng's vital points. What shocked Yifeng the most was that he hadn't sensed them until the last second. He quickly activated his internal energy, forming a protective aura to block the attack. Boom! A loud explosion sent Sun Mooching flying backward. Brat! If you don't want to die, surrender now. From behind a large tree, a skeleton-masked figure emerged, gripping Sun Mooching's neck. A gray mist seeped into Yifeng's body, making his head spin and stomach churn. Poison. That's right. You've been poisoned. Without the antidote, you will dissolve into a puddle of toxic water within 7 days. The gray-robed man laughed wildly. This woman's body belongs to me now. He knocked Sun Mooching unconscious. Yifeng hurriedly forced the poison out of his body, but at that moment, more than 10 black-clad assassins charged at him with weapons drawn. You're asking for death. Yifeng moved at lightning speed, dodging every attack. The gray-robed man gave off a dangerous aura, his body filled with disgusting dark energy. Yifeng struck down 2 assassins before rushing toward the gray-robed man. I wouldn't move if I were you. Or I'll kill her on the spot. Yifeng stopped in his tracks. Who are you people? Didn't you know? Your head is worth 5 billion yuan. I'm just here to collect my reward. But I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised. This woman is a 5-in mystic body. Ha 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 ha. The gray-robed man's eyes filled with greed as he stared at Sun Mooching's body. You disgusting demon. If you dare touch a single hair on her head, I will wipe you all out. Yifeng sealed several of his own acupoints and swallowed a black pill.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.